Chapter 1 So Casual. 2:30 in the morning. I'm Roger's childhood friend in One Piece. It's a nice name, take a look. No way, watching an episode of anime can lead to sudden death and time travel, who would believe it? Anyway, I don't believe it. Wasn't I reading a novel? Did I fall asleep? Consciousness gradually recovered, Bayun opened his eyes, but just like that, the dazzling sunlight was almost dazzling in the verb. Fuck, who set off the flash bomb? My eyes. Please keep quiet. Bayun was covering his eyes and healing by shouting, but suddenly a strange voice came out. It seemed to be said in his mind, in fact, it was indeed said in his mind. Who? Bayun asked immediately, without opening his eyes. If this flash bomb hits again, his eyes will be gone. I am the management system. No 000, it is the system that manages all systems. A cold mechanical voice appeared and introduced itself. System, am I traveling through time? Where? Which world is this? Bayun didn't expect that he was complaining about traveling through time 1 second, and he really traveled through time the next second. What is this called? Complaining is risky, be careful when speaking. This is the world of One Piece, and the protagonist is Monkey D. Luffy. Don't you believe in traveling through time? Now you believe it. It was still a mechanical voice, but the tone of the system had a hint of you dare to question me. Bayun was confused. So I really made you travel through time just because I complained about it? So casual. The system did not answer. Let's not talk about this first. Can I not go back? Bayun asked. If nothing unexpected happens, yes. The system answered this sentence straightforwardly. K was straightforward. And Bayun was speechless. He thanked K's ancestors in his heart, although K might not have any. Since this is the case, Bayun can only comfort himself and make the best of it. Otherwise, what else can he do? He is also an orphan in his own world, and there is nothing to be nostalgic about. It is better to relax and accept his fate of crossing. He couldn't accept it at once, but he accepted it in two. Since you brought me here, you are my golden finger. What system did you say you are just now? What management system? You are ugly, but you are thinking. I am a system that manages all systems. If I become your system and serve you alone, it will be a mess. The system responded with a cold voice with a hint of sarcasm. Really, Bayun wanted to have the ability to slap the person across the screen. So, you brought me here and you're just going to walk away? Bayun asked. You're just going to walk away after doing it? You have some morals? Silence. 3 seconds of silence. It was as if Bayun had guessed the system's thoughts. You wouldn't? Of course not. I will randomly draw 3 abilities for you so that you can survive in the pirate world. The system immediately retorted. How could I be that kind of person? I will still give what I should give. 3 abilities. What abilities? It's all random. Still asking. Bayun now agrees that artificial intelligence should not have emotions. He can't argue with it. Absolutely can't argue with it. Okay, start extracting abilities now. The system coughed and officially started extracting abilities. I don't know why a system would cough. Instantly, golden light was everywhere. I don't know how Bayun felt it with his eyes closed. It just popped up in his mind like a dream. 3 golden lights. Is this shipped golden legend? Bayun muttered to himself. The system ignored him, but the next second, Bayun spit out a mouthful of blood, a real mouthful of blood. Congratulations on obtaining the ability. Weak and sickly, first incomplete version. For this, I still need to explain it, otherwise many readers will think that being weak and sickly is rubbish in the world of pirates. Bayun's replica fruit, for the armed color that is difficult for others to cultivate, he only needs to replicate it, and then wait for the feedback after a period of time, so this largely replaces his weak and sick buff later, after he replicated the 2 trump cards of Lajaru's armed color and Garp's physique, he was basically not weak. Speaking of Bayun, I haven't exercised for years, but I don't seem to be weak after going out to sea. Since I have the ability to give feedback after replicating, why should I exercise? The mechanical notification sound of the system sounded, and Bayun suddenly felt like a stone was broken in his chest, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood and embraced the sun. Bayun was so tired that he didn't even have the strength to scold the system. This is your fucking gold. This is your fucking ability, you can't keep this ability for yourself. Also, what is the incomplete version? I want an incomplete version when I am weak and sick, then take the complete version directly with me. Bayun cursed in his heart, plus the version question, but the system ignored it and continued to report. Congratulations on obtaining the Devil Fruit Superman Replica Fruit. This fruit can obtain the ability to replicate the fruit abilities and techniques of others. This fruit also has its real name after awakening, it will restore its real name for Beep. The second lottery is to obtain a Devil Fruit, which is a native ability. But as the system was talking, the sentences were intermittent, just like a bad phone signal, and finally it beeped continuously. What the hell? Bayun was confused. What happened? Have you been invaded by a virus? But the next second, the feeling of weightlessness came instantly. And Bayun fell freely. This time he couldn't close his eyes. Bayun opened his eyes suddenly. It turned out that Bayun was lying in the air just now. Now he saw the blue sky and white clouds. The sun was playing hide and seek behind the clouds, and the white clouds were flowing slowly, like a white sea. It was beautiful, if Bayun was not in free fall now. Fuck you. A loud shout showed Bayun's mood, just like the feeling of ice cream falling to the ground before he could eat it. Chapter 2 Garp, Luffy. Ga. Translation. I am a news bird. Business is good today. I sold a lot of newspapers. The weather is fine. It is a beautiful day. I must go to the dock to get some French fries after get off work. This is the pursuit of bird life. I am a small business selling newspapers. Bang. Tomorrow and accidents, which will come first, are often unpredictable, but what is known is that there is a high probability that French fries will not be eaten. Newsbird, Ga. Bayun, Ah. In the forest, Garp and Luffy, the grandfather and grandson, walked on the road. The older one picked his nose with his little finger, and the younger one also picked his nose with his little finger. It looks like a grandfather and grandson. Grandpa is a liar. Didn't you say there are delicious food in the forest? Kick me off the cliff. Fight with wild boars and that tiger, it's so big. Luffy's accusation. Before Garp handed Luffy over to Dadan, he trained Luffy so well that it was obvious that they were grandfather and grandson. He trained the life return into a passive skill, and Luffy's strong will was so strong that it shocked Kaido and Big Mom. Why not afraid of fire? Because I have a strong will. Ha ha ha. Stinky boy, just tell me if wild boar meat tastes good. And what's wrong with that tiger? Grandpa rode it for fun when he was your age. Garp replied with a smile. He really didn't lie. When he was a child, he was a bully in this forest. Thinking of wild boar meat, Luffy's mouth secreted saliva if nothing else. It was really delicious. Riding a tiger when you are the same age as me? Grandpa is still lying. Luffy didn't believe Garp's childhood feat, but after he said it, Garp didn't respond, and little Luffy looked up. A certain old man had fallen asleep standing up with snot bubbles coming out of his nose. Little Luffy was not surprised by Garp's problem. Just wake him up, and if he can't wake him up, just pop the snot bubble. But before he could say anything, he vaguely heard shouting from the sky. What's the noise? Luffy looked up and saw a man with a newsbird on his back falling down. Ah! Ga! Dang! It hit Garp's head accurately, and a skull echo indicated that Garp's head was good. People sleep on the road, and people come from the sky. Garp was sleeping well, but he was hit so hard that his eyeball bulged out. And Bayun and the newsbird rolled down his head to the front. Who dares to sneak attack me? Garp was awakened by the hit and immediately alerted. Dare to attack me in front of me? You attacked me in front of me, you think my fist is not strong enough? But the assassin didn't see it, but saw two creatures in front of him. A child and a newsbird. The two had circles in their eyes, most likely they fainted. Grandpa, they suddenly fell from the sky and hit you. Little Luffy kindly reminded. Garp nodded. How could this kid fall from the sky? Bayun slowly opened his eyes, his vision gradually turned from hazy to clear, and he saw a wooden ceiling. Where is this? Standard lines after waking up from a coma. Bayun only felt that his body was extremely heavy, like a stone pressing on him, and it didn't feel like his own. He felt like his body was falling apart when he moved with difficulty. He raised his hands with all his strength, and saw that they were wrapped with bandages. He tilted his head slightly to look around. The layout of the room was very simple: a bed, a bedside table next to the bed and a clock on the opposite wall, nothing else. Which kind-hearted person saved me? Turning his head straight, Bayun stared at the ceiling again. Now he had nothing to do and was lying on the bed. It was a good time to think about life. That stupid system. Before thinking about life, Bayun recalled the voice of that unique system in his mind, and he was so angry that his teeth ached. You're halfway through your words. You're weak and sickly. Thank you so much. Replica fruit. If you can replicate other people's skills and abilities, and the devil fruit ability can also be replicated, then this skill is amazing. Also, real name is this fruit the same as Luffy's rubber fruit? The most important thing is, what is the third ability? For Bayun, who has obsessive compulsive disorder. He runs away halfway through his words and doesn't believe in things halfway through. It's really terrible. Tried to call the system a few times in his mind, but the voice sinks into the sea without any reply. It seems that guy was really attacked by the virus. Rubbish. I hope he will show up again in the future to tell me the third ability. Bayun prayed. He was very persistent. If he didn't know what the third ability was, he would die with his eyes open. Forget it, let's sleep for a while. It's uncomfortable to move now. Let's see if there is anyone when I wake up. Mumbling to himself, Bayun closed his eyes immediately. But these eyes were like switches. As soon as they were closed, they heard bang. The door of the room was kicked open. This scene was like a debt collection. Bayun was so scared that he opened his eyes immediately, and he didn't care whether it hurt or not. He turned his head and looked over. An old man and a child appeared in his sight. Although Bayun is not a die-hard fan of One Piece, if you don't know Luffy and Garp, you will think you are watching the King of Bandits. Chapter 3. Those tears are tears of pain. Garp carried a pot of soup made of unknown ingredients, kicked open the room and walked in, and Luffy followed him. The force used seemed to be not his home, but the home of his enemy. Noticing that Bayun was awake, he looked at them with a pair of eyes and said, You are awake, kid? It's good that you are awake. Just don't die in my house. I'm not saying that your body is too weak. You fell from the sky and broke your limbs and ribs, especially your legs. You will have to sit in a wheelchair for a while in the future. You need to exercise more. A childhood sweetheart who died after falling down the stairs said that he was offended. When he heard Garp's words, Bayun almost showed an expression of sweating soybeans. That's right, I can compare with you monsters. Not to mention that I have a supernatural weak and sick ability. I'm lucky to be alive. Sitting up with difficulty, Bayun found that his upper body was also wrapped in bandages, like a mummy, except for his head. All other places were bandages. Did you save me? Thank you so much. Otherwise, I think I might die in the wild and be eaten by wild beasts. Bayun replied, thinking about it. It's better not to say that he knows them, even though it's a one-sided acquaintance. Hey! You kid is lucky, it just happened to hit me on the head. Garp was puzzled at first, thinking that the old man also has some reputation, and is also a vice admiral of the navy. You don't know me? Is it because I'm not wearing a navy uniform? Then he didn't care. Garp is not a person who cares about reputation. Hello, my name is Monkey D. Luffy. Why did you fall from the sky? But you are indeed a little weak. It's okay for me to fall from a cliff. A little polite, but not much. At this time, little Luffy is 7 years old. He has been trained by Garp for a while. Falling from a cliff is not a big deal. My name is Bayun. Others. I forgot. I only remember that my name is Bayun. Where did I live before? Who was I? I can't remember. After thinking about it, Bayun still felt that amnesia was a good way to fool people, otherwise he would have to make up a fake identity. Don't remember. You didn't hit your head. You are lucky, you had a newsbird as a cushion, and when you fell, you hit a crooked tree, which relieved some of the force, and then you hit me. Otherwise, with your physical fitness, I'm afraid you would die. The crooked tree made a great contribution. Garp scooped a bowl of soup and handed it to Bayun, explaining. Bayun took the bowl and said thank you. He remembered that he was lying in the air after the system bastard disappeared. He was indeed falling. Something fell from the sky. It turned out to be a news bird. Thank you, bird brother. If you hadn't taken my place, I might have died. I will never forget your kindness. After thanking the news bird in his heart, Bayun suddenly realized. So, what about bird brother? How is it? Then, what about the news bird? Bayun asked while drinking soup. Little Luffy held up the bowl and tilted his head back to drink the soup without answering. The bowl that Garp had just handed to his mouth stopped. Look, it's all in the pot, the bowl, and your mouth. A cough cough cough. Garp's answer made Bayun open his eyes and almost choked him to death. Cough cough. What this soup is made with the news bird. Ah, what else? It fell from the sky. Bai doesn't care if he wants it. The soup can also replenish the body with your body, you have to drink more. Garp replied, handed Bayun a piece of cloth, and then drank the soup. Bayun took the cloth and wiped his mouth, looking at the soup in the bowl. The water seemed to reflect the figure of Brother Bird. I'm sorry, Brother Bird, although this soup is really delicious. Verb. Thank you for the hospitality. By the time Bayun finished a bowl of soup cooked by lifesaver Brother Bird, little Luffy had already finished everything in the pot, put down the bowl, and thanked Garp and Luffy. Yet, Luffy, wash the dishes. Garp nodded, and then asked Luffy to wash the dishes. Oh. Luffy did not refuse, put the bowl in the pot, and then left the room with the bowl. Garp's smile disappeared in an instant, and he changed to a serious expression, looking at Bayun, folding his arms, and his own momentum slowly pressed towards Bayun. The scene suddenly became tense. Bayun panicked, thinking that I didn't do anything wrong, Vice Admiral Garp. Bayun. Bai boy, you were lying just now, weren't you? You don't forget everything, right? Garp asked calmly. So I was exposed, that's fine. Nothing is fine. Ah, that. Bayun became stuttering, and Garp's death eyes were still staring at him. Brainstorming in his mind, Bayun picked up his writing skills from his 9 years of compulsory education and began to make up an identity for himself. I really can't hide it from you, Vice Admiral Garp. I'm actually a mercenary, I make a living with the big brothers in the team, and I'm from Rogue Town. Yesterday, we received a job to escort a merchant ship, but we encountered a group of powerful pirates on the way, and everyone died. Bayun said, tears fell, this acting, Oreo must give him an award, but it's not that Bayu's acting is good. In the quilt, he secretly pressed his thigh hard, damn, it really hurts. Those tears, are tears of pain. Chapter 4 Watching can make you stronger. Continuing from the above, Bayun continued to fool Noitz to explain, to Garp why he fell from the sky. When I was a child, I ate a fruit by chance and escaped under the protection of my elder brothers, but after a battle, I flew in the air for a long time, which caused me to fall down due to exhaustion. Fortunately, I met you. Vice Admiral Garp. I have internal injuries, and there was blood at the corners of my mouth when I fell down, which is the evidence that I have fought. I really didn't mean to lie to you, Vice Admiral Garp. I have nowhere to go. I have lost all my partners. I thought if I could stay by pretending to be stupid, I lied to you. I really have no ill intentions. Bayun wiped his tears. He looked sincere and thought about all the sad things he had done in the past 18 years. I didn't expect that the blood he spit out when he drew the ability of being weak and sick could also help. Life is really unpredictable. After hearing this, Garp's expression eased, and he withdrew his momentum to suppress Bayun. Is that so? What fruit did you eat? Can you fly? Yes, para-human type replica fruit. After hesitating for a while, Bayun still chose to tell the truth. Since fate has brought him to meet Grandpa Garp, he should stay here for a while. In the future he has to stay here no matter what. Replica fruit. Yes. It can temporarily replicate other people's abilities. For example, Vice Admiral Garp, if you are a Navy, if you use the Navy 6 styles in front of me, I can replicate and use the Navy 6 styles in a short time. Bayun explained with full sincerity, but he did not say it all. He can also replicate the fruit ability, and the strength depends on the way of replication. Moreover, if it is a trick of replicating the Navy 6 styles, but you can remember the feeling of replicating it once, and practice it yourself, then you can completely learn these tricks. To put it simply, after replicating those skills, even if the replica time is over, you will directly get started, and you don't even need to practice. Well, it is a terrible fruit. It can master the skills that others have practiced for countless years in an instant. This is really fair to those people. But this is the power of the devil fruit. Garp replied. His tone was still flat. He became a Navy and then got to his current position. He is a Navy hero and has seen all kinds of storms. This is not enough to surprise him. Have a good rest. You are too weak, you need to practice hard. There is a kettle on the table. Garp got up and walked back. What he meant by this was that he agreed to let Bayun stay. Maybe seeing that Bayun's fruit is very strong, he has a talent for talent and plans to train him and Luffy as rookies of the Navy. But some things always go against one's wishes. Bayun opened his eyes slightly, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and said lightly. Thank you, Garp Vice Admiral. This is time. K is walking all the time, you can V me 50, and try to make him stop. Okay, the experiment failed. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Bayun, are you okay? Are you okay? Luffy sat cross-legged on the ground, not idle, waiting for Bayun's barbecue. Bayun lay for half a month before he recovered enough to stand up. But his legs were the most seriously injured and he still needed to sit in a wheelchair. Sitting in a wheelchair again, Luffy pushed him to the kitchen of the village restaurant to take a look. Garp is a good hand at physical skills, but cooking is difficult for him. Their meals either come from hunting or from restaurants. Now that we know that Bayun has the ability to learn at a glance, we must use it. So, Bayun, sitting in a wheelchair, had to become the exclusive chef of the grandfather and grandson. It's almost done, wait a little longer, wait for me to sprinkle some cumin, tisk, that smell, it's so good. After sprinkling the cumin, it melted on the crispy surface, and the aroma wafted out, making Luffy drool. Bayun skillfully pulled out the boning knife from his waist, cut it in half, cut out a thigh meat and handed it to Luffy. Luffy immediately took it, regardless of whether it was hot or not, and bit it directly. Hot, hot, hot. The result was that he stuck out his tongue that was burned red like a dog. It smells good. Garp's snot bubble was broken by the fragrance, and he opened his eyes, and Bayun just handed another thigh meat to him. Oh, not bad, not bad. Just watching for a week, you have such skills, it's really a good fruit ability. Garp said with emotion. Bayun smiled back, but silently complained about the old man in his heart. This was the 8th day of special training for him, Luffy and Garp in the forest. Of course, it was Luffy's special training, and it happened to be the last day of his first month in the pirate world. Garp's special training for Luffy was basically just teaching him to forge his body, the Navy 6 styles or any other attacking moves, none of which were used, and Bayun didn't have a chance to replicate. You have to know that Garp is a pure physical skill expert, and he didn't eat the fruit if you replicate his physical skills and keep them. It will also be a life-saving weapon. However, by replicating other people's cooking skills for 7 days, Bayun figured out a little bit of the characteristics of his replica fruit. You can replicate by watching, and if you don't use it, you can store it and use it when you need it. In this way, he can watch those strong men fight, directly replicate their abilities and skills, and become stronger by watching. However, if you replicate abilities by watching, it seems that you can only replicate half of their strength. Chapter 5 Red Hair Pirates. Do you know why the East Sea is called the weakest sea even though Roger, Garp, Dragon, and other world-famous strongmen have come out of it? The title of weakest sea is only available in Luffy's era. That's because, when Garp was a child, he traveled back and forth between Windmill Village and the Navy headquarters for a long time to take care of Luffy during the journey. No matter if it was a pirate who had just left the novice village or a pirate who had gained some experience and came to the East Sea, they could not escape from the boss monster Garp. It was Garp who cleaned up the East Sea into the weakest sea. The strong did not want to come, and the novices were beaten halfway through their development. It would be strange if it was not weak. Vice Admiral Garp, are you leaving? Well, the vacation is over. If you don't leave, Sengoku will call and urge you. Garp replied, already wearing a navy uniform and adjusting the collar. If it weren't for his status and if he and Sengoku were not old friends, which Vice Admiral could do what he did, working for a month and taking a month off? Come back next month. During this time, Luffy will be handed over to you. Garp said. Little Luffy was dissatisfied. Bayun and I are almost the same age, and he still has to sit in a wheelchair. I can take care of him. After Bayun traveled through time, his body changed from an adult at the age of 18 to a child. He didn't know how old he was, but he said he was the same age as Luffy, 7 years old. Garp replied with a word, silencing little Luffy. Can you cook? Usually when I was away, you would go to Makina's tavern to help. Now that Bayun is here, you don't have to do that. You can have more time to exercise. I'll go see you next month. After giving instructions, Garp opened the door and walked out. The warship should have been waiting for him at the dock. Garp left, and Luffy seemed a little sad. Luffy, Vice Admiral Garp. Great-grandpa is finally gone. Bayun. I still don't understand you, Luffy. Ha ha ha, Bayun, let's go play. I don't care what grandpa says about exercising. I'm exhausted during this period. Let's go find Makina and get some juice to drink. I want to listen to those uncles tell stories about One Piece. It turns out that the seeds have been planted here. Bayun smiled helplessly. But it was indeed more interesting than watching Luffy exercising. Okay. It has been half a month since Garp left Windmill Village today. The town is still very calm, with an easterly wind. But the arrival of a pirate ship at the port broke the calm. Bayun, Shanks and the others are back. Ha 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 ha. Luffy, who was fishing with Bayun at the pier, saw the pirate ship coming and changed drastically. I got excited. This is the grandson of the Vice Admiral. Shanks, the red-hair pirate's finally here. After Garp left, Luffy and Bayun talked about the red-hair pirates. When Luffy was 7 years old, the red-hair pirates used Windmill Village as their base camp for 1 year. It was also during this period that Luffy met Shanks and others, understood what pirates were, and had the idea of going out to sea as a pirate. Using Windmill Village as a base does not mean that you will not go out to sea. You will just stay on the shore. You will still go out when you need to. But you will come back every once in a while. During the 1.5 months that Bayun came through, Shanks and others happened to be going out to sea. Bayun was lying in a wheelchair at the age of 7. He was mature and reading a newspaper when he heard Luffy's voice. He immediately put down the newspaper and looked at the sea. Sure enough, a pirate ship was slowly approaching. Sure enough, it was the Red Force of the Red-Hair Pirates, with a pirate flag on it, a square-faced skull, 3 red scratches on its left eye, and 2 knives on its back. Ah, Luffy! Long time no see. The ship docked, and Luffy immediately ran under the ship at the bow. Shanks, who had both arms intact, also smiled and greeted Luffy. Okay, drop anchor, get off the ship. This time we have a lot of harvest, we have to celebrate. Shanks turned to Beckman and others and said, it seems that they have a good harvest this time. But before Shanks and others came down, Luffy climbed directly onto the ship and stood on the protruding dragon head at the bow of the Red Force. Below, Bayun could only push the wheelchair closer. He knew what Luffy was going to do. Luffy stood on the high ground and said with his hands on his hips, Hey Shanks, take me with you next time you go to sea. I want to be a pirate. As soon as he said this, he was ridiculed by Shanks and others as usual. After all, Luffy is now a little kid and a landlubber. Ha ha ha, Luffy, stop it, come down, you little brat, you're still a landlubber, why are you going out to sea, ha ha ha. The ruthless ridicule from Shanks. Luffy was so angry that he grinned and took out a dagger from his back. I'm not kidding, I've had enough. I'm going to prove it to you. Ha ha ha, it's so funny, you try it, I really don't know what you want to do. Luffy is doing something interesting again. Shanks and others obviously don't believe Luffy. And their attitude towards him is like coaxing a child. But the next second, Luffy resolutely cut his left cheek. Chapter 6, Silver Bracelet. Luffy resolutely cut his right cheek to show his determination. Bayun felt pain in his right cheek just by looking at it, this damn empathy ability. No. Luffy. Luffy's move made the members of the Red Hair Pirates who were watching the show panic. It hurts so much. Fool, what are you doing? Shanks dodged and saw Luffy being held under his armpit, and caught him back to the deck. Hurry up and deal with this idiot. Bayun was sitting in a wheelchair on the dock, watching the commotion on the ship. Human sorrows and joys were not in common, and he just felt that they were noisy. Okay, get off the ship, really, you, don't do this kind of thing in the future. The scars on a man's body are medals, but the ones you make yourself don't count. Hongo, the ship's doctor of the Red Hair Pirates, helped Luffy stop the bleeding and put on a hemostatic patch. Although it was not a serious injury, it would definitely leave a scar. He was very angry about Luffy's self-harm behavior. This kid, why did he scratch his face instead of scratching anywhere else? Get off the ship, get off the ship, really, you gave us a good welcome gift, Luffy. Shanks urged Luffy to get off the ship from behind. Really, it's better to go drink. Who is this? Shanks and Luffy got off the boat from the stairs and finally noticed Bayun. His name is Bayun. He fell from the sky and is a great cook. Before Bayun finished answering, Luffy enthusiastically introduced him. Bayun thought to himself, has he become Bai's sister? Yes, just like Luffy said. It's not a pleasant feeling to fall from the sky. Looking at his bandaged legs, Bayun replied with a faint bitter smile on his face. Ha ha ha, that's really not pleasant. You still have to take care of Luffy in this state, it's really miserable. Ha ha ha. The ruthless ridicule from Shanks towards Bayun. Ha, Shanks, how do you know that I'm not taking care of Bayun? You said he's a great cook, isn't it him who's taking care of you and cooking for you these days? Luffy was speechless. It seemed to be true, but the food cooked by Bayun was indeed delicious. Brothers, cheers for Luffy's courage and our great journey and our new friend, Bayun. Cheers! Cheers! Everyone came to Makina's tavern for a banquet. Shanks raised his glass and said happily. Bayun drank a sip of grape juice and smiled briefly. Ah, thank you for mentioning me. If there was no pause, I would be more grateful. At the bar, Luffy followed them and mentioned that he wanted to go to sea with them. Bayun sat in the back, still in a wheelchair. Next to him was the famous vice-captain of the Red Hair Pirates, Beckman. His long black hair was tied into a ponytail, and a bang hung down from his left temple. He wore a black V-neck t-shirt and a military green shirt, blue overalls and black marten boots, with a flintlock rifle on his yellow belt. Compared to the companions in front who were arm in arm, singing and dancing, Beckman was relatively calm, sitting on a chair at the back with his legs crossed. Beckman. Noticing Bayun staring at him, Beckman introduced himself in a friendly manner. Bayun. Nice to meet you, Mr. Beckman. Smoking is harmful to health. Bayun's words made Beckman's hand that lit the cigarette pause. I don't care. What I mean is that it is harmful to my health. Ha ha ha, stinky kid, I smoked, what do you want to do? It was the first time Beckman saw such a kid, and it was a little funny. No, I can't beat you. But if you feel bad, how about you teach me how to shoot during your time in the village? Bayun stated his purpose. Each of these people was powerful, and it would be good to catch one to teach him. Do you want to learn how to shoot? Do you have a gun? And your legs? Beckman asked 3 times in a row. You shoot with your feet. Who said you can't shoot with your feet? I have a gun. Bayun raised his right hand and grabbed it out of thin air, and a silver flintlock rifle appeared in his hand, like a magic trick. Half a month ago, after removing the bandage on his hand, Bayun found that there was a silver bracelet on his right wrist when he woke up the next day. He couldn't take it off, but Bayun didn't care, it looked pretty. But 2 days later, Bayun wanted to eat an apple, but he didn't have a fruit knife. Unexpectedly, the next second, the fruit knife appeared on his right hand, but the bracelet disappeared. Bayun was very surprised, but he also vaguely guessed the function of the bracelet. Could it be? Move as you wish. The fruit knife suddenly turned into a long knife. Sure enough. Bayun thought about it again. And the long knife turned back into a bracelet. This bracelet has the ability to turn into any weapon. Bayun thought, this should be the third ability that the management system didn't finish talking about. It is a perfect match with the replica fruit that can replicate other people's abilities. Chapter 7 Show Off. In Makina's tavern, Bayun turned the bracelet into a flintlock rifle, just like a magic trick. Beckman was slightly surprised by his trick. You can do magic. Bayun didn't answer, but turned his arm, and the rifle turned into a dagger, and then turned it again, and it turned back into a bracelet. Beckman naturally saw that this shaking bracelet was not ordinary. I picked it up. It can be turned into any weapon according to my wishes. Bayun explained that everything can be picked up. Devil fruit. The Navy has indeed developed a technology that allows objects to eat devil fruits. At present, this technology is only possessed by the Navy. Beckman said, his eyes slowly looked at Bayun. The meaning was concise and clear. I'm not from the Navy. There are good and bad Navy, but the most important thing is to serve those celestial dragons. I'm from Rogue Town, and I work with my big brothers to escort merchant ships. Without strength, I can only do business within the 4 seas. I dare not go to the Grand Line. I picked up this bracelet on the ship during a job, and took it when no one was around. And a few days ago, the merchant ship we escorted was suddenly robbed and killed by a group of extremely powerful people. I think they may have come for this bracelet. But because of the special ability of my fruit, I escaped under the cover of everyone, but I still suffered internal injuries and fell from the sky, and happened to meet Vice Admiral Garp and Luffy. Bayun explained, which was more detailed than the version given to Garp. Beckman flicked away the cigarette butt and stepped on it to crush it. So, you want me to teach you how to shoot because you want revenge? Also, what fruit did you eat? In life, there must always be a goal to pursue, and revenge is a must. Superhuman-type replica fruit, which can replicate the abilities of others. Bayun drank a sip of grape juice. He was thirsty after talking about that long paragraph. Direct replication, really? It's not that Beckman doesn't believe it. If that's the case, then those of them who have practiced hard for many years will be replicated all at once, which is really fair. It's flawed. You can only replicate half of your strength. And there's a time limit. If you want to use it again when the time is up, you have to replicate it again. However, if it's a skill-based ability, I can remember the technique after replicating it once. It's easy to learn that skill. I was a kitchen idiot 7 days ago. Bayun's explanation was a bit Versailles, but this fruit was indeed amazing. Beckman lit another cigarette and looked at Bayun. If it was true, he would have wanted to recruit Bayun. Replica fruit. Okay. You want me to teach you, right? Look, try it once. If I'm satisfied, I'll teach you. Locky. Beckman pulled out his gun and suddenly shouted. The chef of the Red Hair Pirates, Locky Lu, who had his back to him, turned around and saw Beckman pointing the gun at him, with the muzzle of the gun swaying upwards. Luffy understood, showing his white teeth, biting the big bone of his right hand, while picking up the empty wine bottle on the table with his left hand and throwing it upwards. At the moment he threw the bottle, Beckman raised the muzzle of the gun and pulled the trigger at the same time. Bang! Pop! White smoke came out of the muzzle of the gun, and the wine bottle in the air instantly explosion. Oh 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 oh! The companions cheered very enthusiastically for their vice-captain's sudden display of skill. Luffy also watched with stars in his eyes. So cool! You are crazy, Ben. Only Shanks dared to say that to Beckman. Beckman blew the muzzle of the gun, put the gun back on his waist, ignored Shanks, and looked at Bayun. Yet. It's your turn. Bayun glanced at him, raised his hand, and the flintlock short rifle automatically appeared in his hand. He closed his eyes and activated the fruit ability. Bayun recalled Beckman's actions of drawing the gun, raising the muzzle, and pulling the trigger in his mind, analyzing it step by step, as if in slow motion. Opening his eyes, Bayun, who had never touched a gun, now felt very comfortable holding a gun. Luffy, cooperate with him. Luffy chewed meat in his mouth. Could it be that this kid in a wheelchair also has such a gun skill? But he didn't ask, just picked up a bottle and threw it up. Bayun immediately raised the muzzle of the gun. Bang! The bullet was fired, and a slow-motion close-up was shown. The bullet was followed by a wave of air, and flew past in an instant. Pa! Luffy raised his hand and grabbed the bottle. It was not that Bayun fired an empty gun, at least he broke the bottleneck of the bottle. Oh 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 oh! I didn't expect it, Bayun. Right. I didn't expect you to be so hidden awesome. The person was replaced by Bayun, and everyone was still very supportive. They were surprised that Bayun, a kid sitting in a wheelchair, had such a good shooting skill. The sniper of the Red Hair Pirates who abandoned his wife and children, Jesus Bulletin, also praised Bayun's shot. Without hard practice, he could not reach this level. Although he failed to hit the center of the bottle, it was already very good at Bayun's age. But what he didn't know was that today was Bayun's first time touching a gun. Chapter 8 Bandit King. Bayun showed off his skills in front of everyone, and also proved the authenticity of his fruit with Beckman. Beckman believed it. Bayun's thumb and index finger had no calluses, and he really looked like someone who had just touched a gun for the first time. Oh! Luffy and Shanks both looked at Bayun with starry eyes. Luffy was because Bayun was so cool. He was the same age as him, but so powerful. Yes. Luffy's personality was that when he saw his peers were better than him, he was not jealous, but thought that the other person was very cool. And Shanks saw a genius who could be pulled on board. How about it? Although you didn't hit all of them, are you satisfied, Mr. Beckman? Or, can I change my name? Bayun asked with a smile. Beckman bit his cigarette, crossed his legs, looked at the precocious kid in front of him, and was about to say something with a smile, when the tavern owner Makina suddenly ran out from the back kitchen in a hurry. Everyone! What happened? Why are there gunshots? Are you okay? Makina, who had short dark green hair and a headscarf, appeared, and was suspected to be Mrs. Shanks. Ha ha ha, it's okay, Makina, it's just that Ben was going crazy, and our new friend Bayun showed us a trick, Shanks explained. Well, it was the same as not explaining at all. Bayun could only say that Beckman wanted to test his shooting skills by shooting wine bottles. He apologized for the debris on the ground. So that's how it is. I'm glad you're all right. Then do you want to eat something too, Luffy? Bayun, knowing that they were just playing, Makina dispelled his worries and put a smile on his face again. It's no wonder that they shot directly in the tavern. That's great. Then, use my treasure to keep accounts. Luffy must have food, and replied with a smile, you kid are lying. Where did the treasure come from? Shanks questioned. Luffy directly refuted the explanation. Nonsense, Bayun, and I will find a lot of treasures after becoming pirates, and I will pay the debt with money at that time. Bayun, you drag me into it, hee. I'm looking forward to it. Makina didn't know whether she was coaxing or really believed it, but she smiled happily. Thank you, Ms. Makina. You're welcome, Bayun. Enjoy. Makina served Luffy and Bayun a grilled steak. Over there, Luffy ate the grilled steak and chatted with Shanks again, still about Luffy wanting to go to sea together. Let's talk about it after we finish eating. Bayun didn't rush to eat, but stared at Beckman with a pair of eyes. Beckman was so perfunctory he had already decided to teach Bayun in his heart and was considering whether to take him on board. Bayun nodded slightly, then let's talk about it after we finish eating. The knife cut and the fork inserted, but before the meat was handed to his mouth, there was a bang, and the door of the tavern was kicked open, which scared Bayun. Turning around, it was indeed that person. Holding beer to the 4 emperors, stepping on the future pirate king. Killing more than 64 emperors. I am the only pirate king of the East China Sea. The king of bandits Sig kicked open the door of the tavern with his brothers. Bayun guessed that they would come and immediately looked in the direction of Luffy. Sure enough, chewing in his mouth and holding in his hands, Luffy had already eaten the rubber fruit as a dessert after dinner. Bayun had never tasted the taste of the fruit. The ability of the replica fruit was given directly by the system. However, he knew the reputation of the taste of the devil fruit. Luffy was a ruthless person who could eat it so indifferently. Excuse me. He, this is the pirate. It's the first time I see it. It looks so stupid. As the king of bandits, Sig is confident and mocked the red hair pirates. Everyone looked at them in confusion. Sig thought they were scared and walked straight to the bar. Squeezing next to Shanks, he didn't take Shanks seriously at all. We are bandits. We are not here to smash the place and rob today. Buy us 10 barrels of bar. Quite be polite. I'm very sorry, the wine has been sold out today, Makino replied a little nervously. That's strange. What are these pirates drinking? Are they drinking water? No, I mean, all the wine in the tavern is here, only these. Makina explained. Bayun continued to eat the grilled steak, and he had nothing to do. But sometimes, don't speak too early. Even disabled kids have something to drink. Do you pirates accept anyone? Ha ha ha. Looking at the sanger in front of him, Bayun didn't expect how he got to him. Kid, you're so young to be a pirate, I'm afraid you'll be scared to death on the battlefield. Look carefully, my head is worth 8 million Baileys, I'm the most wanted criminal. Like your captain, I've killed 56 of them. Don't be scared. Threatening children, satisfying yourself by belittling others, everyone knows what kind of people are. Bayun. I'm so scared. Putting down the knife and fork, Bayun said politely. You are so awesome. Our captain can't beat you. It's true that we can't beat you, but we can't beat the 800,000 and 40,498 billion. Since you are so awesome, can I ask you for help with something? Oh, you know what's your place, tell me what it is. Sig was very happy to be flattered. We are very short of money, can you exchange yourself for the bounty, and then give us the money? Quiet, Bayun said this, and the tavern suddenly became quiet. Then the red hair pirates laughed at him. Ha 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 ha. That's a good suggestion, Bayun. We are indeed short of money, ha ha ha. Chapter 9. You caught the wrong person. He came to play tricks on Bayun, but was played by Bayun instead. Sig's face turned red with anger, and he drew his knife and slashed at Bayun. Stinky brat, you're looking for death. As he drew his knife, the brothers behind him also drew their guns. Bayun didn't dodge. And Shanks' knife couldn't hit him. Beckman drew his gun and blocked the blade with the barrel. Hey, you can draw your sword against a child in a wheelchair. Besides, he's my apprentice. Beckman bit his cigarette and stared at Sig. Luffy also jumped off the chair immediately and wanted to save Bayun. Shanks grabbed him, but unexpectedly, Luffy's arm was stretched. The hand is stretched. Could it be you? Luffy was also panicked, with his mouth wide open. What's going on? Bayun was the calmest, while Sig and his group were confused. It's gone. The rubber fruit taken from the enemy ship is gone. What? Luffy immediately thought of the rubber fruit, picked up the box, and sure enough, it was empty. Then Luffy took out a picture album, pointed to the appearance of the rubber fruit on it and asked Luffy if he had eaten it. "Ah, I ate it as dessert. It's really disgusting," Luffy replied in a daze. Shanks held Luffy's face and said to him excitedly, "The rubber fruit is a secret treasure called the devil fruit. Those who eat it will become rubber people and will never learn to swim in their lifetime." "What, no way?" Luffy's jaw dropped to the ground, and he couldn't believe it. If he couldn't learn to swim, how could he be a pirate? "Enough!" Bang! It was a farce. Sig was ignored and was very angry. If it was any later, his lunch box would be cold. He pulled out a gun and shot Shanks. At the moment when Sig fired, Beckman shot Sig's arm with the gun body, and the bullet hit the ceiling. Shanks tightened his straw hat and stood up. He finally felt a little pressure from being a emperor. Since the gun has been fired, it's a gamble of life. "What?" Sigurd hadn't finished saying the word "what" before the group of brothers behind him were all knocked down by the members of the Red Hair Pirates in an instant. Sigurd's face changed instantly. He was stunned, sweating coldly, and he lost his previous confidence. "Asshole!" With a breath, Sigurd threw a smoke bomb. And the tavern was instantly filled with smoke. "Oops, it's a smoke bomb!" Everyone panicked. "Fuck, you caught the wrong person. Stop talking nonsense, you little brat." "Bayun! Aw damn brat!" The voices of Bayun, Sigurd, and Luffy came from the smoke. When the smoke dissipated, Luffy, Bayun and Sigurd were gone. "It's over. What if Luffy and Bayun are caught by accident?" Shanks grabbed his head in panic, but suddenly saw Bayun lying outside the tavern. "Bayun!" In the fog just now, Sig grabbed Bayun's collar, so Bayun would say that he had found the wrong person. But fate will not make mistakes. Luffy was worried about Bayun. With his potential bursting out, he would control his arms to grab Sig as soon as he ate the fruit, and then shrink and approach quickly. Then they were caught together. Sig held one under his armpit and ran out of the tavern door. Bayun would not sit and wait for death. The bracelet turned into a dagger and directly stabbed Sig. Sig felt pain and threw Bayun away and took Luffy away. "Bayun, are you okay?" Shanks and a group of people immediately rushed out of the tavern. Beckman, holding a cigarette in his mouth, pushed the wheelchair out and took Bayun to the wheelchair. "I'm fine at the dock." Sig took Luffy to the dock. Bayun immediately said that he was fine, pointing in the direction of the dock. Shanks nodded, immediately stood up and rushed towards the dock. Beckman spit out the cigarette butt, and the next second he pushed the wheelchair to catch up. At that speed, Bayun didn't expect that his first speeding in 18 years would be in a wheelchair. Not good. Arriving at the dock, Bayun saw from a distance that the Sea King had bitten off Sig and the boat. Luffy was floundering in the water in front of him. And the Sea King had noticed him. "Wow, River Hippo! Goo, someone help!" Shanks increased his speed again, rushed out in an instant, and walked in the air. Bayun could only see his afterimage. Thinking of Sig, who Luffy approached just to save him, how could Bayun just watch? The bracelet turned into a pistol, and without aiming, he raised his hand and shot out. Bang! Sparks burst out of the muzzle, and the bullet flew out with a rolling wave of air, hitting the Sea King's eyes accurately. Roar! The Sea King roared in pain and then dived back into the sea. And Shanks also went into the water, protecting Luffy in his arms. But, as I said just now, fate will not make mistakes. Bayun's bullet was a step slower, and Shanks' left arm was still bitten off. "Luffy, it's okay, don't cry if you are a man." But, Shanks, your hand. "It's just a small matter, but a handy, hope you're okay." We've over wawa. Leaning in Shanks' arms, Luffy's crying sounded throughout the dock. Bayun was moved, but still didn't understand why Shanks' arm was bitten off. Chapter 10 Inheritance. The time experiment about V50 mentioned earlier. The good news is that the experiment was successful. The bad news is that they are walking faster. In the blink of an eye, the 1-month stay of the Red Hair Pirates has passed. In the first half of the month, Bayun received special training from the cotters of the Red Hair Pirates. Then they went out to sea for half a month, just 1 month, and this time they came back to say goodbye. I will become the Pirate King. Luffy's excited voice rang out at the dock of Windmill Village. After a month, Shanks and his team will set sail again, and this time they will not return to Windmill Village. It's not that they will never come back, at least, they will not come back in a short time. The 1-year trip with Windmill Village as the base camp is over. Hee, are you going to surpass us? Then I'll leave this hat with you first. This is a hat I cherish very much. Next time we meet, you must give it back to me when you become an outstanding pirate. Famous scene. Shanks took off his straw hat and half squatted to put it on Luffy's head. This is called inheritance. Under the cover of the hat, little Luffy was already in tears. On the other side, Bayun and Beckman, who had spent half a month as a master and apprentice, watched this scene quietly. In the second half of the month, when Red Hair and the others left to go to sea, Bayun's legs had recovered, but the height of the little brat, standing next to Beckman, just reached his waist, which was a good position to poke. Moving his eyes away from Luffy and Shanks, Bayun looked up and exchanged glances with Beckman, then slowly lowered his eyes to look at the flintlock rifle Beckman had on his waist. What are you looking at? This is my tool for eating. What do you want to do, kid? Beckman blocked Bayun's sight. You kid really know how to choose. Bayun did not answer, turned his head, looked at Luffy and Shanks again, and then sighed slightly, as if he said nothing, but also seemed to say something. You kid. Beckman certainly knew that Bayun was pointing at him. After thinking about it, he took out a bullet from his trouser pocket. I call this the last bullet. The sea is mysterious and interesting, but it is also full of dangers. If you want to be a pirate, you will definitely have enemies. This bullet I give you. Either it is a shot to kill the enemy, or it is a desperate struggle in a dead end, or it is a quick death for yourself. It is very meaningful. Putting the bullet in Bayun's palm, Beckman explained the meaning of a pile of these bullets. Bayun glanced at the bullets in his hand, then looked up at Beckman. Thank you, master. But it's hard for you. You just picked up a bullet and thought of so many words to fool me. You are the only one who can talk, right? At the same age, can't you be like Luffy, crying and hugging my thighs to express your farewell feelings? Coming from Beckman's complaint. Look at others, how affectionate. Bayun glanced at Luffy, who was saying goodbye to Shanks and crying while talking. I'm not that hypocritical. Luffy. It's not that Luffy is hypocritical. Bayun has a 7-year-old body and an 18-year-old soul. If he were really the same age as Luffy, he would cry too. Weigh the anchor. Raise the sail. Set sail. Parting will always come. Bayun and Luffy stood at the dock and waved goodbye to Shanks and the others. When the ship turned, Bayun stretched out his hand and something flew towards Beckman. Beckman held a cigarette in one hand and quickly stretched out the other hand to hold it. When he opened his hand, he saw that it was a silver lighter. Looking at Bayun, the boy was smiling at him. Smoke less, master. Having spent half a month with Beckman, Bayun felt that he was almost smoked. Beckman smiled and asked, where did you get the money to buy it? Who said I bought it? I got it by accident, Bayun replied. Beckman was stunned, and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you really look like a pirate, ha ha ha. We are on the sea, waiting for you in the future. If you don't make some outstanding achievements, don't blame us for laughing at you. Shanks was also very happy, showing his white teeth. Yes, I must become an outstanding pirate next time we meet Luffy, Bayun. We will meet again. The voice echoed at the dock of Windmill Village and in the hearts of the two boys. The boat left them with a back view, slowly sailing towards the sunset and the distance. On the boat, Beckman looked at the lighter in his hand, flicked the half-smoked cigarette into the sea, took out another one, and lit it with this lighter. I don't know why, but this puff of cigarette was even more enjoyable. Look how happy you are, Shanks said. Who wouldn't be happy to have a good apprentice? And Luffy, I've known him for a year. These two guys will be successful. Beckman looked up at the sky and replied. Yet. After all, Luffy is exactly like me when I was a child. If there is Bayun to help him, it will be even more certain. Aren't these just miniature versions of you and me? Ha ha ha. Shanks suddenly found that Luffy and Bayun looked like him and Beckman. Beckman stretched his head back and quickly denied, how can I be similar to that good talker kid? Although he said so, he looked at the lighter again and smiled with relief. The companions also found it funny to see their vice-captain's appearance. No more talk. Let's have a party. Shanks held up his remaining pair of hands and announced the news of the party. The companions cheered in agreement. The red hair pirates are a party professional. Some words are good. Whitebeard is getting a son. Kaido is making artificial fruits. Big Mom is creating a world of nations. Red Hair is having a party. Chapter 11. I am the man who wants to be the Pirate King. During the half-month he spent with the Red Hair Pirates, Bayun discovered that the replica fruit had a flaw. If a person has multiple abilities, such as fruit ability, physical skills, gun skills, swordsmanship, armed color, and observation color, overlord color cannot be replicated. Then, if Bayun wants to replicate, he can only replicate one ability. And as mentioned earlier, after replicating, it can only be used once. Technical abilities are okay after replicating once, you can directly get started. Fruit abilities are not good if you want to use them again after replicating, you have to replicate them again. And there is one that is outside these two results, that is, the physical condition. No matter how good the skills and abilities are, they need a good physical condition to support them. Bayun was given a weak and sick buff by the system. If he exercises by himself, it will take too much time. So, he will probably be with Luffy in the future, going out to sea, always replicating Luffy's physique, using it once and then again. After all, in the world of pirates, who has a stronger physique, aura, than Luffy? He is simply an indestructible cockroach. And in the past half-month, what abilities Bayun has replicated for the replica of the Red Hair Pirates is a later story, which is the capital for his adventure in the future. I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King. In Makina's hotel, Luffy stood on the center table and shouted out his ideal wishes. He also wanted to pull Bayun up with him, but Bayun refused. Why? The tavern was silent for 3 seconds, and then there was a burst of laughter. Makina also looked at Luffy with a doting look on his face, not caring at all that he stood on the table. Ha ha ha, little Luffy really has ideals. Ha ha ha, do you have that ability, little Luffy? The sea is extremely dangerous. Of course, I've become a rubber man. Although I've been a landlubber all my life, I'm very powerful, and Bayun has also agreed to be my partner. He's very strong. Luffy opened his mouth with both hands and showed the ability of the rubber fruit. Really? Then we support you if you become the Pirate King. Our village will also benefit. Ha 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 ha. The villagers in the village treat Luffy very well. Benefit? What's the benefit of being a pirate? Although it's incredible to become a rubber man, so what? I've said many times that I won't let you go. Pirates, Luffy, don't let the town be tainted. Although the captain is quite reasonable, but don't associate with him in the future. The old mayor, wearing a striped hat and striped pants, with a hard mouth and a soft heart, appeared, knocking the ground with a cane in his hand, and expressed his strong disapproval of Luffy's idea of piracy. Luffy didn't listen at all, covering his ears and sticking out his tongue, looking like he hated preaching. When the mayor finished speaking, Luffy immediately replied, I don't care. I will definitely become the Pirate King. You tell, what do you want to be? Luffy. Like the voice of a devil, Luffy obviously forgot that today is the day when Garp came back. Bayun also forgot about the days of the fruit. These days, he has been studying the fruit ability. The voice was like a spell. Luffy seemed to be cursed to become a puppet. He turned his head hard and saw Garp standing at the door of the tavern in a black suit. Grandpa, I Luffy felt a little guilty, because Garp's fist was not empty, but Luffy felt the hat behind him, and he didn't know why he felt confident. I am the man who wants to be the Pirate King. Garp's forehead immediately showed a well-shaped sign. Good boy, you don't hide it in front of me, right? Garp slowly walked into the tavern and walked to Luffy. Everyone in the tavern was quiet and looked at them. Looking at Luffy, then Garp quickly moved his eyes to Bayun. Bye boy. Didn't I tell you to watch Luffy and let him hang out with the red-haired guys? Bayun felt guilty. He wished Luffy would hang out with Shanks and the others. Not knowing how to answer, Bayun chose to play dumb and climbed onto the table to stand with Luffy, raising Luffy's hand. Luffy will definitely become the Pirate King. I support him. We will get the great treasure. Luffy smiled happily. Of course he was happy when someone supported him. Garp's face darkened instantly, and the tic-tac-toe appeared on his face. You two stinky boys. Damn, it hurts. Why does it hurt when I'm a rubber body? Let me go, Grandpa. On the mountain road of Mount Corpo, Garp held a little kid in each hand. He held Bayun in his left hand, Luffy in his right hand, and he was carrying nothing on his back. Garp pulled Luffy's half-face and lifted him up. Luffy kept hitting Garp's thigh with his hand to show his resistance, but Bayun didn't dare to resist. He knew that he should go to Dadan's house next. Garp said ruthlessly. You two brats, Pirate King, great secret treasure. You've been brainwashed by that red-haired guy. It's a mistake to leave you in the unreliable windmill village. I thought you would be more sensible, but I forgot that you're also a brat. Since you have good fruit ability, I let you stay. I didn't expect you to be brainwashed. You and Luffy, Ace can only become excellent navy in the future. Bayun, yes, you are right. Chapter 12 Ace, Dadan's family. Bang bang bang. Come out, Dadan. Garp knocked hard on the wooden door of Dadan's family. 3 people immediately walked out of the house, and the leader was of course the pillar of the family, Fist Saint Dadan. And there were 2 people standing beside her. One was tall and had a coxcomb hairstyle, named Megura. The other was thin and had a pair of fish-like eyes, named Dogura. There were other people from Dadan's family in the room. They were irrelevant, so they were called passers-by. A, B, C, D. Mr. Garp, please forgive me. Ace is already 10 years old. We can't take care of him. Take him away. After Dadan came out, she complained before Garp opened his mouth. She wanted Garp to take Ace away. She didn't know that Garp not only didn't take him away, but also sent 2 more. Before Garp answered, Dadan saw Luffy and Bayun. She was scared when she saw children. Hey, who are these 2 guys? Hello, my name is Bayun, this is Luffy. Luffy is Mr. Garp's grandson, and I am a freeloader. If nothing goes wrong, the 2 of us should live with you for a while in the future. Bayun bowed slightly, and Dadan was stunned for a moment. She was quite polite as a child, but she was not calm after hearing the rest. Immediately looked at Garp, and Garp nodded, indicating that what Bayun said was true. And plus Mr. Garp's grandson and a very polite little brat. Mr. Garp, please spare us. Dadan began to beg for mercy. 1 ace was enough. And now there are 2 more. Will they let people live? Garp didn't want people to live and threatened Dadan with a smile, asking them whether they would go to jail or raise the children. Dadan complained immediately. Although she didn't want to be arrested, she sometimes felt that jail was more comfortable than this. 1 ace was enough, and now there are 2 more. She was really resistant. We didn't know how naughty Ace was when he was a child, so naughty that Dadan and the others were like this. And just when Garp and Dadan were communicating, Luffy noticed Ace, who came back and pulled Bayun over. Little Ace sat on his trophy, a dead bison, carrying a bloody water pipe, and stared at Luffy and Bayun with a pair of gloomy eyes. As soon as they met, they presented a greeting gift, 2 mouthfuls of spit. Luffy was spit on the face stupidly. Hey, saliva so dirty. Who are you? Although Bayun is not a germaphobe, he doesn't like to be spit on his face, so he dodged it by turning sideways. Seeing that he was dodged, Ace said, How can I bear it? I will continue to spit. Then Bayun continued to dodge. Still spitting. Then keep hiding. Oh, Ace. Oh, Ace, you're back. Seeing that the adults over there had noticed, Ace stopped shooting bullets at Bayun, and glared at him before giving up. Garp came over and introduced Luffy and Bayun. This is Ace, who is 3 years older than you. You will live together for a while from now on, so get along well. Garp said it lightly, but Luffy looked at Ace angrily because he was spit on just now. Dadan also exclaimed. Is this matter decided? Do you have any objections? Garp's tone became more serious. Then we will take care of it. Dadan said that they were not cowards, but knew the situation. I hate bandits the most. Luffy's impression of bandits was all Sig's gang, and he said it without scruples in front of Dadan's family. Who cares about you, you little brat? If you don't want to stay here, just get out and go to the wilderness. Dadan was very unkind and shouted at Luffy. And the younger brother around him hurriedly persuaded him. Luffy didn't care, but drooled at the sight of Ace biting meat in big mouthfuls. My rice is not enough, I also want to eat meat. Bayun smiled helplessly, and took one of the 2 pieces of meat in the bowl and gave it to Luffy. This was the treatment he got because he was a chef. Ace also had a slightly better impression of Bayun because of his cooking skills, but he still hated him. Luffy immediately smiled. Dadan explained the survival rules of Dadan's house viciously. Ace can eat meat because it is the buffalo he hunted back. He handed over part of the prey before I allowed him to eat. As for Bayun, it is because of his good cooking skills that he took on the job of chef and had meat to eat. The bandits are in a bad state now. From tomorrow on, you will work hard for me, sweep the floor, wash clothes, polish shoes, polish weapons, plus steal, plunder, cheat, and kill people. Really tough. I don't know why Garp thinks the atmosphere here is better than that of Windmill Village. Pointing at Luffy's nose, Dadan shouted while eating meat, and his words were timid. Listen, you must never tell Garp what you do here. The gentleman in front of me and the guy behind me are real. You can only eat 1 bowl of rice and 1 glass of water a day, and you have to take care of the rest by yourself and support yourself. To be honest, if Bayun, who is the same age now, is asked and treated like this in the orphanage in his world, he might cry and then starve to death on the street one day. But who is Luffy? He is a person who never loses. Got it. Luffy replied calmly, and Bayun nodded indifferently. Dadan fell down, and failed to establish her authority. What's right? You should be crying now. Chapter 13 The First Battle with Ace. Dadan failed to establish her authority. Compared with her, Luffy and Bayun felt that Garp was much more terrifying. After dinner, Ace silently picked up the water pipe and walked out of the house. Luffy noticed it and put down the bowl, immediately pulled Bayun and followed him. Bayun said, You have finished eating, but I haven't. Hey. And Dadan, who just wanted Luffy to get out fiercely, was concerned about where they were going. Hey, where are you going? Let's go out and see, we will come back safely, Ms. Dadan. Bayun replied. Dadan took a bite of meat and complained, the little brat is just annoying ladies, but he is still polite. Hey, my name is Luffy. I'm not angry about you spitting at us just now. Let's be friends. Luffy recalled what Shanks taught him, that some trivial matters are not worth getting angry about, and waved to Ace to make friends with him. Bayun didn't think so. If someone spit on his face, how could he not beat him up? Of course. He had to be strong enough to do it. Ace turned around and stared at Bayun and Luffy. He hated these 2 sudden uninvited guests. He stretched out his leg and kicked a tree thicker than Luffy and broke it, and rolled it down. Is this something a 10-year-old can do? Bayun was shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. If he kicked it, it would break. It must be his feet. Seeing the tree coming, Bayun swung his arm, and the bracelet on his wrist immediately turned into a long whip and wrapped around the branch. With his other hand, he held Luffy's waist, and the 2 swung up and avoided the giant tree without any danger. This is Bayun and monster, the musician in the Red Hair Pirates, who learned the forest survival swing from the monkey. Bayun led Luffy to avoid the rolling tree. Ace saw this scene, and he suddenly became interested in Bayun's sudden conjuration of a long whip. Walking down the hillside, how did you do it? Little Ace stared at Bayun with a cold face and asked for some reason. Bayun always felt like laughing. It's just a little trick that's not good enough. Ace's eyelids twitched seeing that Bayun refused to speak. It was easy, just fight. He silently took down the water pipe behind him. It's okay if you don't say it, let's fight. Thinking of how Ace kicked the tree to pieces just now, Bayun thought, I'll never fight with you, goodbye. That's not good. Ace didn't care and swung the water pipe directly. Luffy immediately stood in front of Bayun. Don't bully Bayun. Then he was swung to the side by a stick. Fortunately, blunt objects have no effect on Luffy. Bayun. Since we're here, if Bayun doesn't use his ability again, with his own physical fitness, this stick will definitely break his arm. But he didn't expect his first battle to be with Ace. His eyes suddenly opened, and Bayun first copied Ace's physical GE. His hands were not idle, the bracelet instantly turned into a long stick. This was learned from Hongo, the ship doctor of the Red Hair Pirates. He is a master of weapons and is most proficient in stick fighting. Here is a little known fact, the stick fighting used by another coder, Remzus, was also taught by Hongo. Dang! Bayun blocked Ace's water pipe with a stick in one hand, and a sound of steel collision resounded through the forest. You are really not simple. Whether it is this magic or strength, they are all good, much better than that kid. Ace said with a smile, meeting the second. He was very happy that he had found someone who could fight him. Bayun smiled back, but he was really mad in his heart. His arm was numb after being hit so hard. Using vision to replicate can only replicate 40% to 50% of the strength. Using 40% of Ace's strength to fight Ace, isn't it a sure loss? But Bayun didn't want to use the times he replicated the Red Hair Pirates members on Ace, who would become his own sooner or later. This was a guarantee for going out to sea in the future. So, Bayun took the opportunity to grab Ace's palm, and Ace immediately pulled it out. What do you mean? Replicating by touching can replicate 60% of the strength. Bayun didn't answer, and replicated 60% of Ace's physique to fight him. Attack the lower plate. Bayun took the initiative to attack, a downward sweep. Ace reacted quickly and jumped up immediately, holding the water pipe with both hands and smashing it down. This force, the sound of breaking through the air was very clear, and Bayun's head would be split open. Bayun did not want to compete with him in strength, so he stepped back to avoid it. The water pipe hit the ground with a bang, and the ground cracked. Bayun swallowed his saliva. What a hatred and hatred! He did not have time to feel emotional. Ace attacked again. In the forest, the sound of steel colliding continued. Bayun's strength was not as good as Ace, and Ace's skills were not as good as Bayun. The two of them were unable to tell who would win for a while. And Luffy was also very disciplined on the side. He did not help, but kept shouting for Bayun to cheer up. But as time passed, Bayun's physical strength was lost quickly, and he was gradually at a disadvantage. Ace felt it and was excited. Victory was in sight. But suddenly he was not excited anymore. Chapter 14 Uncertainty Terminal. As he fought with Ace, Bayun's physical strength was gradually lost and he was at a disadvantage. This would not work. He took advantage of the force to step back, and the long stick in his hand turned into a flintlock. Ace was stunned by the muzzle of the gun. Bayun said, "Sir, times have changed." He didn't want to point the gun at Ace, but if he continued like this, he would be hit by Ace sooner or later, and then have to recover for another month. Who? After stabilizing Ace, Bayun took back the flintlock gun while panting. You won, Ace, stop fighting. Bayun was really tired, let's destroy it. Hey, that bracelet. Ace was also tired. But not as tired as Bayun at the same time. He was also a genius with sharp eyes. After 3 bracelet changes, he found that Bayun had multiple weapons because of the bracelet on his wrist. Yes. No matter whether we win or lose today, it's a draw. Although your physical strength is a little worse, it's still okay for a girl. Ace carried the water pipe back to his shoulder and replied coolly. Bayun had a lot of questions in his head. Who is a girl? Bayun was an orphan in his own world. He came out of the orphanage and started working on his own when he became an adult in order to save money. He usually didn't cut his hair. He cut it once every 2 years and kept it for 2 years. When he traveled back to his childhood, his hair didn't change. He now had a ponytail, so Ace thought he was a girl. I'm a boy. Bayun replied. After reacting, Ace exclaimed. Then your physical strength is too poor. Ace complained, Bayun thought. So you are very brave. How can ordinary children compare with you? But this strength is enough. I admit you. If you want to follow me, follow me. Ace turned around and continued to go to his meeting with Sabo. Bayun glanced at Luffy and followed him. Luffy followed immediately. But the beasts on the road were fierce and the terrain was complicated, so Luffy soon couldn't keep up. Seeing his good friend being taken away by others, little Luffy was still a little disappointed. Ah! Bayun, I will definitely catch up with you and bring you back. Hearing Luffy's shout from behind, Bayun sweated. Why did he seem like the kind of woman whose current boyfriend had no money and ran away with a rich man? You go first, Ace. Wait for that kid. If he doesn't even have the ability to cross the forest by himself, why should he follow me to the terminal of uncertain objects? Ace said disdainfully, not taking Luffy, the little weak chicken, seriously at all. Ace. How long did it take you to cross the forest before? Bayun smiled, which was always polite. 1 month. Ace said calmly. Well, how about we make a bet? Let's bet whether Luffy can also pass through the forest within a month. If I lose, I'll give you this bracelet. If you lose, just try to accept Luffy. How about it, do you dare to bet? Bayun held the bracelet in front of Ace and made a bet. What kind of bracelet can't be taken off? Ace didn't know. Ace looked at the bracelet. What's there to be afraid of? Let's bet. I hope you won't regret losing such a good weapon. Bayun took back his hand and smiled. Don't underestimate Luffy, he is a very tough person. Then let's meet at the uncertain terminal in a month. Ace was confident, and so was Bayun. He turned back to Luffy and prepared to go through the forest with him. Of course, he would not break the bet. Luffy. Just when Luffy was dizzy, Bayun came back. Luffy looked up and saw him, and immediately smiled. Ah, Bayun, I'm lost. Me too. Luffy. Ace just said something like, if we can cross the forest within a month, he will try to be friends with us. We have to work hard. Bayun knows Luffy's character. If he sets a goal for him, he will work hard towards that goal, except when he becomes a marine. Really, then we have to work hard. Let's go. We can't let Ace look down on us. Luffy was full of energy and walked in front. Bayun followed with a smile. A brat is a brat. However, the starting point is safe and confident, but the obstacles that follow slowly wear down their confidence. Broken suspension bridge. Twistful road. Huge beast. Bayun copied the road all the way. Flying physique, otherwise it is guaranteed to be gone halfway. In this way, the sun and the moon kept changing. After Luffy and Bayun failed, they returned to Dadan's family, and then followed Ace out early in the morning. This happened every day. Unlocking new maps day by day, and returning with some injuries every day. Finally, on the last day of the 1-month bet, Luffy and Bayun perfectly followed Ace and passed through the forest. They came to the dark side of the Goa Kingdom, which is spotless and known as the most beautiful country in the East China Sea, and is made of garbage piles. Uncertainty Terminal. Chapter 15. Where is Bayun? Unwanted things are concentrated here, whether it is objects or people. Of course, this is a lawless area, there are no doctors, crime and disease are everywhere. There is a foul smell here all year round, and the piles of garbage spontaneously combust in the sun, and there is smoke all year round. This is the Uncertainty Terminal. Hey, it stinks, there is so much garbage, what is this place? After arriving, the stench made Luffy couldn't help but complain. I heard from Ace that this is called the Uncertainty Terminal. Bayun explained. He covered his nose tightly. Compared with the stench here, stinky tofu and canned herring are nothing. It was also an eye-opener, the first time to see such a large garbage dump. Suddenly, Luffy noticed the figure of Ace in front of him, and immediately rushed out, wanting to prove himself to Ace. Bayun immediately followed. Luffy, wait for me. But not long after Bayun ran out, his feet suddenly sank and fell into a hole under the garbage. Fuck, what the hell? But Luffy didn't hear it, he was anxious to prove himself to Ace. On a big tree, Ace and Sabo counted the money they had earned over the years. This was the money they would use to buy pirate ships in the future. Pirate ship? Do you want to be pirates too? Ha ha ha. Hearing that Ace had the same wish as himself, Luffy shouted happily, but this scared Ace and Sabo, and they immediately jumped down from the tree. Tisk, it's just the last day, you caught up, what a pity. Ace looked at Luffy and Bayun and said with a little disappointment. This is the Luffy and Bayun you mentioned. Sabo also said. Of course, Bayun and I are very powerful, so we can be friends now, right? Your name is Sabo, you are Ace's friend. So can we be friends too? Luffy said with a grin. Sabo did not answer, but pulled Luffy around. What should I do, Ace? The secret has been discovered by them. Well, although I am very sorry, I can only silence you. I agree, Sabo replied. Then you deal with Bayun, and I'll deal with Luffy. Ace divided the work, and the two turned their heads immediately. Ace grabbed Luffy's neck, and Sabo grabbed him. Where are the people? Hey, Ace, where is the one called Bayun? Ace reacted, yes, Bayun. Yes, where is Bayun? Luffy also reacted, why is Bayun gone? Bayun, I really thank you for still remembering me. Bayun is gone. Luffy panicked at this moment. Bayun and them were separated. But before he could find Bayun, the gangster that Ace robbed the money from came with Purse Hemi, a member of the Blue Sauce Pirates. That money was actually the protection fee for the Blue Sauce Pirates. Ace and Sabo immediately hid in the bushes, but they forgot one person, Luffy. Let me go. Ace, Bayun. Help. Luffy was Pulse Hemi, held it in his hand and sent out a distress signal. Ace and Sabo immediately lowered their heads to avoid being discovered. When Pulse Hemi heard the name Ace, wasn't it the name of the kid who robbed him of his money? Kid, do you know Ace? Where is he? Luffy realized that he couldn't betray his friend, and immediately pursed his lips to indicate that he didn't know. I don't know, Epsilon. But this acting is too bad. Pulse Hemi saw that he didn't speak, so he took him away and would make him speak. Sabo and Ace jumped out when they saw that people had left. The first thing they cared about was not Luffy but the treasure. Move the treasure quickly, hurry up. It's only a matter of time before Luffy speaks. They didn't believe that Luffy, at such a young age, could withstand Porchemy's interrogation. On the other side, Bayun struggled to climb out of the garbage hole, and his whole body was already full of stench. Damn! So unlucky. Where can we find Luffy and the others? Bayun was confused as he looked at the endless garbage dump, the terminal of uncertain objects. Luffy, Ace, and Sabo met for the first time. Oh no, Porchemy incident. After Ace's death in the anime Mariner War, the Luffy brothers flashback chapter was opened. Bayun remembered Ace's death very clearly. Luffy was captured and tortured by Porchemy, the coder of the pirate group, and then he was accepted by Ace and Sabo. Because he did not reveal the location of Ace and Sabo, the three brothers were officially formed. But where can I find them? Bayun was worried, but he didn't know how to move his feet. At this time, a homeless man from the uncertain terminal came over, and Bayun asked bravely. Excuse me, do you know where Ace and Sabo are? The homeless man glanced at Bayun. What a little brat, get out. Bayun didn't have time to waste since he didn't want to drink the toast. He didn't drink it. The bracelet instantly turned into a flintlock rifle holding the gun. Bayun's eyes became cold and asked. I'll ask again. Do you know where Ace and Sabo are? The tramp's legs went limp as the gun pointed at him, and he pointed in a direction tremblingly. Bayun immediately put away his gun and ran in that direction. Chapter 16 Bullets Don't Have Eyes. After receiving the friendly directions from the tramp, he realized that there were still many good people in the world, so Bayun immediately headed in the direction of Ace and Sabo. When he arrived, he couldn't see anyone, as Ace and Sabo had already moved their treasure. But Bayun's practice of marksmanship made his eyesight very good, and he noticed the vague figures of Ace and Sabo on a hillside not far away. Bayun immediately rushed over again, almost going crazy, only to see Ace and Sabo burying their treasures on the hillside, and first replicated their physiques and then slowly said, Ace! Where's Luffy? After replicating, Bayun shouted, and Ace and Sabo were startled again. Bayun! Luffy has been captured by Porchemy, a member of the Blue Pirates. Where is he, son? I'm asking you. In which direction? Bayun yelled. If he was any slower now, he would hit Luffy with one more punch. You, that's a real pirate, he kills without blinking an eye. Sabo couldn't help but interrupt, reminding Bayun that if he went there, he would be fighting against real pirates, not gangsters. I'm asking you the direction. Why do you think Luffy will definitely betray you? I just went to your original treasure hiding place, and there was no one. Luffy hasn't betrayed you. Until now Bayun was very excited, although if he put himself in his shoes, he really didn't believe that Luffy could withstand the torture, but now he was in his shoes. Bayun's words shocked Ace and Sabo. They didn't expect Luffy to withstand it. He didn't betray them after being tortured just now. They wanted to silence him. Hurry up and tell me, you little brat. Porchemy, wearing spiked gloves, punched Luffy continuously, and Luffy almost became a bloody man. But he still didn't say anything. Bayun, who came over, saw Luffy like this, and felt sad and angry. Stop! Sabo and Ace took the lead in the charge with water pipes. Porchemy was happy to see Ace and the others appear on their own initiative, and he didn't have to be punished by the captain. If you come to me on your own initiative, I don't have to look for you. Return the money quickly. Porchemy grabbed Ace's head with his tall stature. He could grab Ace's head with one hand. Sabo hit him on the head directly from behind. Rescue Ace. Bayun took the opportunity to go around and rescue Luffy. Bayun, it hurts. Luffy said with tears. Bayun nodded with heartache. I know, I'm sorry I'm late, but remember to check if your partner is behind you in the future. Bayun was angry as he spoke. If you had pulled me out of the garbage pit, this wouldn't have happened. Bringing Luffy to the retreat. Bayun looked at Porchemy, who was fighting with Ace and Sabo. He was a real pirate, several times taller than the two. After this, Ace and Sabo were already injured, but Porchemy was not without wounds. Hey! Bayun exhaled, raised his arm, and a flintlock appeared, aiming at Porchemy's head. In the end, Bayun still didn't hit Porchemy's head. If he didn't kill him, Porchemy's captain wouldn't let him go, so he quickly adjusted the muzzle. Bang! The bullet hit Porchemy's right arm accurately. Ugh! This shot made the scene quiet immediately. Porchemy, Ace, and Sabo all looked at Bayun. Bayun looked coldly, thinking of Luffy's appearance, and shot Porchemy's left foot again. Ah! This time, Porchemy couldn't help but scream. Come back! Bayun shouted and called Ace and Sabo back to their senses. Sabo and Ace were children after all. It was not the first time they saw guns, but it was the first time that someone younger than them fired a gun. Don't chase us! Otherwise the bullets will not have eyes. Bayun warned Porchemy's men, and then carried Luffy, Ace, Sabo, and others and began to retreat. The four fled to the bottom of Ace and Sabo's new treasure. After Bayun bandaged Ace and Sabo, he focused on Luffy, who was the most seriously injured. Of course, he also learned medical skills in his hometown. Ace and Sabo looked at Bayun's back and were very curious for a moment, why Bayun knew everything. Bayun, who are you? You are so skilled in bandaging. You have such a magical weapon. He can use a gun, and he's very accurate. Ace couldn't help asking. Bayun stopped his hand movements, slowly turned around and looked at the two people, sighing. Alas! Actually, I'm a person trained by a killer organization. We will select children with strength and talent to join, and help them train for free to strengthen their strength. Bayun emphasized the word free. And then continued with a smile. You are very talented. You can fight against pirates at such a young age. What do you think? Do you want to join? Ace and Sabo were stunned. Who doesn't want the opportunity to improve their strength for free? Really? Bayun's smile disappeared instantly. Fake. There is no free lunch in the world. Chapter 17. Enjoy when you should enjoy. Woo woo woo, wow, woo woo woo. Bayun helped Luffy bandage, and Luffy cried. Bayun didn't mind if it were him. With this injury, he would not only cry, but also scream earth-shaking. But Ace was very upset. He was fooled by Bayun. Now he was getting more and more impatient when he heard Luffy crying. Stop crying! Luffy immediately pursed his lips and stopped crying. He looked a little funny. Bayun finally tied a bow on Luffy's arm and bandaged it. Luffy sat down and bowed to the three people. Thank you for saving me. Thank you Bayun, Ace, Sabo. Seeing Luffy like this, Ace became even more angry. He knew that it was because of him that Luffy was caught. Although he wanted to follow him, he was also angry why Luffy didn't say it out and had to be beaten like that. Is this concern or blame? It's Tsundere. Tell the truth, why don't you say it out? That's a pirate who kills without blinking an eye. But if you say it out, we can't be friends anymore. Luffy replied, tears streaming down his face. It's better to not be friends than to die. Why do you want to be friends with me so much? Ace yelled over. He didn't understand. Because Bayun and I can only rely on you. We hate bandits, and we can't go back to Windmill Village. I can only look for you, right? Luffy also yelled back. These two brothers. Bayun put his hand on Luffy's head, and he got involved with me like this. I don't want to rely on this rude kid now. Forget it, you have the final say, Luffy. Ace was stunned. And recalled in his mind that people's thoughts on the descendants of the Pirate King were all bad words. Being so valued, he felt very confused. He had never felt this way before, and might be a little happy. But at the same time, he is also a Tsundere. Really, but I still hate a delicate kid like you. Luffy heard it and quarreled with him with his teeth bared. Bayun shook his head, ignored them, and looked at Sabo. You've offended the real pirates, so you may not be able to stay in this garbage mountain. Go to Dadan's family together. I suggest that you bury the treasure in the forest. There are always people on this garbage mountain. It will be funny if someone digs it up one day. Bayun couldn't tell Sabo directly that the Uncertainty Terminal would be burned later and their treasures would be burned to ashes. At the same time, he was thinking that the burning of the Uncertainty Terminal was inevitable. He couldn't stop the arrival of the Celestial Dragons. Nor could he stop the group of flattering nobles from burning down the Uncertainty Terminal to please the Celestial Dragons. The cancer of this world is not only those pirates who kill innocent people, burn, kill and loot, but the biggest one is those Celestial Dragons, those so-called nobles who don't treat people as human beings. Why we have been hiding for so many years without any problems? Sabo asked. After this incident, the Blue Chan pirates will definitely conduct a carpet search, so it's better to be careful. Bayun replied. Well, what Bayun said is not without reason. Ace supported Luffy's face with one hand, nodded, and agreed with Bayun's proposal. Okay, then we will start to move now and then leave. If we are slow, we may be caught up by the Blue Chan pirates. Sabo also agreed, walked up the hillside, and began to move the treasure. Back to Dadan's family. Dadan saw another little kid and almost fainted on the spot. Ace, Bayun, Luffy. What's wrong with you? And who is this kid? Sabo introduced himself. Bayun didn't have time to care about them, and went straight into the house and the bathroom. He felt like he was fished out of a cesspool, and if he didn't wash it, it would taste good. Comfortable. After cleaning up, Bayun lay directly in the bathtub, feeling that his body and mind were cleansed. The burning of the uncertain terminal station can't be stopped. At least we can do something about Sabo. I don't know if stopping him and making him lose the opportunity to join the revolutionaries is good or bad. Oh, I'm so tired. If it doesn't work, I'll just use all the trump cards of the replica red hair pirates. I'll talk about it later. Put your thoughts behind you. People can't think all the time. Working will kill people. Rest when you need to rest and enjoy when you need to enjoy. But just as Bayun closed his eyes, the sound of footsteps came. Bayun opened his eyes and saw 3 white-haired boys running over. He jumped up and was about to get into the bathtub. Bayun immediately stood up, and the bracelet turned into a long stick, and sent the 3 people back with 1 stick. You 3. Go to the bathtub and wash yourself first. Also, Luffy, you are so injured and you still touch the water, you are going to die, right? Just wipe it with a towel. Yes. The 3 of them immediately bowed their heads like apologize. Popo. Sabo and Ace went over there to wash. Bayun stood up, put his bathrobe on his waist, took a woolen towel and said the towel wiped Luffy's back. Thank you, Bayun. We are partners, aren't we? Ha ha ha, yes, we are partners. Luffy and Bayun were talking warmly. Suddenly, Bayun's back was splashed and he was drenched. The atmosphere was ruined. Stay away, don't get hurt by mistake, Luffy. Luffy showed a question mark. Bayun turned around. And the bracelet turned into a water gun Gatling. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, 1 breath 3600 turns. Accept the Buddha's light to wash fool. That day, Dadan could hear it clearly in the lobby outside, thinking that there was a fight in the bathroom. Chapter 18 Luffy's Dream. The water flows eastward, the leaves fall, and the time passes quietly and slowly. Ace, Sabo, Bayun, and Luffy live together in the Dadan family these days. They are fighting against the beasts in the forest, the bad youths in the town, the villains in the garbage mountain, and the pirates in the bay. Day after day, their reputation has even been heard by the nobles in the center of Gao town. The days are very fulfilling and exciting, but life will not always be peaceful, and the tests that fate should bring will always come. That day, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy went to the town. Bayun did not go in their saving money activities. Bayun sometimes went and sometimes did not go, although it was very exciting. It was also tiring. Originally, I wanted to take a good lunch break, but because of the newspaper in Dadan's hand, Bayun could not sleep at all. Dogula, Magura, Goa, what is it? Dadan asked with a cigarette in his mouth and a newspaper in his hand. Fish-Eye Dogula explained that Mount Corpo, the Garbage Mountain, and the Windmill Village were all territories of the Kingdom of Goa, but the king did not care about the dirty places outside the walls. His kingdom should be spotless. Bayun turned sideways, thinking that Dadan didn't even know where you lived. But Dadan's next words made Bayun stand up. This country is going to have a guest, and it seems to be a big shot. The front page of the newspaper, making a fuss, is it that powerful? Those people called Tian Longren. What? Bayun stood up and shouted. Scared? You scared me. You suddenly got sick. Dadan was startled and complained. Bayun ignored him, quickly flashed over, and snatched the newspaper from Dadan's hand. Descendants of the Creator. The world's nobles, the celestial dragons, will inspect the most beautiful country in the East China Sea, the Kingdom of Goa, in a month. The largest page on the newspaper reported this matter, especially the descendants of the Creator. These words were so big that even a blind person could almost see them. What's wrong? Are you so surprised? Is it serious? Dadan knew that Bayun was a polite child. This was the first time he had snatched a newspaper directly. Is it so serious? Very serious. But it doesn't matter about our Mount Corpo. Bayun replied. That's it, it's okay even if it collapses outside. Dadan said with a smile it didn't matter about her Mount Corpo. Bayun didn't answer, and immediately ran out to find Sabo. If he was caught by his father, that would be a problem. After running away from Dadan's family, Bayun rushed to the safest way to the garbage mountain. But under a tree on the edge of a cliff halfway, he saw Ace, Sabo and Luffy. Ace and Luffy blocked Sabo behind him and leaned against the tree trunk. Bayun saw this situation and thought it was too late. Sabo's noble father had already discovered him. Speak up, Sabo. What secrets can we have? Speak up. Ace and Luffy pressed on. Bayun also came over at this time. Sabo was like seeing a savior. Bayun. Look at them both, always interrogating me. What secrets do I have? Bayun looked at him, still pretending, and walked to Ace and Luffy and joined them. Just tell me, Sabo. Sabo was stunned. He thought you were here to save me, but you were here to add fuel to the fire. Tell me, be careful or I'll beat you up. Seeing him like this, Ace, who had a bad temper, couldn't help it and directly grabbed Sabo's neck. Luffy also helped to make Sabo tell the truth. He'll tell you, I'll tell you. Ace, son of a noble. Luffy, who? Sabo, me. So what? Ace and Luffy replied. Digging their noses with their little fingers, they thought there was nothing to hide. Didn't you tell me? Sabo shouted with a grin. Who was he pushing to death just now? Now he looks so indifferent. But then Sabo changed his face again and said with a hint of loneliness. I lied to you, sorry. Luffy never cares about these things. Since you apologized, I'll forgive you. Ace walked to the edge of the cliff and looked at the sea side by side with Bayun. But this matter really surprised me, Sabo. Since you are a noble, why did you go to the garbage mountain? You should know that those nobles regard the people in the garbage mountain as the same as the garbage under their feet. I'm different from them. Sabo immediately retorted. Although I have parents, I am still alone. They only like someone who can give them power and wealth. If I can't marry the daughter of the royal family, I will be useless in their eyes. You tribe compared to that suffocating Jajan. Compared to the decades of life that are arranged in the future, I feel that my current life is much better. Life with you. Bayun turned around and looked at Sabo. For a freedom-loving person like Sabo, the identity of a noble is not a shackle. So. Ace, Luffy, Bayun. We must go to sea, leave this country, go free. I want to see this vast world and record it in a book. Learning the knowledge of sailing is not painful for me at all. Let's become stronger, become a real pirate. Sabo also ran to the coast and shouted his ideal to the sea. Ace smiled, hee, you don't need to say this. Even if people all over the world don't recognize my existence, even if they all hate me, I will become a great pirate and make them look at me with admiration. After Sabo, Ace's next Ace's wish is to get rid of the title of son of the Pirate King and become a pirate who surpasses Roger. After Ace and Sabo, Bayun looked at Luffy. In the anime, it is not clear what Luffy's dream is here. Bayun is very curious. It will make Ace stunned and Sabo laugh. It will make Ace feel sorry for not being able to see when he is dying. In Rayleigh's memory, Shanks said that Luffy's dream is the same as Roger's. This dream makes Whitebeard feel childish. What will it be? Luffy saw that Ace and Sabo both shouted out their ideals with great ambition, and he couldn't fall behind. He put his hands on his waist and shouted to the sea. Hee, okay. Then Chapter 19, Brotherhood Wine. Then I want to be the Pirate King. I want to get the great treasure, buy the whole world, and hold a worldwide banquet. I want the whole world to have meat to eat, and people all over the world to get along well. It would be best if there were no annoying bandits. Well, it would be okay to be like Dadan and the others. What? I thought you were going to say something. Sure enough, you are really funny, Luffy. Ace and Sabo were shocked but also found it funny. They still didn't expect Luffy to have such a big ideal, to buy the whole world. Hold a world-class banquet. In the end, he still wanted to eat. Bayun was also stunned. Luffy's dream. I can only say that it's worthy of him. It fits his personality very well, especially at his current age, a simple 7-year-old child. Ha 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 ha. I can only say that it's worthy of you, Luffy, your wish is really good. Bayun smiled happily. It's normal for Luffy to be liked by so many people. What about you, Bayun? There are 4 people, and after Luffy, only Bayun is left. Seeing Bayun smiling so happily and supporting his dream, Luffy asked Bayun what his dream was. Me. Stop laughing. Bayun was also confused. He didn't know why fate threw him into the world of pirates. Ideal. Go to the dock to get some fries. Luffy's dream sounds innocent, but he wants people all over the world to get along well, let people all over the world have meat to eat, and have freedom. He doesn't know the existence of the celestial dragons now. If you think about his ideal in another direction, it is a naked declaration of war against the world government, the celestial dragons. And isn't this the same as his father dragon's ideal of the revolutionary army? This can be summarized in another way. Luffy's dream is to overthrow the world government and build a new world. Although he himself doesn't know this intention. How difficult it is to succeed. I, like you, Sabo, also want to see this vast world. Plus help Luffy become the Pirate King. I also want to have a feast at that world-class banquet, and I'm already looking forward to it. Bayun didn't shout out as ambitiously as they did, but said it calmly. Remembering his previous life, there was not a day when his stomach didn't rumble. Let people all over the world have meat to eat. Just with this sentence, Bayun was very sure that he would go to sea with Luffy in the future. 4 teenagers, no, not teenagers yet, just 4 little brats declared their ideals to the sea on the edge of the cliff. And whether the 4 of them will stir up huge waves on the sea in the future, that's another story. Hey! Bayun said that he wanted to go to sea on Luffy's ship in the future. Ace and Sabo expressed their disappointment and began to poach. Luffy is so weak. Come on my ship, Bayun. Bayun and I both want to see the world, so come on my ship. Luffy immediately stood in front of Bayun. No, you can't change it if you agree. I am weak now, but I will become stronger and the strongest in the future. I will definitely realize my dream. Ace and Sabo certainly disagreed. Who doesn't want to have a chef partner? Bayun felt a little flattered when he saw the 3 of them fighting for him. Ha ha ha, just think of it as the elder brother giving way to the younger brother, Ace, Sabo. Don't forget, Luffy and I are the same age, and you must go to sea first. I have a weak constitution, and Luffy is young, so it's best for the 2 of us to take care of each other. You 2 are elder brothers, right, Brother Ace and Brother Sabo? Hearing the word elder brother, Ace and Sabo stopped fighting. They even straightened their chests. The elder brother should have the elder brother's way. Look. That's right, ha ha ha. Sabo replied. When Ace heard the word brother, he remembered something, ran behind the tree, and took out 4 bowls and a bottle of wine. Do you know the legendary pirate ritual, Brotherhood wine? Drink this glass of wine and you will become brothers. Ace said as he poured the wine into the bowl. Brothers, really? Obviously, Luffy was very interested and happy to become brothers. Maybe we were not partners on the same ship when we became pirates, but we are brothers. No matter where we are, what we do, this relationship will never be cut off. Ace continued to speak, while Bayun looked at the 4 bowls of wine. Brothers. Although he only traveled through time, he had died in that world when he came to this world anyway. He was alone and had become his previous life. In his previous life, he was always alone. Now, there are 3 more brothers. Not bad. Bayun smiled and whispered softly, then followed the 3 of them and picked up the wine glass. Then, from today on, we are brothers. The 4 of them picked up their wine bowls and drank it all. Bayun thought that in ancient times, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei swore brotherhood in Dawan. Now, there are 4 of them, 4 sworn brothers on the edge of the cliff. Chapter 20 Burning Uncertainty Terminal. After drinking the sworn brotherhood wine, the relationship between Ace, Sabo, Bayun, and Luffy became closer. Time still passed, as always, and would not stop. The 4 of them spent day after day together, building a small cabin belonging to the 4 of them on the tree. Water fight in the bathroom. Grabbing meat from Dadan and the others. Going to Makina's tavern for a banquet, and getting the new clothes that Makina made for them for free. Survival in the forest. The challenge of wild beasts. The biggest beast was Garp, who came to visit in the middle. That day, the 4 of them returned to Dadan's house with bags on their heads. I wonder if they were cosplaying Calabash brothers. Days passed by. Bayun was very happy, never so happy before. But it also meant that the day of the arrival of the celestial dragons was approaching. Finally, one day, fate could not stand the happy life of the 4 of them, and broke the peace. Under Bayun's advice, Sabo, Ace, and Luffy did not go to the town to implement the saving money activity during this period. But Mount Corpo is still the territory of King Goa. It is there, and you can't leave. If you don't go out, others will find you. Sabo's noble father brought the people of the Blue Pirates to stop Ace, Luffy, and Sabo, who were collecting herbs for Bayun on the mountain road. Because it was very bloody. Bayun happened to have a high fever one day. Sabo and the other 3 were blocked by his father just because they were collecting herbs for Bayun. Bayun couldn't help but sigh, "Fate, can you be more lucky? You caught a fever so suddenly. Children are troublesome." Dadan complained, but while complaining, he helped Bayun change the towel on his forehead. "I'm sorry, Dadan. Thank you for your trouble." Bayun's lips turned pale, and he felt that his head weighed 1,000 pounds, and he was in a daze. "Don't talk, bye boy, sleep for a while, don't die in my room. Ace and the others went to pick herbs for you. If they can't pick them, go to the town to grab some. You sleep for a while, and they will probably be back when you wake up." Dadan was holding a cigarette, and he was concerned about Bayun, but he was just being stubborn. Bayun glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 6:10 in the evening. Nodding and closing his eyes, in 3 days, the celestial dragons will come, and he must recover from his illness before then. A close-up shot, the spirit of time pushed the hands on the clock to rotate quickly. Bayun slowly opened his eyes, and it felt like a century had passed. Looking at the clock, it was 6:05 in the evening. Time went backwards. Obviously impossible. Bayun had slept for a whole day. Although Dadan was a bad-mouthed person, he still loved Bayun and his friends, sitting cross-legged next to Bayun and dozing off. Bayun looked around. Only the other bandits did not notice Luffy and his friends, and realized that something was wrong. It can't be such a coincidence. Bayun directly reached out and copied Dadan's physique as a bandit. Dadan's physique was still okay. Copying someone else's physique does not mean that any injury or illness will be cured immediately. It means that you will suffer this injury and this illness with this person's physique. So, Bayun is now using 60% of Dadan's physique to have a high fever. Although he still feels heavy in the head, it is much better than his own physique. "Bye boy, what are you doing?" Dadan was awakened by Bayun's voice, and saw Bayun, who was still running a fever, put on his coat and ran out. Bayun stopped and reacted. He was too panicked and couldn't panic. There was still some time before night. "Dadan, let everyone go to rescue Ace and Luffy. They were kidnapped by pirates in the harbor of the Garbage Mountain." After saying that, Bayun ran out first without waiting for Dadan and the others. Leaving Dadan stunned in place, the cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground. After reacting, he immediately shouted, "Quick, quick, fuck, follow bye boy." As Bayun guessed, Lan Zhong here used Luffy and Ace to move the kerosene and bombs that burned the Garbage Mountain, and then he killed the donkey. What? Burn the Garbage Mountain? Then we have to tell the uncles at the bottom of the garbage mountain. Ace and Luffy were shocked to hear the news from Lan Chan. Don't shout so loudly. The people at the garbage mountain will hear it. King Goa has promised me that he will give me the status of a noble only if the garbage mountain is successfully burned. I have put so much effort into a noble status, but the Sabo brother you call gave up his noble status to go to the garbage mountain. How stupid. Sabo and Lan Chan are typical examples of people in the city wanting to get out and people outside the city wanting to get in. Since you know the plan, I can't let you go. I'll ask you one last question. Where did you hide the treasure? Lan Chan squatted down with a gloomy face and asked Ace and Luffy. He not only wanted the status of a noble, but also the treasure of Ace and the others. But I'm afraid he got nothing in the end. Bayun dragged his sick body to the garbage mountain, but the sun had already set and night had come. Looking at the homeless people lying on the ground and losing interest in life, Bayun still couldn't bear it. Tonight the nobles in Gao Town are going to burn the garbage mountain. Run now! Bayun shouted, but no one present cared. Where can they go after leaving the garbage mountain? It's hard to persuade them with kind words. Damn ghost! But Bayun had no time to persuade them. From the wall of the border town, a shell was fired and landed on the outer edge of the garbage mountain. It exploded with a bang, and then the kerosene and bombs buried under the garbage were ignited, and the chain reaction exploded. The flames burned on the outer edge of the garbage mountain, forming a wall of fire and burning inside. The night was instantly illuminated by the flames as bright as day, and the night sky turned red. King Goa wanted to burn more than just the garbage mountain. In his eyes, the untouchables on the garbage mountain were also a stain on the kingdom of Goa. This is good, people always wake up at the end, and the residents of the garbage mountain can't lie down anymore. And they all get up and run for their lives. Chapter 21 Monkey D. Dragon. Seeing this, Bayun didn't care about these people anymore. Dadan and the others caught up with Bayun at this time. Fortunately, if they were slower, they would just be in the range of the bomb. Bye boy! Dadan shouted, but Bayun didn't answer, and began to recall this incident in his mind. Finally, he made up his mind. Dadan! You go to the bay to save Luffy and Ace. What about you? I'm fine, I'll go save Sabo. Go, the fire is spreading. After giving instructions, Bayun headed towards the gate of the border town without looking back. That was the back door of the Goa Kingdom. One could only enter the border town through the garbage mountain, but it was estimated that the gate was closed at this time. Bayun didn't care. His purpose was not to go to the town, but to save Sabo and Luffy's father, Dragon. At the gate of the border town, in the town, the king's guards were still hypocritically reminding the townspeople not to get close to the gate, and they would put out the fire. This fire was caused by them, so it would not be extinguished after burning the garbage mountain, before the last piece of garbage. But strangely, the residents of the garbage mountain knew that as long as the gate of the border town was opened, they could escape, but they also knew that the nobles would not let them enter the town. As a pirate, Lan Chan was even more innocent than them. Burn it, burn it! Complete this work, and the long-cherished wish will come true. The kingdom will grant us the status of nobles. Ha ha ha! While walking towards the gate, Lan Chan had already begun to fantasize about his noble life. But what greeted him was a gate that was so tightly closed that there was no gap. What the hell? What are you doing? Open the door quickly! Didn't you say that we would be given the status of nobles if you completed this task? Asshole, are you kidding us? He knew it. But it was too late. The royal guards behind the door said, "You can yell as much as you want, but if I start, I lose." Blue Chen realized at this time that he had been fooled by the king. He had tricked them into taking the bait by claiming to be nobles, but in fact he wanted to burn them to death here. He could also throw the blame of arson on the pirates, while the king stayed out of it, and even had the guards to act together to improve his reputation. It was simply a complete victory. When Bayun rushed to the gate of the border town, there was no trace of the Blue Chan pirates. With the fever and the surrounding fire, Bayun felt that he was about to be cooked. Before Bayun started looking, Long appeared behind Bayun like a ghost. Young man. But Long had just opened his mouth when he saw Sabo being thrown out from the wall. Sabo. When Bayun saw it, he immediately rushed over. Long was faster than him and instantly dodged and caught Sabo. Long put Sabo down. But Sabo's legs were so weak that he couldn't stand up. It wasn't because of fear, but because of despair and nausea. Bayun immediately supported him. Sabo. Bayun. Uncle. The perpetrators of this fire are nobles and royals, it's true. Sabo grabbed Bayun's hand harder and harder. The smell of this city is more disgusting than a mountain of garbage full of the stench of rotting human hearts. Here I have no freedom at all. Raising his head, Sabo looked at Bayun, tears already streaming down his face, but his expression was very ferocious. I am ashamed of being a noble. For the last sentence, Sabo seemed to have used up all his strength to shout come out, the voice echoed in the sea of fire. Long's expression became shocked. Has this world, this kingdom been so corrupt that a child can say such a thing? Bending down, Long looked at this child who was more sober than adults and many people in the world. I understand I was also born in this country. But I don't have enough ability to change this world now. I will. Bayun suddenly interrupted, his tone was also very firm. Long and Sabo looked at him together. Sabo, if you hate being a noble, then destroy him yourself. Blow away those disgusting smells. Follow this uncle, he has strength. You can learn the navigation skills you want to learn better from him. If you want to see the world, follow him and you will see the true face of the world. Go a kingdom, this kingdom is like a microcosm of this world. If no changes are made, this world will sooner or later be completely covered by this disgusting smell. Someone has to stand up. No matter how big this world is, a spark can start a prairie fire one day. All the cancer in this world will be burned clean, just like the Goa kingdom burned the garbage mountain today. They can burn, so can we. Long was shocked again. And the tattoo on his face that was suspected to be made by Garp with a slipper couldn't help but tremble. He didn't expect that the boy in front of him would have such an idea, the same idea as him. Burn the cancer of this world and reform this world. A spark can start a prairie fire. Boy, who are you? Bayun had a fever and his head was dizzy, and he forced a smile. My name is Bayun. I'm just a precocious boy who thinks too much. I stand on the shoulders of giants, so I can see farther. Standing on the shoulders of giants. Another famous saying, Long is going crazy. Is this really just a boy? Bayun said that he is indeed a boy, and he was only 18 years old in his previous life, but he couldn't say the famous saying, so he just borrowed the light. Chapter 22. Take the first step to change the world. In order to make things more reasonable, Bayun can only continue to throw the pot to the fruit ability and explain to Long. My fruit ability can replicate other people's abilities. But it can only be used once. I used up the divination ability that once replicated a prophet. Tonight, an organization that will stir up huge waves in the sea will appear. Bayun bravely met Long's eyes. Not daring to look at it anymore, he looked at Sabo again after 3 seconds. Sabo, you have such an idea, so it is most suitable for you to follow this uncle. I can predict your future. After tonight, you have completely despaired of this kingdom. You stole a fishing boat and went out to sea, but you met the celestial dragons on the sea and were bombarded. You almost died. It was this uncle's friend who saved you. But you lost your memory and forgot about us. This is not good. I don't want this to happen. You are too young and too weak now. Even a small kingdom in the East China Sea can take your life. It is a stupid decision to go out to sea alone. I don't want to stay. It's too dangerous to go out to sea alone. It's the best decision to follow this uncle. Sabo thought about it carefully. This is indeed the best decision. If he doesn't leave, even if he stays in Mount Corpo, his father will still come. If he leaves, with his current strength, it is indeed easy to die facing the sea and pirates alone. Go, Sabo, we will miss you when we meet again. We will meet at the top. Sabo was speechless and nodded with tears streaming down his face. He was exhausted and fainted after running all the way. Uncle. Bayun looked up at Long. The meaning was very clear. He wanted him to take Sabo away. Long was hesitating. What he was going to do next would be targeted by the strongest in the world. What I am going to do next is extremely dangerous. It is not necessarily safe to follow me. Too comfortable an environment is not suitable for growth. Bayun smiled and replied. Long was stunned and smiled. He was really an unusual boy. Just when he was about to speak, Ivankov and Dasyong came over. Long, everything is ready. Who are these two boys? This long-haired boy is still running a high fever. Looking at Ivankov, Bayun actually likes this character very much. As for Dasyong, Bayun has a respectful attitude. In order to be an undercover, he is willing to be made into a robot. My name is Bayun. Hee. My name is Embryo Ivankov. This big guy is called Big Bear. Bayun nodded. I know, so can you please help me get rid of this high fever? I can't stand up anymore. Bayun knew that Ivankov's hormone fruit had a trick to heal hormones, and it was also this trick that pulled Luffy back from hell in the city of Impel Down. This trick is to overdraw vitality to heal the body. It is best not to use it easily, but Bayun has a high fever, so he won't overdraw much, but he has to go find Luffy and the others later, so he has to fight. Ivankov was stunned. This boy seemed to be very familiar with him. He rarely appeared in the public eye after he and Long got together for a while. He looked at Long and saw Long nodded. In this case, Ivankov walked over. From a close distance, the face is indeed big. She-male king, healing hormone. Ivankov stretched out his hand, and the nails on his 5 fingers grew rapidly, and he immediately pierced into Bayun's waist. Bayun only felt his body tense up instantly. And the cells in his body seemed to start speeding up. A warm current flowed through his body, and the dizziness and inability to stand disappeared immediately. Much better, thank you, Ivankov. Hee ha. You're welcome, Bayun boy, you're so cute, I like you very much. Do you want me to give you another injection of female hormones? Join our new human family, Ivankov replied with a spin. Bayun waved his hand quickly. Forget it, it's good to be a boy. Then Bayun looked at the big bear again. He was originally serious, and now he was hiding under the cloak. He was even more serious. If I travel in the future, I want to go to the Amazon Women's Kingdom. Bayun took the initiative to say. This time, the ice-faced big bear couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. You know us very well. Long said. Except for ability and identity, I don't know anything else. It's just this time, and the divination ability has expired. Bayun nodded and replied. Long was a little speechless. What else do you want to know? I can take this boy named Sabo away. But, Bayun, you must go with me too. You think the same as I do. This kingdom is a microcosm of the world. Someone needs to stand up and make changes in this regard. You are a genius, Bayun said. No, I just have a script. Besides, you know so much about us, I don't feel at ease leaving you outside, Long said with a smile, but that smile had a hint of if you don't leave, I will force you to leave. Bayun walked to Big Bear and touched him. Can't Big Bear do this? What are you doing? Among the 3 people, Long and Ivankov, Bayun have contacted and replicated their fruit abilities, and Big Bear can't fall behind after doing this. Bayun shook his head in this regard. Sabo's talent is no worse than mine. Besides, I have agreed to go to sea with Luffy as a partner, so, let me refuse. There must be someone beside Luffy who is not, between you and me. Hearing Luffy's name, the smile on Long's face froze. And his eyes were filled with guilt and longing. Fortunately, you are not our enemy. You have too many handles on us. Ha ha ha, I should be honored to be told that by you at my age. Luffy, Ace, Sabo, and I have already drunk the sworn Brotherhood wine. We are brothers no matter where we are or what we do. This relationship will never change. I need something to contact. I won't bother you all the time. Long laughed, very happily. He didn't expect that the person who understood him the most was actually a teenager. If you can't take people away, you'll lose a den mushi. Thank you, I'll keep it well. Bayun took the den mushi and carefully put it in his clothes. Finally, he looked at Sabo who was lying on the ground. Then, we'll meet again. Uncle Long, Ivankov, Uncle Xiang. After saying that, Bayun took off with the wind and flew towards the mouth of the bay. Ah, isn't that your ability, Long? Ivankov stared at Bayun flying away with his eyes wide open with death liner. Looking very surprised. Long nodded, he was much calmer. It seems that this kid didn't lie. Then he picked up Sabo. Let's go, take the first step to change this world. Chapter 23, The higher the virtue, the higher the evil. He was rejected. Lan Chan could only return to the bay with a group of crew members looking at the ship that had been embraced by the flames. Lan Chan recalled what the king said when he called him. It turned out that everything was a trap set by the king. Son of a bitch, remember this. Anger surged in his heart, and Lan Chan was still threatening. But the kingdom is now sitting on the sofa and drinking black tea, as comfortable as it can be, while he himself is trapped in the sea of fire. Whether he can escape is another matter. And people, the bottomless pit called desire in their hearts cannot be filled. Trapped in the sea of fire, Lan Chan was not thinking about how to escape, but how to make a comeback. Making a comeback requires money. Who has money? Ace and the others' treasure is money. And fate is often like this. If he doesn't turn back to find Ace and Luffy, he can still survive. Who the fire is so big, I wonder if the uncles in the garbage mountain have escaped successfully. Even though he was in the sea of fire, Luffy was still worried about others. He really was crying, but Ace felt stupid. What's going on? You still have the mood to care about others, damn it. I don't even know where this is. The flames burned some things to ashes, and with the billowing smoke, Ace couldn't tell the way anymore. What's worse, Lan Chan appeared in front of them again, blocking the way. Hey! Brat! Who allowed you to escape? Lan Chan, why is the arsonist still here? Shouldn't he have escaped long ago? Luffy was puzzled by Lan Chan's behavior of not escaping when he was still in the sea of fire and was obviously the arsonist. Shut up, brat! Lan Chan was already unhappy, and now Luffy said that. She was even more unhappy. Catch them! Aren't we partners working together? Let's die together. You haven't told us where the treasure is hidden yet. If you tell us before it is burned by the fire, I will spare your life. Ace was shocked. You're not even going to save your life, and you're still thinking about the treasure. Then are you willing to tell me? If you don't take it, it will be a waste, right? Lan Chan said. Ace was silent, but the treasure had been they moved to the mountains, and now they think Bayun was very foresight. But Lan Chan didn't know that they had moved the treasure, which could be used. Okay, I'll tell you. Ace said with a gloomy face, and told Lan Chan the original treasure location. But the so-called devil is 1 foot higher than the Tao. Oh no, from their standpoint, it should be said that the Tao is 1 foot higher than the devil. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you the place? Ace told Luffy where the treasure was hidden, but Lan Chan's people not only didn't let Luffy go, but also caught Ace. Who knows? If you are lying, you have to follow. Lan Chan replied. Ace was furious, following you to die. Don't joke, by the time you find it, there will be nowhere to escape, you can go by yourself. Don't make me angry. Lan Chan pulled out a gun and pointed it at Ace, his face became even darker. Even if I have to rely on the kid's treasure, I swear I will make a comeback and then seek revenge on that damn king and those damn nobles. Your brother is the same, they regard others as garbage. Being with you, I just feel a sense of superiority. Otherwise, do you think he would go to the garbage mountain to play with you guys with his wealth? Sabo doesn't think so. Ace shouted loudly. The friendship between Sabo and them is not allowed to be slandered. Don't be stupid. He looks down on you in his heart and laughs at you secretly. Blue Chan replied loudly after being tricked. In his eyes, all the nobles in the world are the same. Ace glared at Blue Chan, and veins on his forehead bulged. Don't slander Sabo anymore. Yes, Sabo just wants freedom. Luffy behind him couldn't listen anymore and bit the pirate's arm that was locking his throat. The pirate let go of Luffy in pain, but angrily pulled out the long sword behind him. Luffy held the water pipe horizontally to block, but how could the water pipe without any blessing block the blade? The water pipe was split into two, and the blade passed over Luffy's right forehead, and blood splashed. Seeing that the next knife was about to hit Luffy's body, Ace instantly and unconsciously burst out with Conqueror's Haki. Stop! Conqueror's Haki! Arriving at the mouth of the bay, only smoke could be seen from above just as Bayun was about to use the ability of the replica of the observation Haki. He sensed this Conqueror's Haki and immediately flew in the direction of the momentum. As the descendant of Roger, Ace must have a strong talent. Otherwise he would not have become the first generation of supernovas. Conqueror's Haki, a good ability to clean up the minions, only Lan Chan was left standing on the field. It was a scene like seeing a ghost. Lan Chan watched his men lie down in an instant, foaming at the mouth. Thinking that it was Ace who did it, he kicked Ace down with one kick, stepped on him, and collided with him with the muzzle of the gun. Luffy, who was seriously injured on the other side, gritted his teeth, but couldn't get up. Ace! Don't! Chapter 24 Fighting for Freedom. Ace was stepped on by Lan Chan, and Lan Chan was about to pull the trigger. It was a close call. Dadan arrived with his little brother and chopped Lan Chan with an axe. Stop, you green-haired ghost, let go of Ace. The wind blew. Lan Chan drew out his knife to block Dadan's axe, but was repelled by Dadan. Dadan, why are you here? Luffy, who was lying on the ground, asked. And Dogura came over and hugged him. It was Bai who told us that you were in danger. Bayun. Ace and Luffy murmured at the same time, and only then did they remember that Bayun was still running a high fever. Bayun. Asshole, you are the Mountain King of Mount Corpo, right? Lan Chan stared at Dadan and asked. Dadan's momentum was no less than his. I am the mountain bandit Dadan, who became the adoptive mother of these little devils by mistake. Then run away. Thinking there would be a big fight, Dadan looked at Lan Chan fiercely, but ran away the next second. The other brothers immediately followed, but there was an exception. I won't run away. Ace said, holding the water pipe tightly in his arms, staring at Lan Chan with his eyes. Seeing this, Dogura immediately reminded Ace that Lan Chan was not a name for nothing, and the children could not fight him at all. But Luffy in his arms heard Ace say this, and struggled to go down and fight side by side with Ace. Yes, Ace. You can't run away when your brother is behind you, otherwise you will lose the courage to protect your relatives and partners. Bayun's voice suddenly appeared, and then slowly fell from the sky and stood beside Ace. But if your relatives or friends sacrifice themselves to let you escape, what you should do is not to let them down, instead of going back and saying that we will live and die together. This is extremely stupid. Bayun's tone was a little angry although he said it to Ace. His eyes were fixed on Lan Zhong. You are the last of the four little ghosts. Lan Zhong looked at Bayun, who fell from the sky and started to speak, but was interrupted by Bayun's shush. I don't have time to chat with you. An ugly bastard. It's extremely stupid. You are a piece of trash that was abandoned after being used by others. You only pick on children to bully. You know that the nobles look down on us commoners. But you still foolishly believe that they will give you the status of a noble. I'm afraid. They hung up the phone and laughed to tears behind my back, wondering why there is such a stupid thing as you. Bayun sprinkled salt on Lan Zhong's wound. Lan Zhong knew that he was already in a bad enough state, and he was still being laughed at by a little kid. His anger rushed to his head and he chopped with a knife. You damn kid! Wow! Bang! But before he took a few steps, the sound of a howling storm sounded, and a huge rotating wind blade burst out from Bayun's palm and instantly hit Lan Zhong. The ground was cut into a ditch by the wind blade, and the flames were shaken away by the wind pressure, forming a fireless belt. Lan Zhong was lying on the ground at the end. His life or death was unknown, but he had obviously fainted. Even if he didn't die, he would be swallowed by the flames sooner or later. Instant kill. Silence, the scene was silent except for the sound of burning flames. Ace, Luffy, Dadan and a group of younger brothers looked at Bayun speechless, with shock on their faces. Bayun! Ace stuttered. Bayun retracted his arm, turned around and said with a smile. It's me. Let's talk about it when we get back. Then, Bayun flashed to the back, and the same wind pressure cannon burst out from his palm, creating a fireless belt, and ran out in the lead, clearing the way in front. Dadan reacted, picked up Ace as well, stepped forward to catch up with Bayun, and shouted, "Quick, follow by, boy!" At the mouth of another bay, Long's ship was parked on the coast. Like Bayun, he also burst out the wind pressure cannon from his palm to shake out a fireless belt. But the wind pressure he emitted was much more powerful than Bayun, and it directly penetrated the entire garbage mountain. Hey, the explosion created a fireless belt. You can see the ship, and the end is the coast. Run there quickly. Although I don't know what happened, I'm really thankful. The vagrants in the garbage mountain who were fleeing with their packages found this fire-free belt and ran over immediately. This is a life-saving passage. When they ran to the end, they were waiting for Long's ship. On the ship, Ivankov, wearing a black cloak, looked at the vagrants rushing in and said to Long, "I didn't expect you to intervene even in a border country like Donghai. Is there anything you are particularly concerned about?" Long took a few steps forward and stood at the bow. This country is a microcosm of the world. In this world of survival of the fittest, happiness will never fall. Even children can say those words. If it continues to rot like this, the whole world will be completely stinky. I want to change all this. One day I will change the world. After explaining to Ivankov in a way that was neither an explanation nor a resemblance to an explanation, Long stretched out his right hand and shouted loudly and passionately, "Those who are willing to fight for freedom, please get on this ship." Finally, the ship slowly sailed away from the coast and sailed away. All the surviving homeless people got on the ship. Speaking of which, 10 years later, these homeless people were considered old members of the Revolutionary Army, and they also knew Sabo, who had stayed on the garbage mountain for a long time, which was a good thing. Chapter 25, Familiar and Strange. The flames burned all night until the garbage on the garbage mountain, including the homeless people who did not have time to escape, turned into ashes. It gradually extinguished when there was nothing to burn. Time will take away everything. After the fire at the uncertain terminal and the secret uprising of the Revolutionary Army, the lives of Bayun, Luffy, Ace, and others returned to peace. The next day at noon was the day when the celestial dragons came to the kingdom of Goa in order to welcome the entry of the ship. The grand ceremony at the pier at the main entrance of the kingdom was ready. Bayun came to buy burn medicine for everyone and stayed to watch the excitement. Let's take a look at these celestial dragons who indirectly caused countless people to die in the sea of fire. This will be one of the strongest enemies he will face in the future. The government ship is coming. Someone in the crowd shouted. Bayun looked over and saw a ship of world nobles that was as huge as a castle on the sea. The symbol on the bow was a shield with a lion's head. The totem of the world government was painted on the sail. 5 black spheres were connected to form a cross, one in the center and one on each side. The moment the people on the dock saw the ship, they cheered and felt that they would die without regrets for seeing the true demeanor of the world nobles. Bayun smiled and walked away from the crowd to the entrance to Mount Corpo. He just had to watch secretly. Who knows if this celestial dragon will suddenly go crazy and bite someone. The ship docked and a ladder was connected to the shore first. 2 people in suits came down and laid a red carpet on the ladder. The king of the kingdom of Goel walked up with a flattering face and said respectfully to the celestial dragon on the ship, "With the highest respect, welcome the world noble, Saint Germac, to the kingdom of Goa for inspection." Then there was another round of cheers. Amid the cheers, Saint Germac sat on the back of a tall slave and slowly walked down from the boat, with 2 slaves protecting him from behind. If he fell, no one here would survive. Seeing this, Bayun looked at the people below, wondering how the nobles below would react when they saw the world nobles using slaves as mounts. "Come down on a slave," What a style is this, the way the world nobles do? Worthy to learn, worth learning. Bayun was stunned, a feeling of nausea rushed straight into his heart, he was sure that this kingdom was hopeless. And when Bayun felt sick, a line of sight came over instantly, it was the line of sight of the masked CP0 member following Saint Germac. When the line of sight came, Bayun did not meet his line of sight and instantly became furious, but immediately made another adjust, look at Germac Saint, suppress nausea, show a smile and applaud. In this way, the sight slowly moved away. The next second, Bayun turned around and ran away. The light of that eye shot over was quite deterrent. I wonder who will win and who will lose if I take out the trump card of the replica Shanks and others. Bayun was thinking, if the owner of that eye came directly to kill him, could he win? But no matter what, winning or losing is a big trouble. When Bayun returned to the Dadan family, Luffy was already alive and kicking in front of the door to play with the rhinoceros beetle. Seeing this, Bayun couldn't help but envy their physique. Bayun, you're back. You were so handsome last night, how did you do that? The wind cannon exploded in the palm of your hand, and Lan Zhong was killed by you in one move. When Bayun came back, Luffy pestered him and asked, looking at him with starry eyes. Ace also came out of the house, but he seemed a little unhappy when he saw Bayun. Bayun knew that he was blaming him for hiding his strength. Why didn't he use his full strength when the four of them were sparring before, and he lost more to him? In all conscience, Bayun said that he really couldn't beat you at that time. If it weren't for the situation last night, he wouldn't want to use the trump card of Uncle Long's ability. Ace, Luffy, go in and change the medicine. I'll tell you about Sabo and me. Ace's eyes widened slightly and nodded. Sabo, what's wrong with Sabo? Luffy wondered why he was talking about Sabo. You'll know in a moment, Bayun said perfunctorily. The sea breeze blew on his face. After changing the medicine, Bayun and the other two came to the cliff where they had sworn Brotherhood wine, looking at the sparkling sea. Although one person was missing, it was good this time they all knew that Sabo was still alive. He was working hard towards his own future, working hard for his freedom and even the freedom of more people. In the embrace of the sea breeze, Bayun told Ace and Luffy about Sabo, his own fruit ability, and his non-existent elder brothers. So, Sabo has left with the uncle who saved the homeless uncles? Luffy asked. Bayun nodded yes. That uncle can say that Luffy is both familiar and unfamiliar. That's good. Sabo has gone to sea and has freedom. But I didn't expect that Bayun has already been to sea. Ace sat on the edge of the cliff, stretched out his arm to hold the water pipe, and looked at the water pipe, as if recalling his previous experience with Sabo. Sabo was his only close friend before Luffy and Bayun came. It's just a handyman, I don't know anything, but the days at sea are really interesting, especially the day when I got the commission, everyone was very happy. Bayun had drafted his fake identity many times, and he spoke fluently. Ace stood up and patted his shoulder. When we go out to sea and become stronger, we will have a chance to take revenge. The other three of us will always be your helpers. Yes, Bayun, if you meet your enemies when you go out to sea in the future, I will help you beat them away. Just like I must beat the king of the sea away on the day I went out to sea. Bayun put his arms around their shoulders. Ha 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 ha, that depends on you. Like you said, Ace, the four of us are each other's helpers no matter what the future holds, you must remember what you said. Sabo has already walked towards his future. I made an appointment with him to meet at the top. We can't lose to him. Ace and Luffy smiled and showed a row of white teeth, shouting to the sea. Of course. Chapter 26 Impolite Brother. Time passes, and people repeat their past lives. The inspection period of the world government has ended, and garbage is once again discharged from the back door of the kingdom. The garbage mountain has returned to its previous garbage mountain, and the homeless people on it will soon appear again. Rubber gun. In front of the Dadan family, Luffy and Ace were sparring as usual. Luffy charged and punched a rubber punch, the distance was much longer than before. But he couldn't control it well when he pulled it back, the force made Luffy turn into a spinning top and spun in circles. Ace laughed at him, and the two quarreled again. Okay, Luffy is just unskilled. It's time for us to show who is better, Ace. Normally, Sabo should come out to mediate at this time. But when Luffy and Ace turned their heads, they only saw Bayun. Although I know you miss Sabo, I am very sad when you show this expression. Bayun said with a bitter smile. No, Bayun, I just suddenly feel that Sabo is really a gentle brother. Ace next to him was furious. What do you mean, do you think I'm fierce? What do you think? They started arguing again. Bayun shook his head. Okay, it's time for lunch. How about we each have a hunting competition meet here in half an hour? Okay, I will definitely win ×2. Luffy and Ace are in tacit agreement here. Then I'll go to the right, and you guys decide whether to go together or separate. After saying that, Bayun walked to the right. Ace and Luffy looked at each other. Let's go together, I'm worried about you being so weak. Ace still cares about Luffy, just talking tough. Who is weak? Well, when we meet the first beast later, I will deal with it myself, don't help me. At a young age, he gets excited when he is provoked, although Luffy has not changed after growing up. Bayun was strolling leisurely on the road after walking for a while. He saw 4 hares eating grass under a tree, 1 big and 3 small ones. Bayun shook his head. The rabbits are so cute, is it better to braise or steam them? He raised his hand instantly, and the flintlock was already in his hand. Bayun didn't even aim, but fired 2 shots instantly. Bang bang! 2 shots accurately hit the hare, 1 big and 1 small. Bayun knew that his physique was not good when Ace and Luffy were working hard to train their physique. He chose to practice his skills. Especially the gun skills that did not require much strength compared to other guns. 2 shots hit, and the other 2 little rabbits were scared and jumped around, so he had to aim. But just as Bayun raised his gun, 2 rabbits that were frightened and jumped around crashed into the tree trunk and died. Bayun was stunned and put down the gun, which turned back into a bracelet the moment he put it down. Good luck. Walking over, Bayun picked up the 4 rabbits. A family should be neat and tidy, I'll cook you in the same pot later. Humming a tune, Bayun walked back to the assembly point, and just as he was about to sit down to rest, he heard a shout. Luffy! It was Ace's voice, full of panic. What the hell happened again? Bayun immediately ran in the direction of the sound, but met Ace, who was carrying Luffy halfway. Blood flowed from Luffy's chest to Ace's back, and then flowed down Ace's back to the ground. Bayun was startled. Ace saw Bayun, and his heart calmed down a little. But he still couldn't speak clearly. Bayun, I Luffy bear. Bayun immediately went over and put Luffy down. Okay, calm down, Ace, it's okay. Back to the Dadan family, Bayun had already given Luffy medicine in advance, stopped the bleeding and wrapped him with gauze, but the injury was a bit serious, and Luffy would probably have to stay in bed for a few days. Ace squatted by the door, buried his head between his legs, tears could not stop flowing, and kept muttering, I'm sorry, Luffy. Bayun stood up and was about to persuade him not to blame himself, but Ace stood up and ran out of the house. Ace, where are you going? Megura, please take care of Luffy. Seeing that Ace ignored him, Bayun asked Megura for help and then got up and chased after him. Following Ace, Bayun followed him all the way over Mount Corpo to the Windmill Village. Just when Ace was about to break into Makina's tavern, he suddenly stopped and knocked on the door. Makina walked out of the house. Ace! What do you want to talk to me about? How to greet? Because I am Luffy and Bayun's brother, I have to greet the red-haired captain who took care of them one day. This is as it should be. Ace replied. Makina squatted and showed an adult's gratified smile. She knew that Ace had to learn how to be a good brother and take on the responsibility of a brother. Ha ha ha, so you came here for this, Ace. Bayun walked up from behind with a smile. Then trouble you to teach Ace, this rude kid, Machina. What do you mean Bayun? I am older than you, and I am your brother. Ace replied angrily. Yes, let's put it another way, teach me and Luffy, your rude brother, some etiquette. Is that okay, brother Ace? Ace blushed, whatever you want. Machina looked at the two of them and couldn't help laughing. Ace and Bayun turned their eyes away. Hee, sorry. Then first. Chapter 27 Ace goes out to sea. In this way, Ace learned etiquette from Machina. After Luffy recovered, the three of them returned to their usual lives. Still went to the town to make a scene. After eating a free meal, they would politely but not too much bow to the boss. Still sparring. Meet the blind bear who hurt Luffy again, and that day invited Dadan's family to eat bear meat hot pot together. Fighting gangsters, surviving in the forest, fighting beasts, and fighting the strongest boss Garp. In this way, time constantly leaves traces on the three people, never stopping, and in the blink of an eye, it flies away from the three people like a galloping horse. 7 years passed, and it was the day for Ace to go to sea. The new year, that is, January 1st, 1517 of the Haiwan calendar, was also Ace's birthday. This guy was also anxious, and he had to go to sea on the day he just turned 17. Last night, Ace was taken out by Bayun to buy things for going to sea. Although the process was difficult, the shop owners saw them as if they saw ghosts. And when they saw them paying, they wanted to see ghosts even more. What is there to buy, Bayun? Don't bother. Ace complained beside Bayun. Bayun rolled his eyes at him. Then you should put down the dagger. If you don't want to buy, don't buy, and save some money anyway. He is just responsible for delaying time. Let's go buy some clothes. It's your birthday tomorrow, and you have to go out to sea, so you have to look like a decent person. Bayun dragged Ace to the clothing store. Ace didn't have time to retort. What do you mean I don't look like a human now? The owner of the weapon shop was stunned for a moment. Did they not pay for the dagger? When he arrived at the clothing store, Ace felt a little uncomfortable. He had never bought clothes over the years. The clothes of the three of them were all made by Machina. It was one thing that he had never bought clothes, but he didn't know what it meant to pay. Seeing Ace stunned, Bayun gave him a denim suit, a black vest with black denim shorts, wrist guards and belts, and then pushed him into the fitting room. The owner of the clothing store was a middle-aged woman with a somewhat plump appearance. She looked at them with panic eyes. After all, Bayun and his family's reputation was like that for the shop owners in the border town, especially restaurants and pharmacies. Ace was changing clothes, and Bayun walked around the store and suddenly noticed a very iconic cowboy hat. It was an orange cowboy hat with 2 badges on the brim, smile and sad. Bayun picked it up with a smile, and Ace over there also pulled open the curtain and walked out. Bayun walked over. Tisk tisk tisk, this is the saying that clothes make the man. It looks good in this outfit, and it's pretty handsome, Ace. Really? No, what do you mean by good looking? Are you praising me or insulting me? Ace nodded with a smile, and suddenly found something wrong. This sentence seemed to be a compliment but not a compliment. Bayun did not answer, let him look in front of the mirror. And then sneaked up from behind and put the hat on Ace's head. Looking in the mirror again, it was exactly the Ace in my memory. How about this hat? You said Luffy loves to laugh, but I'm much more indifferent, although I won't cry. The 2 badges on the hat represent our 2 younger brothers' protection of you during the voyage. Brother Ace. Ace smiled and adjusted his hat. It looks pretty good. But, Bayun, as a brother, you have to protect your younger brother. If you are protected by your younger brother, you will be laughed at. Bayun smiled back, saying whatever you say, I'm not talking nonsense. Then he glanced at the door, living together for 7 years. The 3 of them even knew whether each other had a mole on their buttocks, so they still had this tacit understanding. Ace nodded slightly, and the next second, the two of them ran away immediately, and even shouted politely, "Thank you for your gift." Along the way, Bayun tried to delay time here and there to prevent Ace from going back. When the clock hand reached 12 o'clock midnight, representing the arrival of the next day, Bayun let Ace go home. "Ace," said Bayun while pushing open the door of Dadan's family. "Happy birthday." Luffy held a big cake and other bandits to welcome Ace home. The house has become different and lively, thanks to Makina's decoration and the drinks provided. There is a banner on the wall, which reads "Happy 17th birthday to Ace." Ace held back his tears from falling from his eyes in the past. He hated birthdays, his own birthday. Just like Dadan now, although he likes this kind of atmosphere, he still stubbornly said that it is so troublesome to have a birthday. Ace was just as stubborn. "I said, Bayun, why are you stopping me from going home? So you are doing this?" "No need, but you are all ready, then celebrate." "Luffy, your saliva is flowing on the cake." Halfway through, Ace saw Luffy's saliva dripping on the cake. And he couldn't hold it back immediately. Looking at them, Bayun smiled bitterly behind him. It seems that letting Luffy hold the cake was a wrong decision. Separation will always come. Happy times will always pass, but they will come again. The next day, on the coast of Mount Corpo, Ace is about to take the first step out to sea. A small sailboat slowly sailed away from the coast, and Ace turned around and faced everyone who came to see him off. Luffy, Bayun, Makina, and other bandits from the Dadan family. Unexpectedly, the mayor of Windmill Village also came. "Come on, Ace!" Luffy shouted. "Wait and see, I will be famous in the sea soon," Ace replied confidently. In this way, Ace began his sailing journey, wearing the hat Bayun gave him, and the skull brand that Luffy made by himself on the hat, which took a month to make, and with the protection of these two younger brothers, he ran towards his future. Chapter 28 Warm up before going out to sea. When Ace's boat disappeared on the coastline, Luffy, Bayun and other bandits who came to see Ace off began to return. Parting will always come, but after parting, life still has to go on. This is a common thing in life. The group returned to Dadan's family. Among the bandits, only Dadan did not go to see Ace off. This old woman was hard-mouthed and soft-hearted. Dadan sat in the house smoking when the child is away. The mother can't stand it, even the adoptive mother is the same. Looking at Dadan's back, Bayun knew that she was tense and said with a smile, "Dadan, Ace asked me to bring you a message. What is he going to complain about me in the end?" Ace said, "Thank you for your care." When Bayun said this, Dadan couldn't hold it any more. Tears burst out of her eyes. She took out a piece of cloth and wiped it like a magic trick, but she was still hard-mouthed. "Don't embarrass yourself, you little brat." Bayun shook his head. Although Dadan was usually fierce, she was the one who loved them the most. In the original history, Ace died in the war at the top. Dadan, who had been afraid of Garp for half his life, dared to punch Garp walking out of the house. Bayun had a glass of water in his hand. There was no way with his physique, he had to drink more water. What came into view was Luffy, who was in high spirits. He smashed a stone in the distance with a rubber gun. In 7 years, Luffy's strength has improved a lot, but of course not as much as he jumped to become one of the 5 emperors after 2 years of going to sea. Watching Luffy exercising, Bayun also began to imagine the days of going to sea. There are still 3 years left. Time passed quietly, and another half a year passed. After Ace went to sea, Luffy spent more and more time exercising, and his appetite became bigger and bigger. Fortunately, there was Bayun, the chef, who fed him from behind. That day, Bayun was cooking soup with a bird that suddenly fell from the sky and died at his feet. Bayun's luck seemed good on some days, with ingredients delivered to his door automatically, or wallets found in the garbage mountain. While cooking the soup, Magura rushed into the house and shouted, "Bayun, newspaper, newspaper!" Bayun washed his hands and wiped them on his scarf. "Shit, take the newspaper." "What's wrong? Are you so excited? Are all the celestial dragons dead?" "But it's obviously impossible. Bayun is just talking nonsense." The largest section of the newspaper is printed with Ace's photo. Pirate Supernova, captain of the Spade Pirates, Fire Fist Porgas D. Ace, steps onto the sea stage with absolute strength. Reject the invitation of the 7 warlords of the sea. A bounty of 550 million Baileys. Looking at Ace showing off in front of the camera in the newspaper, Bayun couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha, really good, Ace. Keep going like this. At this time, Luffy just came back from exercise, pushed open the door and shouted. I'm starving. Bayun, I want to eat. Bayun brought up the pot of bird soup. But it was not enough for Luffy to fill his teeth. The most important thing was a large plate of grilled thighs. The aroma aroused Luffy's appetite, drooling, and he was about to start eating, but Bayun blocked his face with a newspaper. Luffy saw the familiar figure on the newspaper and picked it up immediately. Ace is so powerful, the pirate ship and partners have all reported it. Really powerful. We can't lose either. Bayun. Putting down the newspaper, Luffy became more excited, and he couldn't wait to go out and fight the beasts, although he has dominated the forest now. Bayun tasted the bird soup, it was really delicious, and echoed. Yes, we can't lose to Ace, there are still 3 years, come on, Luffy. Yeah, let's work hard together. Luffy threw the newspaper behind him and replied, then turned into a vacuum cleaner and began to sweep the food on the table. After all, only when you are full can you have the energy to exercise and open the book. Time is short, it passes quickly. Whether it is like water or a galloping horse, it will always pass away. In the blink of an eye, another 2.5 years have passed. Bayun and Luffy have become qualified trainees. They have become adults and are about to start their voyage journey. May 4th, 1520, in the Tavern of Makina. Ha ha ha, tomorrow we will go out to see Bayun. Luffy stood on the chair, raised his hands and cheered, looking forward to the arrival of tomorrow. The mayor still knocked on the ground with his cane, scolding Luffy and Bayun not to embarrass Windmill Village. Luffy still covered his ears, as if he could say whatever he wanted, and if I could listen to him, you win. Bayun looked at this scene, and it was still exactly the same as before. Come down, Luffy, let's have a drink together. Bayun picked up a wooden barrel wine glass that was bigger than his face and gestured to Luffy. Luffy nodded with a mouthful of white teeth, but as soon as he sat down, the door of the tavern was opened. The fishmonger ran in a panic. Mayor! Mayor, a strange pirate group came to the port. It seems that the fight has just ended. Go and have a look. The old mayor stood up immediately. These desperate guys, everyone, come with me to take a look. The old mayor called for a response, and the young people in the tavern immediately followed. Luffy would naturally not lag behind. Pirates, let's go and take a look. Bayun, see if we need to knock them away. Bayun put down the wine glass, thinking, what is this? Warm-up exercise before going to sea. Chapter 29, Sleeping Fruit. The day before Bayun and Luffy went to sea, a strange pirate group came to Windmill Village, a place where no one lives. I don't know if they are enemies or friends. But pirates, don't think about it, most of them are enemies. When pirates come, it is usually the old mayor who leads them the naval bases in the kingdom. And they don't have time to take care of the small broken place of Windmill Village. The mayor and his men are in front, and Bayun and Luffy are behind. Bayun's eyesight has become very good due to his practice of shooting, and he can see the pirate ship on the dock from a distance. It really looks like the townspeople, as he said, it looked like it had been through a gunfight. It looked shaky and most of the sails were burned. The pirate flag on it was a skull with 3 Zs arranged diagonally on the right, which looked like a sleeping skull. The old mayor led everyone to the dock on the shabby pirate ship. A thin man with a scarred face pushed a wheelchair from the ship to the shore. Sitting in the wheelchair was a pale girl in a white dress with a wound in her abdomen. The blood stained the dress red. Other people on the ship also came one after another following them. They got off the boat. Including the thin man, everyone had injuries on their bodies, some were just flesh wounds. And some were as serious as broken arms. "Doctor, call your doctor here quickly!" The thin man shouted immediately when he saw the old mayor and his friends. The old mayor looked around. "Your injuries are too serious, and the doctor in our village can't do anything. You continue to drive to the right for a distance, and you will reach the port of the kingdom. The doctors in the border towns are much better than the doctors in our village." The old mayor did not lie, of course. Good doctors can only make money by working in border towns. The old doctor in their windmill village can usually treat colds, fevers, headaches, and fevers. This degree of trauma is beyond his ability. However, there is one person who can cure it, and that is Bayun. During the time he spent with the Red Hair Pirates, Bayun learned the most about gunmanship and medical skills with the ability of the replica fruit. He can't be said to be very powerful anyway. He has cured Luffy and Ace's injuries over the years. The girl in the wheelchair groaned, and the thin man's expression instantly became ferocious. He drew out the long sword from his waist with a clang. "Asshole! You know it can't be cured without seeing it. Go call the doctor. Otherwise I will kill you." The sword was drawn. Seeing the long sword, the old mayor and a group of townspeople broke out in cold sweat. When Luffy behind saw it, he immediately stretched out his hands, grabbed a stone on the ground and bounced over. "Drawing the sword means we are going to fight." The girl looked at Luffy, who was blocking everyone, and recalled his arm just now. It seems that he is also a capable person. The thin man was about to chop him, and the girl raised her hand hard. "Forget it, let's go." The thin man froze and could only stare at Luffy, put away his knife, walked behind the girl, and prepared to help her push the wheelchair. As for Bayun, he didn't rush over like Luffy. Luffy's current strength was not so easy to defeat. Instead, he activated the fruit ability and scanned the people in the pirate group. Under the fruit ability, in Bayun's vision, vertical borders appeared around those people. That was their ability. Bayun could choose one to copy. But the abilities of this group of people were basically ordinary. Only the thin man was a decent swordsman. And the girl in the wheelchair, Superman-type sleeping fruit ability user. The girl has only this ability. Sleeping fruit not good. Bayun murmured about the girl's fruit ability, and suddenly found that something was wrong. And it was just as he guessed. As soon as the thin man walked behind, the girl's eyes turned white and she said, "Sleep." The power of the fruit was released instantly, and a group of people including Luffy and the old mayor immediately became sleepy, and their eyelids were fighting with themselves. "Why do I feel so sleepy all of a sudden?" Luffy said. And when he was about to close his eyes completely, he heard a huge gong sound. Clang! Everyone was instantly awakened by the loud noise. It was Bayun behind him who struck the gong that the bracelet had transformed into at the critical moment. The girl was still unwilling to give up and continued to use her power, and Bayun continued to strike. Bayun was just moving his hands, while the girl's power consumed her spirit and physical strength. Seeing that her power was broken by Bayun, the girl stopped pretending and her expression instantly became ferocious. "Kill them!" With an order, the thin man and the crew behind him immediately rushed forward. Luffy attacked head-on. Rubber whip. Luffy gathered power with his right foot and kicked it sideways with force. His foot instantly stretched out and hit the people who came to kill him like a whip. Except for the thin man, who immediately bent down, and the girl in the wheelchair. Everyone else was instantly kicked to the left by Luffy. The thin man stood up, with the same expression as the girl, his mouth wide open, a look of horror. The thin man gritted his teeth and continued to rush forward. "I'll fight you." Bayun flashed in front of him in an instant, poked his stomach with a stick and hit him back. The thin man fell down immediately, holding his stomach in pain, and had lost his fighting power. The long stick in his hand turned back into a bracelet again, and Bayun asked Luffy and other townspeople to tie up these pirates. Then he changed his expression to a smile and slowly approached the girl. The girl wanted to use her ability, but Bayun directly hit her with a broken face punch. "Don't make trouble. but he suddenly took out gauze and medicine to bandage the girl's wound. Being misunderstood, Bayun is not the kind of person who can't walk when he sees a woman. Looking at the way the girl gave orders just now. She is the captain. Kill him. It would be better to take him to the town to exchange for bounty, just in time for him and Luffy to need money. Chapter 30 Go to Sea. Set sail, set sail. A small episode before going to sea. Bayun learned from the navy that this pirate group is called the Anmian Pirates. I thought it was a test before going to sea, but who knew it was the money boy, although it was not much, only the girl had a bounty, which was less than that of the bandit King Sig, only worth 5 million Baileys. But it was also the first bucket of gold earned by their Straw Hat Pirates. Oh no, they haven't gone to sea yet, they should be called the Quasi-Straw Hat Pirates. Ah, aren't you coming to see us off? The day when Luffy and Bayun went to sea came. Dadan still couldn't see them off, fearing that he couldn't bear it. Even if Makina and the mayor don't care, other residents will be afraid of us, so hurry up and leave. Dadan turned his back to Luffy and Bayun, holding a cigarette in his mouth. In the same posture as when Ace went out to sea. In this case, Luffy, I don't force it. Then thank you all for your care. Dadan, I hate bandits the most, but I like you guys very much. Well, Dadan couldn't hold back tears again. Stop talking nonsense, get out of here, everyone is like this. Ha ha ha. Compared to Luffy, Bayun didn't say so many words when he left. He asked Dogula to hand over a suitcase to Dadan. Dadan opened it and saw a box of Baileys. Bayun left them 1 million Baileys. They had never seen so much money before. Dadan's eyes almost popped out, and his tears stopped instantly. Sure enough, money is the most useful. There was a note on the Bailey, which read: Thank you for your care, Dadan, and everyone. It's indeed vulgar to give money, but I think you should like money very much. Bye boy. I knew you were the most sensible, ha ha ha, it's made. You can order good things in the future, boys. Dadan cheered with his suitcase. And Megula and the others followed immediately. A transition. Bayun and Luffy have already arrived on the ship. Makina and the old mayor, who came to see them off, and other residents of the windmill village stood on the dock. Dadan didn't come, and Megura and Dogula hid behind and watched secretly. The boat was not the same lonely boat as before. It must be said that Luffy, a capable person, dared to go out to sea with that small broken boat, and he was also brave. This time, they happened to meet the Anmian pirates with money. They used 10,000 Baileys to buy an old fishing boat from the old fisherman uncle in the village. It's not too big, and 2 or 3 people can lie in the cabin. It's a pity that the boat of the Anmian pirates was too damaged to be used. Looking at the sea, Luffy raised his arms, finally out to sea. The first one is Sabo, the second one is Ace, although we are the third one, we can't lose, Bayun. Hehe, Ace's reputation is very high now. If we want to surpass him, we have to work hard. Bayun felt the sea breeze on his face and responded to Luffy's words. Of course I am the man who wants to be the Pirate King. Luffy tightened the straw hat on his head and replied, full of fighting spirit. Then let's go. Bayun smiled and looked at Luffy. Captain, set sail, said passionately. Bayun still had to sit down and paddle. And Luffy? Who said there was nothing to do? Here it is. The king of the sea emerged from the sea and appeared in front of the fishing boat, causing the waves to shake the fishing boat. Look at the blind eye, there is no mistake, it is the one that bit off Shanks' arm. King of the sea, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You're unlucky to meet me. I'll show you my strength that I've trained for 10 years. Luffy stood up, put his left hand on his right shoulder, and stared at the king of the sea. Rubber gun. At the moment when the king of the sea opened his mouth to bite, he punched out, directly knocking the king of the sea's mouth crooked, fainting on the sea, and slowly sinking. You've tasted my power, stupid fish. Pa, Luffy is so powerful. Bayun showed his support. Hehe. Then, First we have to gather our partners, Bayun, it's best to find 10 people, and then the pirate flag. Luffy looked at the sea and thought about his future plans. I have a good design for the pirate flag, but first we have to have our own pirate ship. Bayun said. Yes, and we also have to build a pirate ship. The ship is also our partner. Well, let's go with these goals. Luffy raised his hands and shouted. Bayun nodded, let's go. But suddenly he found a problem. Where are we going? Wherever we go, that's where, ha ha ha. Luffy was also stunned for a second, but then he said optimistically. Bayun laughed, and he could only say that you are worthy of Luffy. Okay, then wherever we go, that's where we go. Just like that, Luffy and Bayun, the two first members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Without any of them knowing how to sail, they set off on their great journey of wherever they go on an old fishing boat. Chapter 31. Have we met somewhere before? Fate, can't it be changed? Bayun sat on the boat, looking into the distance with emotion. Ha ha ha. We didn't expect to be stranded, Bayun, at least the weather is good now. Although this huge whirlpool is terrible, we are all ability users and can't swim. There is no one around here, and there is no way to ask for help. Luffy is still very optimistic even as an ability user, his only partner is also an ability user, and he is still optimistic when he encounters a shipwreck on the sea. Yes, yes, Bayun said perfunctorily, patted Luffy's shoulder, and stuffed him into the barrel. When Luffy turned around when Bayun saw the two barrels in the cabin, he felt that he could not escape his fate when disaster strikes. Everyone will flee, remember to come to me, Luffy, without waiting for Luffy to answer. Bayun kicked the barrel into the sea. When the boat was completely sucked into the whirlpool, he immediately got into the remaining barrel. The next second, the whirlpool swallowed up the fishing boat, and the barrel containing Bayun also fell into the sea. Bayun felt dizzy and fainted. After a while, Bayun slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw seemed to be a square surrounded by tall walls. I was tied to a cross-shaped wooden stake like God. Looking to the right, a touch of green came into view. Bayun smiled. This first meeting was really good. You seem a little familiar, sir, have I seen you before? Zoro still lowered his head. Bayun's words went in one ear and out the other. Seeing that Zoro ignored him, Bayun smiled, looking at his own situation. He was tied up really tightly. You have to come and save me quickly, Luffy. I'm weak. Slept so well. What is it? Luffy, on his side, followed the trajectory of fate perfectly and arrived at the island where Alberta stopped. The Alberta brothers, who thought there would be wine in the barrel, were scared by Luffy, who suddenly appeared and almost stared out of their eyes. Who are you? Where is Bayun? Luffy asked a soul-searching question. Who are you? Who is Bayun? A group of passers-by who didn't even have a name asked back. Don't be lazy. Before Luffy could continue, Alberta threw a mace over and smashed the warehouse. Luffy, who was staying in the tavern, also rolled into the forest behind. Are you okay? You were shaken so far away just now. The future pillar of the Navy, Coby Grand Marshal, appeared. Although he hasn't had a plastic surgery yet, he has a super round chin and looks cowardly. Coby and Luffy explained that this is the island where the pirate King Kong stick Alberta stopped. But Luffy doesn't care about these. Really, none of this matters. Do you have a boat you can lend me? Bayun and I got separated by a whirlpool. And I have to go find him. You got caught in a whirlpool? Coby expressed surprise at Luffy's luck, but then showed Luffy the boat he had built for 2 years, sort of. What is this? A coffin. This is a boat I built it secretly for 2 years, just so I could escape one day. Coby explained. 2 years, so you don't want it? Luffy asked. A boat that had been built for 2 years was just given away, and he also doubted whether this boat would sink halfway out to sea. I also have things I want to do, but when I think of Miss Abida, my legs go weak, and I dare not run away. Thinking of Abida's big face and mace, a frightened expression appeared on Coby's face. You are such a coward, I hate you. Luffy said it without hesitation, grinning. Coby said he was stabbed hard. The Bayun you just mentioned, is he your partner? Luffy. What do you want to do when you go out to sea? Coby changed the subject. I want to be the Pirate King. Luffy still smiled and said this sentence that could only be achieved without countless training and battles. Coby was so scared that his mouth almost fell to the ground, and warned Luffy that he would die. Luffy hit him directly with a chestnut, and a bump appeared on Coby's head, and he rolled on the ground in pain. Luffy took off his straw hat and put it on his chest, and his eyes became firm instantly. I said I want to be the Pirate King, even if I have to sacrifice my life for it. The cowardly Coby was deeply shocked by Luffy's great determination. Can I do it too? Can someone like me join the Navy? Although I will become an enemy of you, Luffy, joining the Navy has been my dream since I was a child. I want to catch all the bad guys, including Abidar. Luffy's reaction to Coby's emotional statement of his dream was, "Oh." At this time, Abid also rushed over and smashed a mace. Even if it didn't hit Coby, it would still shake Coby back when it hit the ground. Who are you going to catch, Coby? That guy is the bounty hunter you hired to catch me. It turns out it's not Roronoa Zoro. Bayun, I testify that it's not Zoro after all, we are cosplaying together now. Seeing Luffy's appearance, Abid realized that the unexpected visitor was not Zoro, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 32 Roronoa Zoro appears. Brother, how many days have you been tied up? It feels bad, right? Bayun asked again, but Zoro still ignored him. In the original history, Zoro was tied up for 9 days before Luffy rescued him. Bayun sighed. He had to know how many days Zoro was tied up to determine whether Luffy could come to rescue them today. And Luffy's sighed. Who is this barbaric auntie? With one sentence, everyone was shocked. Take back your words, Luffy, she is the most. Coby grabbed Luffy and shouted. But halfway through his words, Luffy's determination to become the Pirate King even if he died appeared in his mind again, directly breaking through his cowardice. The most barbaric and hateful auntie. With tears in his eyes, Coby made a great determination to say it. He didn't know Luffy's strength at present. If Luffy was as weak as him, then the two of them would definitely not survive. However, brave people are always rewarded. Rubber gun. Luffy was hit by Abida, but he was unharmed instead. He punched the fat Abida out. No matter how fat he was, could he be as big as the Sea King? Give Coby a ship, he wants to join the Navy. No one of you can stop him. Pointing at Abida's brothers, Luffy said, very cool. Yes, sir. Seeing Luffy solve Abida with one move, they would be crazy to dare to resist. You are a rubber man who ate the rubber fruit, Luffy, it's incredible. The scene changed. Luffy and Coby were already on a small boat, sailing on the sea. If you want to get the big secret treasure, you have to enter the Grand Line. The place called the Graveyard of Pirates. Coby continued to say that his dream was to be a navy and he also knew something about the sea. Yes, so we have to find some powerful partners, Luffy replied. Partners, speaking of partners, where is your partner named Bayun? How are you going to find him? Coby still remembers the name Bayun. Ha ha ha, just like Bayun said, we will meet if we are destined to. His strength is not weaker than mine, he just doesn't show it normally. Don't worry about him. The main thing is, the place you want to go now is where a man called Roronoa Zoro is imprisoned, right? If he is a good person, let him be my partner. Luffy said with a grin. Bayun sighed. I heard there's a bounty hunter in the East Sea, called Roronoa Zoro, with green hair. Is that you, brother? How did the bounty hunter get caught by the Navy? Are you interested in becoming a pirate? What nonsense are you talking about again, Luffy? That guy is a devil. He wanders around the sea like a bloodthirsty wild dog, catching pirates. He's called the Devil in human skin. The devil in human skin. Tisk tisk tisk, so scary. No, brother, you should pay attention to me. Shut up. After Bayun's disdainful efforts, Zoro finally couldn't help but speak. Can't you shut up when you're tied up? Stop making so much noise, you loser. I don't like what you're saying, brother. Aren't you tied up too? I'm a loser, so what are you? Bayun replied, his tone was very annoying, and it sounded like Zoro was asking for a beating. I'm different from you. You were taken here, but I volunteered. Zoro replied. The lies that Zoro told Bellemere in the early days were innocent. Really, Bayun felt a little itchy on his face, so he took his hand down and scratched it. Zoro glanced at it and his eyes widened instantly. Did you take your hand down just now? No, you saw it wrong. If it was true, I would have escaped long ago. Bayun smiled and responded this was possible. Indicating that he was now a lamb to be slaughtered at this time, a little girl just climbed over the wall of the naval base and sneaked in. Is this the defense of the naval base? Seeing this little girl, Bayun was relieved. He didn't need to go anywhere else. He just waited for Luffy here. Although it was a bit sunny, Zoro was with him. Big brother, I saw that you have been tied up for several days. I made rice balls for you to eat, the little girl said to Zoro while holding the rice balls. She only brought 2, but she didn't expect Bayun to be there. She looked at him secretly a little embarrassedly. Bayun smiled. What a child's innocence. I'm not hungry, I just got here today. With Bayun's words, the little girl was relieved and looked at Zoro with her rice ball. Are you looking for death? Get out, I won't eat your rice ball. Zoro was fierce, but it was actually for the little girl's good. It would be bad if the Navy found out. It was bad, and at this time, Beckman came over with 2 soldiers. Oh. It's not good to bully people, roared Zoro. I'll tell my father. I'm Bayun's son. Luffy appeared in time. Bayun shook his head slightly and smiled. Goodbye, I don't have a son like you with a butt chin. Chapter 33. 3 people form a group. A whirlpool separated Bayun and Luffy. Luffy met Coby according to fate. Bayun and Zoro became neighbors. It's really an unpredictable fate. Almost at the same time as Bellemere, Luffy and Coby's heads popped out from outside the base wall. He shouted Bayun, drowning out Bellemere's words, and sounded like, I am Bayun's son. So, Bayun said. I don't have a son with a butt chin like you, my chin is normal. The sudden appearance of Luffy made Bellemere unable to deal with him, and he also ignored his son, a colonel, and swaggered into the naval base. Coby saw Luffy go in, so he could only follow. Ha ha ha, Bayun is in a mess, this rope looks easy to break. Luffy ran to Bayun and Zoro, and implied the 2 people with one sentence. Bayun, no, it's one person. Yes. It's easy to break. Bayun replied, and then he stopped pretending and left the cross stake directly. It's easy to break free, Bayun repeated, and both he and Luffy looked at Zoro with a smile. Zoro said that he was greatly offended. Break free, you want to run away? Seeing Bayun break free from the rope so easily, Bell said in shock, with a wisp of snot hanging under his nose. What do you mean I want to run away? Tell me what I'm doing wrong first, Bayun asked back, choking Bell, but thinking of his powerful father, he immediately became confident again. I thought there was some treasure in the barrel, but it turned out to be someone like you. I was so happy for nothing. This is a sin. I am the son of a Navy captain. Bayun nodded. It seems that the world government is really hopeless. A Navy captain has such a high official power. If a general comes, he will be scared to death. Oh. Oh. Bayun said, oh, about the fact that he is the son of a Navy captain. And Beckman was very surprised. Oh. Luffy. This brother is Roronoa Zoro. Bayun helped Zoro introduce himself. I know, Coby and I are looking for him. This is Coby, a cowardly but changeable guy. Luffy also introduced Coby to Bayun. Oh hello, my name is Bayun, please take care of me on this first meeting. It was the first time they met, not counting the words on the screen. Hello. Coby acted very reserved, but also secretly looked at the partner who was crazy with Luffy. Luffy, you came to see Zoro, is it the same as what I thought? Bayun said. Luffy pressed his straw hat. Ha ha ha, it's the same as what you thought. Bayun, what are you two doing here? Zoro couldn't stand it anymore, thinking I was in the vegetable market, and they were still chatting here, and the navy would come over soon. We are pirates now, we are looking for partners to go to sea together. Bayun and Luffy replied tacitly. Pirates? I didn't expect you to degenerate into being bad guys. Zoro grinned, he was very familiar with pirates. What's the matter? This is my own wish. Luffy didn't care about other people's thoughts, this was his choice, and Bayun just laughed. Good guy, bad guy. Brother Zoro, how do you judge good guys and bad guys? Pirates are bad guys. Are those insignificant marines and the marines' sons over there good guys? In this world, good guys and bad guys are not just a matter of words. His expression was stunned, but Zoro still looked like he didn't want to be approached by strangers. You are really good at talking. As annoying as before. If it makes sense, it sounds a bit annoying. Bayun smiled and replied. Just as he was about to continue, Belumber over there interrupted him. Pirates, pirates. You are pirates. Hurry up, protect. Belumber knew the identities of Luffy and Bayun and was so scared that he immediately wanted to hide behind the two soldiers. Bang! But in an instant, a bullet flew past his cheek. When the adults speak, the son should shut up. You said it yourself, the son of a marine colonel. After reacting, Belumber fell down and fainted. You two, go get Monka. Bayun ordered the two navy soldiers. Those who didn't know would think he was a navy officer. The two soldiers didn't even see how Bayun fired the gun. They knew they couldn't afford to offend him, so they ran away immediately. Bayun put his hand down, and the gun turned back into a bracelet. The little girl stared at the silver bracelet on his hand curiously. Let's continue. But Zoro spoke first. Stop talking. I won't be a pirate. I have my own things to do. I won't be a bad guy like a pirate. But you have been regarded as a bad guy. Luffy folded his arms and told the truth. I don't care what others say. I have never regretted breaking my oath, and I won't do it in the future. Your oath is to become the world's #1 swordsman. Bayun suddenly interrupted. And Zoro couldn't calm down. I heard that you use a sword. Isn't this the ultimate goal of all you swordsmen? Zoro was speechless. It seemed that this was indeed the case. Which swordsman didn't want to have the title of the world's #1 swordsman? Does this conflict with your being a pirate? Yes. Luffy said that this made sense. Just agree to it. The so-called 3 people form a group. The 3 of us just happen to form a group. Bayun said. Zoro was silent. Chapter 34. Go to the dock to get some fries. Fateful separation, and fateful reunion. Luffy and Bayun, 2 pirates, reunited at the naval base, essentially because of Zoro. So predestined, so you have to invite them to the ship quickly. Don't want to go? Who cares? If you don't want to go, I'll force you to go. Seeing Zoro silent, Bayun could only use his strongest killer move. Your sword has been taken away. Luffy will help you get it back. But if you want the sword, you have to become our partner ×2. Luffy and Bayun said the last sentence in unison. You are too despicable. Zoro was so angry that he bared his teeth and shouted, but Luffy didn't care. After Bayun told him that the sword was in Barumber's bedroom, he went straight to find Zoro's sword. Coby, take this little girl out, it will be a scene that is not suitable for children. Little girl, don't worry, we will rescue this green-haired brother from the evil navy. Luffy went to find the sword, and Bayun asked Coby to take the little girl out. Coby didn't refuse, or didn't dare to refuse. When the little girl heard that Bayun would rescue Zoro, she was very excited and raised her fist to cheer Bayun up. Then the 2 of them went out of the naval base. Bayun looked at Zoro again, still with a polite smile. Zoro ignored him. And Bayun edging closer and closer. Zoro was instantly furious. What are you doing? No, just looking at your left eye to see if there is anything different. Bayun replied, those who understand will understand. Are you sick? I don't know, maybe. My body is too weak. Bayun replied. Zoro was completely speechless. Who is asking you? Hey! So, who are you? What do you want to do? Why invite a pirate hunter to be a pirate? Exhaling, Zoro stabilized his emotions and stared at Bayun and asked. What do we want to do? That's a question. We're pirates, you already know that. My name is Bayun, the guy wearing a straw hat just now is my partner, and he can be considered my younger brother, his name is Luffy. Also, he is the captain of our pirate group. Don't look at him as if he doesn't seem to be in tune, he is actually very capable. Everyone is amazing if they have a dream. Just like you want to become the world's #1 swordsman. Luffy's dream is to become the Pirate King. To be precise, becoming the Pirate King is just the first step of his dream. Bayun smiled and said to Zoro, like a salesman, and a very skillful salesman. Pirate King. There are so many pirates in this world, and becoming the Pirate King is not something you can do just by talking. Zoro himself has been a pirate hunter, there are so many pirates on the sea, and they can't be caught at all, it's so easy to surpass all the pirates and become the Pirate King. Isn't this the same as Zoro's desire to become the world's #1 swordsman? There are so many strong people in the world, and many of them use swords. But you are different and still have this dream. What's the point of a dream that is easy to achieve? You don't believe in Luffy's perseverance, and don't believe whether he can persist. Let me tell you this, Luffy himself said that this is his own ideal, his own choice, and he is willing to sacrifice his life for it. I believe he can succeed. Zoro, if you don't believe it, why don't you come up and take a look? If you are disappointed, you can always go down. Bayun patted Zoro on the shoulder and showed a sincere smile. Hey, I just say you talk too much, it's so noisy. What about you? You support Luffy so much, what is your dream? Zoro asked. He would ask this question, and it is likely that he has agreed to board the ship. There is indeed no conflict between being a pirate and becoming the world's #1 swordsman. Hehe, my dream. Maybe I just want to go to the dock to get some fries. Believe me, if not, you will regret not going to the dock to get some fries. Speaking of his dream, Bayun paused for a moment, then continued. Zoro had a question mark on his head. What the hell is going on? Just when Bayun put away his joke and prepared to talk seriously, a huge noise came out, and on the left side of the naval building, the upper body of a stone sculpture fell from the top, smashed on the ground, and broke into pieces. Then I heard, "Kill him." These 3 words resounded throughout the naval base. Bayun laughed. He knew that this was Luffy's masterpiece. It seemed that the statue of Monka was destined to break. Monka turned his head and coincidentally met Bayun's eyes. His eyes wanted to eat Bayun. Escape, escape. Damn it, this is a blasphemy against me. He grabbed the long gun of the soldier next to him, held the gun with one hand and fired at Bayun and Zoro. Slow motion playback. The bullet came with a heat wave. Zoro panicked. He couldn't just die like this, he still had things to do. His oath. He still had the power of Guyuna, he couldn't just die like this. Save me. Okay. Chapter 35. Zoro joins. Save me. Okay. As soon as Zoro's voice for help fell, Bayun immediately agreed. He was waiting for you to say this. Now you have to get on the boat. Bayun quickly raised his arm, and the bracelet on his hand immediately turned into a silver shield to block the bullet. The bullet hit the shield, sparks flew. And it failed to penetrate or stay on it, and fell directly to the ground. What is this? Where did you get it from? Zoro looked at the shield in shock. How could it appear in the blink of an eye? This is called magic. Bayun kept Zoro's appetite hanging. With a flip of his hand, the shield turned into a long sword. Again he slashed Zoro twice, and in an instant, the rope tied to Zoro broke. You can also use a knife. Zoro stood up and turned his wrist. I know a little bit. Bayun replied, and then took another side step away from Zoro. Zoro didn't understand, what was this? Then, 2 arms stretched out from his side and grabbed the wooden stake. "I'm coming." Zoro turned his head and saw Luffy bumping into him. "Fuck." With a bang, Luffy bounced down and sent Zoro back to the wooden stake. Ahem! Zoro coughed twice, felt a pain in his chest, and couldn't help frowning. "Damn it, are you going to hit me to death, Straw Hat bastard?" Luffy pressed the straw hat and stepped back, grinning. "Ha ha ha. Isn't this convenient to come down? There are 3 swords in there, I don't know which one is yours, so I brought them all," as he said. Luffy took all 3 swords behind him in his hands and placed them in front of Zoro. "These 3 are all mine. I am a 3-sword style. Here it comes." The 3-sword Lu. Zoro is on the stage. This is the historical meeting between the Pirate King Luffy and the 3-sword Lu. Zoro. Zoro took all 3 swords back, and Luffy said with a smile, "3 swords style. It seems quite interesting." "Hee hee." Zoro snorted twice, thinking, "It is indeed quite interesting. It will be even more interesting to cut you." "What happened to your arm just now?" Zoro asked while adjusting the posture of holding the knife. "That's because I am a rubber man who eats the rubber fruit," Luffy replied. "Rubber man? Shoot all of you." "Yes, just like this." Just when Zoro was wondering, Monka led the soldiers to the square, and saw Bayun and the other 2. And immediately ordered the soldiers to shoot. The soldiers did not dare to disobey the order and fired one after another. The bullets were fired one after another, all hitting Luffy, but the bullets did not hit him, but were all bounced back after being dented. "Oh my god! Get out of the way!" This scared the navy in the square, and they all dodged around. "What kind of monster is this?" A round of bullets ricocheted back, and several soldiers fell down after being shot, while the rest looked at Luffy in horror. The axeman Monka was much calmer, still with a stern face, as if everyone owed him 5 million. "Don't panic. He just ate a devil fruit." "What devil fruit?" "The legendary devil fruit." The adjutant next to Monka was very competent as a supporting actor. "Straw Hat Boy, I don't care who you are, if you offend the great me, you must die. Also, Roronoa Zoro, your name is spread, but it is not worth mentioning for my rights," Monka shouted. And then continued to let the soldiers attack with knives. And Zoro was surprised and turned cold again. "So you are the descendant of the devil. Anyway, I have offended the navy. It's better to go to sea with you as a pirate." "Great. Welcome to join." Luffy and Bayun were happy and welcomed when they heard it. After Zoro finished speaking, he bit the handle of the 3rd sword, flashed to Luffy, and blocked all the soldiers' swords. "If you dare to move, I will cut you." It was really domineering, and all the soldiers were scared and dared not move. "Although I promised to be a pirate with you. But I have my ideal, to become the world's #1 swordsman now, whether it is a bad name or a good name, I want the whole world to know my name. You pulled me on the ship. If you dare to force me to give up my dream, then you must commit seppuku in front of me." With all the soldiers' swords and biting the handle, Zoro still spoke clearly. "I'm not that boring." This sentence was answered by Bayun. "Ha ha ha. The world's #1 swordsman, that's interesting. The partners of the Pirate King must also be excellent." Luffy answered like this, and then kicked the soldier behind Zoro with a whip kick. Monka was so shocked that his eyes bulged, but he immediately ordered the soldier who had just shown weakness to commit suicide. Luffy and Zoro were shocked. There was something wrong with this army. The attack was launched instantly. Coby didn't know when he turned back and heard Monka's order with his own ears. His faith in the navy was almost shattered and he cried out, "Luffy, hurry up and destroy this navy." Luffy did face Monka, jumped to avoid his axe, and knocked Monka to the ground in a few seconds. The scene was instantly quiet. Chapter 36. You are really 2 lunatics. The scene of Axe King Monka being knocked to the ground by Luffy really shocked all the navy present. Seeing their boss being knocked down, they were actually a little happy in their hearts, thinking that Luffy's punch should be hit quickly. "Stop, don't move. An accident happened. I don't know when Bear Member woke up." Seeing his father being knocked to the ground, he immediately took out his gun and pointed it at Coby, asking Luffy to stop. Everyone's attention was instantly attracted to it, including Luffy, who turned around, Zoro biting the handle of the knife, and Bayun, who leaned on the wooden stake, turned his bracelet into a fan, fanning himself and watching the show. "I told you to stop, or I will kill him." Bellamy Bear opened his mouth and shouted again. He still loved his father. And Coby took a deep breath. "Luffy, I don't want to be a burden to you, even if it costs my life." At this time, Coby was just like what Luffy said before, cowardly, but he would change. He could still say these words under the muzzle of a gun. He has indeed changed and grown up. Luffy showed a mouthful of white teeth, very happy for his friend's growth, and replied with his hands on his waist. "Hee, I understand, Coby. Don't talk nonsense. I said don't move, otherwise I will really shoot." Bellamy Bear panicked, but then smiled again, and Coby became panicked. "Luffy, watch out behind you." Behind Luffy, Morgan, who was knocked down, stood up again and tried to sneak attack without following martial ethics. "I'm a Navy captain." But Luffy didn't care at all. "Don't be silly, stupid son, I'm serious. Dad, kill them now," Bellamy Bear shouted. And the next second, in the blink of an eye, Bayun appeared behind him. "Knock your head off." The silver long stick in his hand hit his head, hitting Bellamy Bear's head down. As for Luffy, he still stood with his hands on his hips, but Monka fell backwards. At the back, Zoro silently took off the long sword from his mouth, looking like he had hidden his merits and fame. "Well done, Zoro." "You're welcome, Captain." "Fell down." "Fell." "Monkaka's dictatorship is over." "Ha ha ha, long live the Navy." As Monka and his son fell, his men were the first to cheer. This leadership ability is really amazing. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Zoro also fell. Bayun was quick-witted and grabbed his collar from behind. Are you going to strangle me?" Zoro woke up again in an instant. "Rather than carrying you, it's better to let you go by yourself," Bayun replied. Zoro showed that he wanted to kill one more person now. When they arrived at the little girl's house, Zoro, who had been hungry for 9 days, ate 5 bowls of rice in a row and suddenly felt alive. Luffy ate more than him and swallowed 10 bowls at once. "Thank you for your hospitality." Bayun thanked the little girl and her mother. The little girl shook her head. "The big brothers are the heroes who saved the mayor, and they kept their promises and rescued the green-haired brother. We should thank you." What a polite, well-educated child, Bayun couldn't help but sigh. But even if he is a hero, he will be driven out now. "Excuse me. It is said that you are pirates." Morgan was locked up, and his adjutant took his place temporarily. The Navy drives away pirates, which is their job. Catch, they don't have the ability. Moreover, they respect Luffy in their hearts, but the clothes on their bodies don't allow them to do so. Although you are rebels, you saved the town, and we express our sincere gratitude to you. But you are pirates, and we will sit back and watch. Please you leave the town immediately without informing the headquarters, which is already our respect. Bayun looked at Luffy with a teacup, and Luffy smiled. "Then let's go, thank you for your hospitality, Auntie." Luffy. Coby struggled a lot. Luffy and his friends were heroes who saved the town, but they were treated like this. This was wrong. Luffy, Bayun, and Zoro stood up and ignored him. "Aren't you in the same group?" the adjutant asked Coby. Coby recalled what Luffy said, that no matter what he wanted to do, they would always be friends. I'm not their partner." Coby shouted with tears, and Luffy, Bayun, and Zoro smiled secretly. "Please allow me to join the Navy, no matter if it's doing odd jobs or anything else. Please give me a chance. I want to be a Navy commander." Coby shouted out his ideals so confidently for the first time, and the adjutant was moved by him and allowed him to join. Coby Marshall also took his first step. "Well, today is a good day to go to sea." Feeling the sea breeze and the sunshine, Bayun sighed. Luffy was untying the ropes of the boat. Zoro pointed at the small sailboat on the sea with disbelief. Shall we go out to sea on this? What else? Bayun replied. Ha ha ha, as expected, you two are really crazy. I'm starting to regret it a little bit. Shocked to the extreme, Zoro laughed with his hand on his forehead. Chapter 37 The Little Thief Cat Nami appears. Solve Morgan and get the clearance reward, a crew member Zoro. Also help Coby to join the Navy, triggering the special reward. Friendship of the future Navy General. Since the game is cleared, Luffy, Bayun, and new friend Zoro arrived at the dock in the town, ready to set sail again, go to the next place, find the next partner, and the next adventure. It was still the familiar boat when the three of them got on the boat and slowly sailed out. Coby appeared on the dock. Excitedly expressed his gratitude. A group of Navy followed behind, but they didn't thank Coby and Luffy, but saluted together. It was the first time that the Navy and the pirates saluted. So, because of the Navy General's salutes, who is justice and who is evil? This is a problem. Find out this problem and establish a new order system. It is not a problem. Bayun and Zoro long sat in the back, one on each side, holding the boat and looking at the sea. Luffy stood up and waved goodbye to Coby and the others. In this way, the boat slowly moved away until it disappeared from Coby and the others' sight. On the sea. A lone boat. There is a serious problem. Luffy and Bayun do not know how to sail, and Zoro let alone sailing, he may not even know the roads on the ground. So, they started their journey of drifting with the wind again. In fact, Bayun could replicate Coby's sailing skills, but he didn't. He always felt that before Nami joined, drifting to a place like this was destined. I'm so hungry. Luffy and Zoro shouted while lying on the deck. Bayun was fishing. The fishing rod was changed from a bracelet, but there was no bait. This is called Bai Taigong fishing, and those who are willing to take the bait will take the bait. You may be hungry, but Luffy, don't catch the birds in the sky, be careful not to catch them and they will be taken away. The fish should be hooked soon. Bayun said. Luffy didn't know why Bayun said that. Do I look like someone who would catch a bird in the sky and take it away? Don't talk about Luffy, Bayun, there's no bait. How can you catch it? Here it comes. Zoro spat halfway through the trough. Bayun directly cast the hook and fished the fish out of the sea, and it hit Zoro in the face. But an accident happened. Bayun used too much force, and the hook flew into the sky. The bird in the sky saw the lunch for free and bit the fish on it. The hook was hung on the bird's mouth and dragged Bayun away. Fuck. Being dragged to the sea, Bayun is a fruit body, how dare he let go? Seeing this, Zoro can finally laugh at Bayun. Ha ha ha. Luffy is the same, you are still talking about me, Bayun, you were dragged away by the bird, ha ha ha. When the big bird dragged Bayun far away, they realized that something was wrong. Not good. My fish. This sentence is obviously said by Luffy. Zoro looked at Luffy, is this the point? Luffy scratched his head embarrassedly. No, it's Bayun. Go save Bayun. After Luffy finished speaking, he and Zoro paddled quickly, heading in the direction where Bayun disappeared. Help help. Halfway, they met three guys who fell into the sea. The boat won't stop, you have to climb up by yourself. Zoro shouted. The instinct of survival really made the three guys climb onto the fast-moving boat. They really climbed up. Zoro said with a mocking tone. Before Luffy asked who they were, the three of them took out their knives. We are the subordinates of the feared Bughi the Clown. Take you. Sorry, we didn't recognize you. So you are the famous pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro and my name is Luffy. And Lord Luffy, haha. The three Buggy's men just took out their knives and were hit by Luffy and Zoro. Who are they fighting with? Okay, you made us lose our partners. Paddle hard until you see the island. Zoro leaned on the pole and ordered the three guys. Yes. Under their majesty, the three could only do as they were told. And Bayun's side. Stop. Thief, hand over the chart. Damn it, if we don't get the chart back quickly, our lives will be in danger. Yes, I don't want to die under the captain's shells. Nami stole Buggy's Grand Line chart according to the trajectory of fate. He is getting rid of the pursuit. The trick of fate replaced the person falling from the sky with Bayun. Bang! Bayun accurately fell between Nami and Buggy's men. Oh, my old waist! Fortunately, Luffy's physique was copied in advance, otherwise it would be gone if it fell down. The smoke dissipated, and Bayun and Nami met eyes. Nami's eyes lit up, but Bayun said it first. Big sister. I'm here to pick you up, big sister. Nami was stunned. Who is your big sister? Isn't this my line? Chapter 38, Cooperation to make a lot of money. Fate will not make mistakes, but it will play tricks on people. The person who fell from the sky became Bayun, but Bayun was not as simple as Luffy. Nami's eyes lit up, and just when she thought of a big injustice to blame, Bayun spoke first. Big sister. I'm here to pick you up, big sister. After saying that, he snatched the Grand Line chart from Nami's hand in one go. That hand speed shocked Nami, who was a little thief. It's not over yet. Bayun snatched the chart and ran away. Big sister. So there is an organization thief. Nami looked at Bayun's back, and behind her, Buggy's brother's vicious voices came over. Looking at the shadow on the ground, Nami swallowed her saliva and immediately ran away. But the big man in the lead immediately grabbed her fate by the back collar. Still want to escape? Stinky bitch. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. The big man raised his fist and smashed it down, and Nami could only close her eyes in despair. The fist was about to hit Nami's face. Just heard, bang bang bang. 3 gunshots. Nami lost weight and fell to the ground. When she opened her eyes, she saw 3 big men, one covering his hand, and the other 2 covering their legs and lying on the ground wailing. Her eyes were full of confusion, shock, and fear. Oh my big sister. Why are you so embarrassed? Let me help you. Bayun walked back, bent down, and stretched out his palm to Nami. Nami turned her head to look at him, and shot at his waist and hands, but did not see the shadow of the gun. Pa! No need. After recovering, Nami slapped Bayun's hand away and stood up by herself. Bayun smiled, didn't care, and straightened up. Who are you? Who is your big sister? Give me back the sea chart. Nami reached out to grab the sea chart in Bayun's hand. Bayun dodged, and Nami almost fell down. You bastard! Nami was about to curse when Bayun handed the sea chart to her. My name is Bayun. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Why bother to snatch it? I can't understand it anyway. Nami was slightly stunned and took the sea chart back with force. You are smart. Did you fire those 3 shots just now? Why didn't I see a gun on you? After putting away the sea chart, Nami remembered the gunshots just now. Besides her and the 3 men of Buggy, Bayun was the only one left. Who else could it be but him? Bayun did not answer, but stared at the sky. When the target appeared, he raised his hand and fired a shot instantly. The big bird that had carried him here fell from the sky in an instant, not far from the 2 of them. I'm waiting for you. How dare you come back? Bayun cursed at the big bird's body. And Nami watched the gun in Bayun's hand appear and disappear, rubbed her eyes, and wondered if she had seen it wrong. Let's go, find a place to cook, I'm a little hungry. Bayun had dragged the big bird's body over when Nami reacted. Ahokai! The soup is here. Looking at Bayun's back, Nami didn't expect that he could really cook. While still guessing his identity, Bayun turned around and put a pot of soup on the table, untied his apron and sat down. After scooping a bowl of soup, Nami smiled and was about to take it, but Bayun drank it himself. She was so embarrassed that her smile on her face and the movements of her hands froze. Indignantly, he scooped a bowl for himself. It tastes quite good. After taking a sip, this was Nami's first impression. Ahem, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Nami, and I'm a thief who specializes in stealing pirates. This town was occupied by the pirate clown Buggy, and people went to stay in the shelter, so you can't see anyone now. And this Grand Line map was stolen from Buggy. My goal is to save up 100 million Baileys. Only by going to the Grand Line and stealing more treasures from big pirates can you have a chance to collect 100 million Baileys. You have such a great gunmanship, consider it, the two of us will work together to make a lot of money. After the matter is done 20 to 80, I'll split it 80 and you'll split it 20 after all. You don't know how to sail, but I do. I'll work harder and get more money, no problem. After drinking half a bowl of soup, Nami put the bowl down and introduced herself. She wanted a free thug. After finishing speaking, he picked up the bowl and continued to drink the soup. He was thirsty after talking too much, waiting for Bayun's answer. Bayun laughed in his heart. 8 points, do you think I am a big scapegoat, Miss Nami? A thief who specializes in stealing pirates. Then should I be afraid? Bayun answered, which was a far cry from the answer Nami wanted. What do you mean? Because I am also a pirate. Bayun replied calmly. Nami's eyes widened uncontrollably. So you are also a pirate? Then forget what I said just now. Pirates are all the same, you damn guys. Bayun finished the soup calmly, looked up at Nami, and said with a smile. Don't be so decisive, Miss Nami. Chapter 39 Buggy the Clown. Don't be so decisive, Miss Nami. You need money, we need your navigation skills. We can cooperate to make money, just cooperation, not joining, what do you think? Now, it was Bayun's turn to ask Nami's opinion. The one in the middle was panting, and Nami's face turned slightly red. You guys. Well, I have 2 companions. I got separated from them, but it's estimated that they will come soon. Bayun explained. What a good guy, he went out to sea with Luffy twice and separated twice, he can only call him a good guy. Cooperation. Nami thought, and suddenly the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, thinking of some tricks, and then immediately pressed the corners of her mouth back. Okay. Then let's see if you have the integrity to cooperate. You and I will go to see Buggy. You don't have to worry about anything else. Then I will agree to cooperate with you. Bayun still smiled. Okay, let's go. I want to see this clown Buggy. The end of this road is the bar where Buggy the Clown and his friends are staying. Nami deliberately slowed down and stood behind Bayun to explain. But as soon as the rope was picked up, Bayun ran up without looking back. Really? Then let's go quickly. Nami didn't catch anyone and stumbled directly. She stood up and looked at Bayun's back, thinking that this was not right. No. No. Wait a minute, don't run up like this. But no matter how Nami shouted, Bayun had already rushed to the roof of the tavern. Seeing this, Nami turned around directly. She didn't want to die. But after walking a distance, she subconsciously touched her belt. No, very stable. Where's the map, that bastard? Nami thought of Bayun's face in her mind. Who else could have taken it except him? Gritting her teeth, Nami turned back. She needed money now. What let the thief who stole the sea map escape? What are you 3 grown men doing on the roof of the tavern? Buggy yelled at the 3 guys wrapped in bandages who were injured by Bayun. My little one deserves death, Captain Buggy. But that thief had helpers. Her shooting skills were so fast that we were injured before we saw her. The 3 hurriedly explained to avoid being bombarded by cannons. She's so fast that we can't even see the gun clearly. When did this guy come? What does he look like, tell me? Bakey's background is deep. His experience is rarely matched by anyone on the sea today. Well, just tied a black ponytail. A white vest with a pair of black jeans. Hello. Yes, it's like this, no, it looks like this, exactly the same. The three began to describe Bayun's appearance. Bayun sneaked up without anyone noticing. Ah! It's him, Captain Buggy. He's the accomplice of that thief. After reacting, the three immediately hid behind Buggy and pointed at Bayun. You're the accomplice of that thief. You dared to fall into the trap. Becky said as he swept Bayun. Bayun's smiling face instantly turned into surprise, the kind of surprise of seeing an idol. It has to be said that he is really good at acting. Buggy, are you the legendary 1002 Deo Buggy? Hearing this name, Buggy was so scared that he immediately split his palm and covered Bayun's mouth. The head also flew over and took Bayun to the corner. SHH. You kid, why do you know my previous name? As a trainee crew member of the Pirate King, he should have been honored, but now that the Pirate King is dead, Buggy is afraid that his identity will be exposed again and he will be directly killed by the Navy, so he is very scared. I heard Shanks say it. Bayun answered truthfully. Shanks, that bastard is not dead yet. Who are you to him, illegitimate son? Hearing Shanks, Buggy became even angrier. Bayun shook his head to deny it. Don't give me a father right away. No, I met Mr. Shanks when I was a child. I heard him talk about you and how powerful you are. I was following my big sister, and suddenly I heard her mention your name. I have always remembered your name. So, I ran over to join you. Look, I brought the chart with me. Buggy stared at Bayun's face, seeming to express doubt, but laughed the next second. Ha 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 ha. You have good vision, kid, ha ha ha. Okay, since you are so sincere, I will accept you. After saying that, Buggy wanted to reach out for the chart, but Bayun dodged. Brother Buggy, let me keep this chart. You see, it was stolen where you put it. I have some skills, I can get the chart back without anyone noticing. I'll take it, don't worry. Besides, I'm right under your nose, right? Bayun said, stuffing the chart into his pocket. You are a good kid, ha ha ha. Becky believed it, which was not surprising. And then took Bayun out of the corner. Guys, welcome our new partner, he he he. Chapter 40, Shiu Shiu and the Pet Food Store. Bayun successfully mixed into the enemy camp, and was as comfortable as returning to his own home. As for Nami, just when she decided to turn around and find Bayun to get the sea chart back, she bumped into something at a corner. She fell to the ground with her buttocks. Nami was already annoyed enough every day. Ah, why am I so unlucky today? He raised his head and looked at the two people who knocked him down. And the two people happened to be Luffy and Zoro, who had just landed on the island. Ah, I finally saw someone. Luffy's first reaction when he saw Nami was this sentence. Zoro nodded slightly in agreement. If he had known, he would not have let those three guys go, causing them to circle around in this town for several times. Well, there is also a puppy. Luffy noticed that there was a puppy behind Nami. And he praised it directly and went to see the puppy. Zoro just glanced at Nami and did not bend down to help her. He thought, she shouldn't be so weak, why should she be helped? He is indeed a straight man, thanks to his handsome appearance. He stood up and patted the dust. At this time, Nami felt that Bayun was much more gentlemanly, although he was still a bastard. Woman, do you know what is going on in this town? Why is there no one? Zoro asked with his arms crossed. If it were in Bayun's world, with this attitude and the woman's name, Zoro would definitely be called a subordinate man. Nami was furious, but the curse was stuck on her lips. Suddenly she found that Bayun said he had two partners. I haven't seen these two people. Could they be them? It would be best if the damn Bayun stole my sea chart, so let their two partners go to the water and take the opportunity to get the sea chart back. Ah, it hurts. You. Who are you? At the same time, three voices sounded together. The first one was Luffy, the sound made by the puppy Zyuxia biting her hand. The second one was Nami, who was about to speak but was suppressed by the other two voices. And the third one was the mayor, who happened to come to feed the puppy Zyuxia. "Don't bully, Zyuxia." The mayor rushed to Luffy and Zyuxia and separated them. Zyuxia saw that the food was coming and let go of Luffy's hand. "Hey!" Luffy snorted in doubt, "Who is bullying who?" "Uncle, who are you?" "I am the mayor of this town. This seaside town was built by our own hands 15 years ago. It is our home. It's a pity that it is now occupied by pirates." The mayor was very excited. This town contains their hard work and is built by the efforts of everyone. He regards it as wealth, which belongs to them. Although no one asked him about the town, it was completely his own feeling. "Oh!" Luffy's reaction to the mayor expressing his feelings was, digging his nose with his little finger and making a sound. For some reason, the mayor felt a little angry, but he didn't say anything, but squatted down to feed Shiu Shiu. "You said that the people in this town went to the shelter to avoid pirates, so where is this dog? Why don't they go? Why do you have to risk coming out to feed it?" Zoro also came over at this time and asked in confusion. "Shiu Shiu is to protect the pet food store behind its owner. His owner is my old friend, so let me take care of him on his behalf. If I ask you to come, why doesn't he come to his own store and dog?" Nami also came over, and after listening to the mayor's words, she felt that Shiu Shiu's owner was a little selfish. "No, 3 months ago, Zyuxia's master died of illness. I think Zyuxia should be able to feel it, too. But it stubbornly guarded the store and refused to leave. Its wounds were caused by fighting with pirates. Just because it and its master agreed to guard the store well, it was so stubborn that it didn't even want its life." "Ah, that's amazing. Then I won't blame you for biting me, Zyuxia." After listening to the mayor's story, Luffy showed his white teeth and felt that Zyuxia was amazing from the bottom of his heart. But the next second, Luffy and Zoro's eyes changed and they shouted together, "Be careful!" Zoro jumped back and grabbed Nami by the way. And Luffy pushed the old mayor down. A huge figure broke through the pet food store and passed over their heads. Nami fell on her butt again. Luffy stood up and looked over with Zoro. The person who came was really the trainer of the buggy pirates, Maltka riding the lion Richie. "Who are you, you weird hooded guy?" Luffy shouted. "This is hair." "What hood?" Maltka replied in a rage. "A guy who doesn't understand fashion." Shiu Shiu was stunned when he saw the pet food store that had a big hole in it and looked like it was about to collapse. The store he had guarded for so long was destroyed in an instant. "Roronoa Zoro, I'm here to take your dog's head also, you thief, return the treasure." "Ha ha ha, you didn't expect to be betrayed by your own little brother. He has now joined our buggy pirates," Maltka taunted Zoro and Nami. Hearing Maltka talking about his little brother, Nami thought of Bayun. This guy actually joined the buggy pirates. Chapter 41. You guys are a little late. Last time, I wrote that Maltka rode Richie to get Zoro's head because the 3 pirates who were let go by Zoro and Luffy ran back to the tavern and reported to Buggy. You said that the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro and a boy wearing a straw hat came to the town. Yes, Captain, and they are very powerful. We got all these injuries from them, Captain Buggy. During the banquet, Buggy suddenly got the news and his mood suddenly became bad. Bayun was different. He finally waited for the 2 of them to go ashore, so he could leave after eating. What about the treasure? Baki looked at them fiercely, and the 3 of them trembled with fear. Bag Captain Buggy, we were deceived by a woman, and she also caused us to fall into the sea. If we hadn't boarded Roronoa Zoro's ship, we would have died at sea. The 3 of them didn't dare to speak and answered truthfully. Is it her? Baggy asked the 3 people with a portrait of Nami. The 3 of them nodded quickly. It's her, it's her. Baggy turned to look at Bayun, who was eating steak. Bayun stretched out his hand and shook his head, indicating that he didn't know about the treasure. Buggy turned back, veins popping out on his forehead. It's this damn bitch again. Who am I? Buggy yelled, and his men stood up and yelled as if they were triggered. Pirates, pirate clown Buggy-sama. That's right, ha ha ha. I'm Buggy the Clown, how can I tolerate this bitch running wild in my territory? And pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro, as long as I kill him my reputation will be improved again. Then let's have a beast show. Buggy spread his hands and yelled. Are you calling me Captain Buggy? I'm going to take Roronoa Zoro's head and take back our treasure now, is that okay? Maltka rode over on Richie, looking grim and thought he was some big boss. And Bayun knew that he was just going to deliver food, so he could go over and lead Luffy and the others over, so he wouldn't have to move. Well, it's not impossible to deal with these guys first. The scene returns to Luffy and his friends. It was because of the above situation that Maltka rode Richie to kill them. Just as Bayun thought, Maltka and Richie were just here to deliver food. Take my head, hee hee. Zoro chuckled twice. It seems that his reputation is not good enough and he has always been looked down upon. Treasure? What treasure? I don't know. Did that bastard Bayun tell you? Nami hurriedly denied it. What treasure is yours? If I get it, it's mine, so there is no treasure for you here. Bayun ×2. Luffy and Zoro shouted in unison when they heard the name. Sure enough, you two are Bayun's partners. Nami replied, sure enough. It was just as she thought. How did she offend these three people? What do you mean? You also know Bayun? Mulkey asked in confusion. How come everyone knows Bayun? Luffy and Zoro immediately looked at him again. What do you mean you also know Bayun? Of course, he is a new member of our Buggy Pirates. Mulkey replied. What? Hearing this, Luffy's mouth suddenly opened wide, as if he couldn't believe that Bayun betrayed him. Although I don't like that guy, he shouldn't be such a person. Zoro said. Luffy nodded. How long has Zoro known Bayun? He grew up with Bayun and should trust him. Yes, Bayun is not that kind of person. Let's go and see the situation. Mulkey was very angry about being ignored, and Shiushu, whose store was destroyed by him, was also angry. Asshole, ignore me, Richie. Woof. Rich and Shiushu, who were of different sizes, attacked together. The outcome of the duel was obvious at first glance, but behind Shiushu were Luffy and Zoro. Bang! In an instant, Luffy used his fists, and Zoro used his sword. Luffy stretched out his arm and punched Maltka in the face, knocking him out. Zoro crossed his two swords and hit the flying lion Richie in the abdomen. I said it before, these two guys are just here to get killed. Nami was shocked again, thinking of Bayun's words about being their sailors and going out to sea to make money, which seemed not bad. Anyway, she just had to decide that it was a cooperation, not joining as a pirate. Woman, do you know where their base is? Take me their trouble. Zoro said. The mayor, who was pressed down by Luffy to avoid Richie's claws, struggled to raise his head, and 2 lines of blood clearly hung under his nose. I know. Led by Nami and the mayor, the 4 came to the tavern where Buggy was stationed. Bayun was leaning on the edge of the roof, holding a cocktail in his hand, looking at the 4 people below with a comfortable face. Bayun! Luffy shouted. Bayun nodded slightly. You are a little late. Chapter 42 Bayun vs Buggy Pirates. Luffy and Zoro met Nami, and learned from Maltka that Bayun had joined the Buggy Pirates. In order to find out the situation, they solved Maltka and Richie. Luffy and Zoro came to the tavern where the Buggy Pirates were stationed under the leadership of Nami and the mayor, and thought there would be a battle. But Bayun was leaning on the edge of the roof, holding a cocktail in his hand, looking at the 4 people below with a comfortable face. You are a little late. And the reason for this is that an hour ago, just when Maltka left the roof of the tavern. Okay, then, it's time to deal with the garbage. We don't need garbage in the Buggy Pirates. After Maltka left, Buggy said gloomily. The 3 guys who were released by Zoro and Luffy just breathed a sigh of relief, but now their hearts were instantly raised to their throats. And they were scared and sweating. Who else could Buggy talk about except them? Captain Buggy. I'm sorry, we were wrong, Captain Buggy, spare us our lives. Buggy turned around, his big red nose almost sticking to his face. "Who am I?" "Pirate Clown Lord Buggy," the three answered tremblingly. "Ha ha ha ha. That's good to know I'm Buggy the Clown. No garbage is allowed on my ship." Buggy stood up and laughed. The three of them ran away desperately. "Run, can you run away, ha 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 ha." Buggy laughed, his palms split open, and he flew over with a rope, instantly tying up the three people tightly. "You still dare to run? You are so brave, then I will use the special Bucky bullet to send you, ha ha ha. Little guys, put the special Bucky bullet in the barrel." Bucky ordered, controlling his arms to grab the three people in front of the muzzle, and the little brothers did as they were told and put the special Bucky bullet in the barrel. "No, don't. Captain Buggy. Spare me." The three of them looked at the black barrel and suddenly felt hopeless, but they kept begging for mercy, hoping that Bucky would let them go. Bayun scratched his ears, he couldn't even eat in peace. "Well, I'm full. Standing up, Bayun wiped his mouth with a white cloth. The steak on the plate had been finished. Everyone was cheering and waiting for the fireworks show, but Bayun suddenly said this, which was very out of place and shifted everyone's attention to him. "Well, full. That's right, then you light the fuse, Bayun." Bucky showed a sinister smile, and Bayun was still busy wiping his mouth. "What, don't you dare." Bayun put down the white cloth and smiled, "What's there to be afraid of?" Then he walked behind the barrel and took the torch. The three shook their heads and begged Bayun not to light the fuse, but Bayun's eyes showed no mercy and he directly lit the fuse. The three stopped struggling after seeing this. At least they could face death with strength for once. Bayun looked at the long fuse, and he didn't know who designed it. It was really clever. As Bayun lit the fuse, the people behind him began to cheer again. Bayun was now more certain that not all pirates were like Luffy and his friends. When he was a pirate, he would more or less kill people. He hoped that he would not become such a guy who killed people for fun in the future. Everyone cheered, waiting for the shells to be fired and watching a grand fireworks. But Bayun's action instantly stopped them from cheering. When only 1/5 of the fuse was left, Bayun kicked the barrel and made it rotate. The barrel turned, and the black muzzle was aimed at Buggy and his friends, and the fuse was still burning. The cheering faces of the crowd instantly turned into panic. "What are you doing, Bayun?" Bayun spread his hands and shook his head. "Let me make it clear first, I am not discriminating against you. I just simply hate big red noses." Baki's eyes were wide open, and his emotions jumped back and forth between anger and panic. As Bayun's voice fell, there was a bang, and the shells were fired, flying towards Buggy and his friends with rolling heat waves. "Get down quickly!" Finally, panic defeated anger, and Buggy shouted and got down first. The shells exploded, producing billowing smoke, and one shot made 2/3 of Buggy's pirate group lose their combat effectiveness. In the black smoke, Buggy's figure slowly stood up, and the panic was gone, only anger. "Kill him!" Baki shouted, his voice became sharp. Cabbage was the first to bear the brunt, stepping on a unicycle and approaching quickly. Swords and shadows. Instantly, Kabachi's figure appeared behind Bayun, and Bayun was cut in half and fell to the ground. "Hee ha no!" Baki was about to laugh, thinking that he was some big shot, but it turned out to be just like this, but before he could laugh twice, he found something wrong. He was cut in half and there was not even a drop of blood. Impossible! Isn't this just like his ability to be torn into pieces? "Kabachi!" Baki shouted. Kabachi turned his head tacitly, and a stream of flames spurted out of his mouth. Chapter 43 Limitation of Ability. Bayun's instant betrayal made Baki furious. But he didn't expect that this guy was so weak. He was cut in half directly, but there was no blood after being cut in half. Is this normal? "Kabachi!" Baki shouted. Kabachi turned his head tacitly, and a stream of flames spurted out of his mouth. But at the moment when he spurted out, a hand holding a silver long stick aimed at his chin and smashed it from bottom to top. Kabachi's flames sprayed upwards. Holding a long stick in his hand, while Kabachi was stunned by such a stick, he took advantage of the victory and swung it quickly, stabbing Kabachi's chest with a series of sticks, making him retreat continuously. Finally, he swung the stick in a circle, hitting Kabachi's left face from left to right, instantly knocking him out and swinging him to the roof on the right side of the tavern. Everything happened very suddenly. Bayun hit Kabachi to the roof on the right side in just a few seconds. It was so fast that no one could react and could only watch. Or more dumbfounded, why does Bayun have the same ability to split into pieces as Buggy? Buggy and his brothers are full of this question. How is it possible? Buggy murmured. Watching Bayun's upper and lower body separated, controlling his hands to play with the stick in the air, this is completely his ability to split into pieces. How is this possible? How do you have my ability? Buggy couldn't help but question. Bayun's mouth curled up slightly. Want to know? I won't tell you. Buggy was stunned, and then his expression became very ferocious with anger. Asshole! Who do you think I am? I am Buggy the Clown. Shattered into pieces, cannon! Buggy roared angrily, raised his hands, grabbed the top of his right arm with his left hand, and held the dagger between the fingertips of his right palm, and shot out like a cannonball, aiming at Bayun with the tip of the knife. Hat! Bayun snorted, not panicking at all, and did not dodge. He controlled his palm in the air and hit Buggy's palm back with a long stick. Shattered into pieces, pancake! Buggy stabilized his palm that was hit in the air, and his lower body separated directly, with the blade emerging from his toes, spinning and hitting Bayun like a flying disc. Bayun stepped up and jumped to avoid Buggy's lower body, controlling his other hand to grab the long stick, and the long stick was split into two. It did not turn into a knife, but still a stick. Using a knife to chop the body of a person with the ability to split into pieces is simply a joke. Buggy's lower body spun back, and Bayun didn't even dodge, letting him chop over him and being cut in half again. But this was nothing for him who had copied the ability of the split into 5 fruit. He controlled his 2 hands to hold the stick and smashed it hard at Buggy. Buggy immediately raised his hands and blocked the stick with the dagger between his fingers. His lower body came back to connect with Buggy's upper body, and Bayun's lower body followed closely after Buggy's upper and lower bodies were attached. He kicked Buggy in the abdomen directly, and with a bang, he kicked his eyes protruding, his mouth opened wide, and he retreated instantly. Buggy knocked over a group of tables and chairs, fell to the ground, struggled for several times, and got up again, looking very embarrassed. Cough cough. Buggy coughed twice, with a streak of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth and sweat dripping from his forehead. He now understood that this junior who knew Shanks was not simple. At least he couldn't beat him. Damn Shanks! At this time, Shanks, who was sailing on the sea, suddenly sneezed. Shanks! Have a cold? No way is someone thinking about me, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, Bayun. I think we have some misunderstandings, right? You know Shanks, I know Shanks. If there is anything, why can't we sit down and talk? Why bother to fight and kill? Hearing this, Bayun controlled his lower body and palm to return to his side. Good opportunity. Bakey was waiting for this moment when Bayun was negligent. Special small Bakey shell. Bakey's lower body flew out, and a small-sized buggy shell flew out from the mechanism under his feet. Although it was only the size of a marble, its power was even several times greater than that of an ordinary size. I'm waiting for this trick of yours. Bayun instantly retracted his lower body and palm, and the small-sized buggy shell was instantly restored. Then it hit Bayun's chest. Buggy smiled, and saw if he would die, but his expression changed in an instant, and he was stunned. Buggy's bullet hit Bayun's chest but did not explode, but Bayun's chest was sunken. And the buggy bullet bounced back. This is the ability of the rubber fruit. Through this, Bayun also discovered that his ability has a limitation, that is, although he can keep the ability of the replica, he cannot use 2 fruit abilities at a time. For example, if he wanted to use Luffy's rubber fruit ability just now, he had to take back the body that was split by the ability of the split fruit before he could use it. And Buggy and his brothers on the opposite side were covered by intense flames with stunned expressions. A huge explosion occurred, directly cutting off half of the top of the tavern, and more than a dozen houses behind were also shaken down, a real physical collapse of the house. When the smoke cleared, the people of Buggy's pirate group were lying on the ground. And all lost their combat effectiveness. Chapter 44 Nami, half, joined. That's it. Luffy and his 4 friends arrived on the roof of the tavern. They were shocked by the half-blown-off roof and the subsequent collapse of the house. Bayun explained to him that this was caused by his single-handed fight against the Buggy pirates, and judging from the current situation, he should have won. Ha 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 ha, I told you Bayun, you won't betray us and, you did a good job ha ha ha. Luffy put his hands on his waist and praised Bayun with a smile. Tisk, I thought we could have a fight, but if this goes on, the sword will be rusty. How about we have a fight, Bayun, let me see your strength. Zoro took his hand off the hilt of the sword at his waist, feeling a little sorry. He thought he could have a fight and warm up his body, but who knew that Bayun took it? Ha ha ha, I can't beat you. I'll eat the experience pack this time first. If you want me to fight later, I'm too lazy to move. Bayun replied with a smile, saying that if he came with you, he would be too lazy to do it. Nami and the mayor were still immersed in the scene behind Bayun, where a bunch of Buggy pirates were lying on the ground. Nami was thinking that Bayun had solved the Buggy pirates by himself. What kind of strength is this? Bayun said, this is just the beginning. The mayor was no less surprised than Nami. The pirates who had occupied their town for such a long time were solved just like that. He wanted to fight these pirates to get a glimmer of hope, but now he was told that the matter had been resolved. It was really thank you very much. With tears, the mayor bowed to Bayun, thanking him for helping him protect the town. It's just a little help, mayor, you don't have to do this. Now you can go and call the townspeople back. Bayun waved his hand, indicating that it was not a big deal. The mayor nodded repeatedly, yes, 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 I have to tell everyone this news, this is good news. After that, the mayor bowed to the 4 people. And then ran down the roof of the tavern to inform the residents of the town that they could come back. But halfway, the mayor suddenly had a question. He had never introduced himself to Bayun, so why did he know that he was the mayor? The mayor left, and Bayun stepped aside, revealing the table behind him that survived in the ruins, on which there were 2 steaks and cocktails you haven't eaten yet. Before Bayun finished speaking, Luffy and Zoro flew over like hungry tigers. Eat meat. Meat, leave some for me. Luffy looking at the 2 guys grabbing food, Bayun smiled helplessly and Nami ran to the ruins, as if looking for something. Miss Nami, are you looking for treasure? Bayun shouted. Nami immediately turned around and glanced at Bayun towards Zoro and Luffy. 2 bulging bags were under the table, which contained Buggy's treasure. Nami immediately ran over and opened them. And her eyes turned into symbols. Bayun also walked over and pressed the Grand Line's nautical chart on the table. Luffy finished such a small steak in one go. What is this, Bayun? It's a nautical chart of the Grand Line. Bayun replied, and then looked at Nami. I estimated Buggy's treasure, about 10 million Baileys, plus his bounty, 15 million Baileys, and this nautical chart of the Grand Line. How about it? Do you want to get on our ship, Miss Nami? Bayun made an invitation. Luffy asked in confusion. Ah, why Nami is not interesting at all. She knows navigation. Join us, Nami. You changed your face too quickly. Nami was so angry that she shouted, you are so realistic. However, no matter how angry you are, you should not go against money. Nami thought that it would be easy to make money with Luffy and Bayun. Since you are so persistent, I, the thief who specializes in stealing pirates, the little thief cat Nami, will reluctantly agree to cooperate with you first. Nami agreed to join. Well, half join, Luffy immediately raised his hand and cheered. Great! The issue of the navigator partner has been resolved. Since Nami has agreed to join, Luffy and his friends will set sail again. The adventure of a pirate is never in one place, but on the sea. Fate's gone, it's gone, it's gone. Bayun took Buggy to the next island in exchange for a bounty of 15 million Baileys, and also exchanged Buggy's treasure for Baileys if Buggy is sent in now. I wonder if Luffy's God's favor scene will happen again in Rogue Town in the future. Bayun also let Nami manage the money as he wished on the ship, looking at the money in the suitcase. Nami's eyes turned into the symbol of money again, but then she found something wrong. Her eyes were like a money detector. She knew the amount of money was wrong at a glance. This ability is also amazing. Chapter 45 The Little White Snake with Horns. Nami's eyes like a money detector swept and immediately found that the amount was wrong. It's wrong. Shouldn't the treasure plus the bounty be 25 million Baileys? Why is there 5 million Baileys missing? Nami turned her head and looked at the three men on the opposite boat. Luffy, Bayun, and Zoro were still riding in the small fishing boat. As a girl, Nami couldn't share a small boat with the three men. So she took the boat she cheated from Buggy's men and changed the sail with Buggy's logo. The two boats were tied together with ropes to avoid being too far apart. Facing Nami's question, Zoro was sleeping soundly. Bayun continued his Bai Taigong fishing. Then Luffy had to face this storm. Bayun and I discussed that most of the town was destroyed and money was needed to repair it, so we left a bag of treasure. In fact, Luffy should have said that it was Bayun who discussed it with him, not him and Bayun, so that Nami's saliva would be spit on Bayun, not him. What? That's 5 million Baileys. I'll give it away if I say so. Nami was so angry that she almost went over to beat Luffy, and her throat was clearly visible from her shouting. But in the end, she calmed down. It was just a gift. She couldn't snatch it back. Then she put the remaining 20 million Baileys in the cabin, which had to be kept well. 20 million Baileys, 20 million in one go, very close to the goal. After putting the Baileys, Nami's eyes became lonely, completely without the spirit of Bailey she had just seen. But after turning around and leaving the cabin, she immediately changed her expression and acted sunny again. A good start. Keep it up, more money is waiting for us. Where to go next? Bayun turned his head slightly and looked at Nami, who was studying the sea chart. There will indeed be more money. And this time, the fish and the mouse will not get a single cent. Next, the appearance of Captain Usopp should continue. The ship and the waves are moving forward hand in hand. Bayun thought the next stop should be Usopp's hometown. But a deserted island covered with trees appeared in the middle. Bayun tried hard to recall and finally remembered the man stuck in the box. Here, Zoro and Nami wanted to eat. Nami mocked them for going out to sea without food or water, which was simply a matter of life and death. But Nami still gave Zoro a piece of bread. And Luffy and Bayun found the deserted island on the left. There is an island. Luffy shouted excitedly. Ah, I guess so, it's a deserted island. There's no point in going up there, let's continue along the route. Nami hadn't finished her words when Luffy picked up the paddle and paddled towards the island. Bayun didn't stop him. People who grow in boxes are rare, don't miss them if you pass by. Maybe we can find new companions. It would be even better if we could find some food. Nami is right, we are too blind. Luffy said while paddling. Wait a minute, you are even more blind this way. Nami was so angry that she yelled with her fangs, but she could only keep up. We've reached the deserted island. Luffy got off the boat and said as he looked at the island full of trees. There are only forests on this island, there's nothing else. Nami complained that this was a waste of time. Luffy asked Zoro to come down. But he fell asleep. He really slept after eating, it was very comfortable. Let's just go in. Let Zoro watch the boat and take a break, Bayun said, tying the boat tightly. This is very important, otherwise if the boat drifts away, let alone Zoro bringing it back, he might enter the Grand Line first. Zoro watched the boat, while Bayun, Luffy, and Nami entered the forest. As soon as they entered the forest, the three saw all kinds of strange creatures. A fox with a coxcomb. A snake with rabbit ears. A pig with a lion's mane. Look, this rabbit is so strange. Luffy grabbed the snake with rabbit ears. It's weird. Nami couldn't find any other adjectives except weird. But I think it's a snake, put it down quickly, Luffy. Nami tried to persuade Luffy, but Luffy was completely attracted. Bayun, you say? Nami could only rely on Bayun, but Bayun liked these strange animals more than Luffy. So cute. Luffy. Can we keep one on the ship? Bayun loved the cat with 3 tails very much. Nami held her forehead and shook her head, indicating that these two were hopeless. At this time, a small white snake swam down from the tree beside Bayun, coiled around Bayun's right wrist with a silver bracelet, and looked at the silver bracelet curiously. Bayun took a closer look and found this snake has a horn on its head, which... This is super cool, okay. Ha ha ha, little guy, do you like this bracelet? Then come with me. Bayun said. The little white snake looked at Bayun psychically, and then completely coiled around Bayun's wrist, turning into a second bracelet, which seemed to agree. Chapter 46, Guardian of the Forest. Bayun looked carefully at the little white snake on his wrist, its scales were smooth and glittering in the sun. Coiling on his hand, Bayun also felt a chill on his wrist, which was really annoying. The more Bayun looked at it, the more he liked it. This hobby is indeed different from most people. People who usually have snakes coiled around their wrists are probably already dancing laser dance. And just as Bayun was looking at the little white snake, a voice suddenly came out, empty and clear, and there were waves of echoes, which was indeed a bit mysterious. Don't get closer. Bayun walked to Luffy and the others, and the mysterious man said not to get closer. The closer Bayun got, the more human nature he was. Who are you? Luffy asked a soul-searching question. Am the guardian of the forest. The clear voice appeared again and responded. What? Nami and Luffy were confused again. What is the guardian of the forest? Bayun raised his hand to answer. I know, he said, his mother is the guardian of the forest. Nami, that's it. Luffy agreed with the absurd answer, and it was not surprising with his brain circuit. You believe this too? Nami was so angry. These two sick guys. The man in the dark was also angry. What? My mother, his mother. Is this the point? Damn it, didn't you hear what I said? Don't get any closer. If you get any closer, I will launch the punishment of the forest. What? Who do you think you are? Luffy is also a human being, and humans can't stand provocation, especially a stubborn guy like Luffy. This guy is really weird. What did you say, Straw Hat Boy? The man in the dark seemed to hate the word weird. And Nami didn't believe in gods or ghosts, although she was afraid of ghosts. I know you are nearby. Come out quickly. Bayun nodded in agreement. It should be nearby. Turning around, fateful look. A box appeared in Bayun's sight, with a huge black afro on it. An arm stretched out from the box, holding a pistol, and looked at Bayun. It seemed that sweat could be seen on the afro. This gun could not be fired. Pointed at by the muzzle, Bayun still smiled and approached the box. No, no, don't come over. The empty sound that seemed to come from all around disappeared. And the sound accurately reached the box. Bayun didn't care and continued to approach in panic. The boxman could only shoot. Bang! It hit Bayun's right waist, but it was directly concave and bounced the bullet back. Bayun now replicates the abilities of both Zoro and Luffy, but Luffy mainly replicates his fruit ability. Zoro replicates his physique, and Zoro is also thick-skinned and thick-fleshed, with 108 blood bags in his body. The bullet bounced back, piercing the boxman's afro, leaving a hole in his thick hair. Oh my god! The boxman never expected that the bullet would bounce back, and he was so scared that he stumbled and fell backwards. Only then did he reveal his face, and the skin on his face was surrounded by hair like a bicycle seat, and there was a circle of thick beard on his mouth, a row of large teeth, one of which was missing. What's the noise? Luffy and Nami were attracted back by the noise, and looked at the boxman lying on the ground with Bayun. The boxman struggled like a turtle being overturned. Nami, what, it's a person? Luffy, haha, interesting, it's a broom man. Bayun, I think it's more appropriate to call him a boxman. Being watched like this, the boxman got angry. Hey, help me up. Using the hardest tone, saying the most cowardly words. It turned out to be the rubber fruit. It's a devil fruit, right? I heard about it a long time ago. Helping the boxman up, the four of them came to the edge of the cliff to chat. Yes, I'm the rubber man who ate the rubber fruit. Luffy stood up to answer. The boxman was confused. You, isn't it this long-haired kid? I also want to ask, Bayun, why do you have Luffy's ability? Nami also expressed doubts. Ha ha ha, that's because Bayun has the ability to imitate other people's abilities. I call him Mirror Man. I always say he's very powerful. Luffy answered for Bayun, looking very proud. This is my brother. My partner. The ability to imitate other people's abilities. Both the boxman and Nami were shocked. Can I also use navigation? Bayun nodded to indicate that he could. Nami swallowed her saliva and felt a little threatened. It's amazing. This is the first time I've seen people like you. The boxman replied. This is also the first time I've seen someone living in a box. Are you a rich kid? Luffy's brain circuit, what is a box used for? To store treasures, then he lives in a box, so he is a rich kid. Is there a problem with that? There is no problem. Well, I have been well protected since I was a child. No, what nonsense are you talking about, kid? The boxman was almost led astray by Luffy. Rich guy, have you ever seen such a vicissitudes of life in a rich family? Chapter 47 Grand Line. My name is Gamon. I was stuck in a box, and I lived alone on this isolated island for 20 years. Do you know the bitterness? Last time, Bayun. Luffy and his friends met a strange man stuck in a box on an isolated island. After his self-introduction, it turned out that his name was Gamon. Bayun said that he really couldn't remember. He knew the person, but he had no impression of the name. What do you mean he survived on an isolated island for 20 years alone? Nami was shocked. Luffy, after all, is Luffy. Like a fool. Bayun nodded in agreement. Although he was really pitiful, he did look like a fool. Assholes, I'm going to kill you. Gamon opened his mouth and shouted, two idiots without sympathy. Alas, in more than 20 years, my hair and beard have become so thick that even my eyebrows have grown together. Gamon sighed. It would be a lie to say that he was not lonely. In more than 20 years he finally met Luffy and the others, and some words came out automatically. Luffy flashed to Gamon's side, stepped on the edge of the box, and grabbed Gamon's head with both hands to pull him out of the box. It was also out of good intentions. But Gamon was in so much pain that he almost cried. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Stop, stop it quickly. Gamon shouted. Unable to pull it out, Luffy gave up. This is too hard. Gamon breathed a sigh of relief. Alas, in 20 years, my bones have grown together with the box. Don't tell me, if the box is gone, I will be gone too. By the way, how did you get to this island? Nami asked. You said you are pirates. Gamon didn't know if this was an answer. Well, there is another partner who is watching the ship. Bayun nodded in reply. Pirates. I used to be a pirate, too. I really miss the days before, looking for treasures on the sea without worries. It was so fun. Do you have a treasure map? Gamon thought Luffy went to sea for treasure, so he asked him if he had a treasure map. I have a chart of the Grand Line. I want to get one piece. Luffy frankly stated his goal. Gamon was also shocked like everyone else who heard it. Luffy showed the chart to Gamon. Which one is the Grand Line? Hey, uncle. Don't you know? Because I can't understand the sea chart at all, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, that's right. Nami and Bayun shook their heads. Is this what two pirates should say? Nami stepped forward to take the sea chart and explained the distribution of the pirate world to the two. There are two ocean worlds in this world. The continent that divides the sea into two is called the Red Earth continent. Starting from its town, the route that circles the world vertically towards the Red Earth continent is called the Grand Route. That's right. After Nami finished her explanation, Luffy sighed, and Bayun had the right to suspect that Luffy didn't understand at all. And Gaimon is a senior as a pirate, although he is not a senior worth learning from. He said that he had seen people who came back from the Grand Line before, and they were all lost and distraught. Tell Luffy and others not to underestimate the Grand Line after all. It is known as the graveyard of pirates. But Luffy is still optimistic things are there to be solved, and there will always be ways to solve them. So, by the way, what does this have to do with you staying on the island, Uncle? Bayun brought the topic back. It has something to do with it. I was also a pirate 20 years ago, and I came to this island with my friends. I searched for 3 days but didn't find any treasure when I left. I found that there was a hill we hadn't been to, so I asked my friends to get on the boat and wait for me. I climbed up with great effort, and sure enough, there were 5 treasure chests on the top, but fate made me slip and fall from the top, and I was stuck in the box below when I woke up. My partner was gone. Gaimon told his story, not knowing whether it was unlucky or lucky he didn't die after falling from the hillside, but was stuck in the box, and he was stuck like this for 20 years. As for the sensitivity of money, Nami immediately proposed to help Gaimon get the treasure chest when they got to the bottom of the hillside. Bayun and Luffy directly used the ability of the rubber fruit to stretch their arms and instantly climbed up. Bayun had already remembered what this was. Looking at the 5 treasure chests, he didn't move. Still standing on the edge of the cliff, Luffy excitedly opened the boxes, one by one, and his excitement was worn out again and again, but he still walked to the edge of the cliff. With a smile. There are treasure chests, and there are 5 more, ha ha ha, Luffy shouted with a smile. Gaimon and Nami excitedly asked him to throw the box down, but Luffy refused abnormally. I don't. What do you mean, Luffy? Bayun, take care of him, Nami shouted. The treasure was right in front of her, so there was no reason not to take it down, but Gaimon shed tears as expected. You 2 guys are good people, I have guessed it, but I just don't want to admit it. Those 5 boxes are empty, right? When Gaimon shouted the last sentence, he was already in tears. Chapter 48. By the whole world, the treasure box that was expected for 20 years was empty. This sense of gap is enough to kill a person, but under the tempering of time, Gaimon guessed that the treasure box might be empty, but he just didn't want to believe it. But when he cried, those animals came out of the forest and gathered around him. They shouted, as if to tell Gaimon that his 20 years were not in vain, not a joke, but their god. Gaimon stared at these animals in a daze. At first, he guarded the forest and the rare animals on the island with the idea that if he couldn't get the treasure chest, others would also want to get it. 20 years passed unknowingly looking at these animals. Gaimon seemed to be enlightened. The real treasure was not necessarily just the 5 Schrodinger's treasure chests, but his experience, and the rare animals that survived under his protection and regarded him as a god. Compared to these treasure chests, I think these rare animals are more like treasures. Your treasures, Uncle Gaimon. Bayun stood on the edge of the top of the hill, looking down with his arms folded, and persuaded Gaimon, who was surrounded by 10,000 beasts. Luffy sat down directly, his legs dangling in the air. Ha 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 ha. Bayun is right, Uncle, don't think too much. You waited for me for 20 years, didn't you? If we didn't come, you might have to wait for 30 or 40 years. Maybe you won't wait until you die. You waited for so long, and waited for us. You should go looking for the big treasure. Go to sea with us. Luffy made an invitation. He didn't care about age or gender when inviting his partners, he only cared whether the other party was interesting. You inviting me, Straw Hat Boy? Gaimon was a little bit unbelievable. The invitation from the pirates after 20 years really made people feel the passing of time. Have you really decided, Uncle? We want to stay on this island. The scene changed, and the 4 returned to the beach, and Zoro was still sleeping. Nami went to untie the rope. And Bayun asked Gaimon, who rejected Luffy's invitation. Well, thank you for inviting me. I have decided to stay and be the guardian of the forest. After 20 years of getting along, I have fallen in love with these animals. Long-haired boy, you are right. After 20 years, these rare animals that I have protected are my real treasures. I will continue to stay and protect them. Hey, it's really strange. I am not sad at all when there is no treasure chest. Instead, I feel relieved. Uncle Gaimon is also a free and easy person. If he was 20 years older, he would indeed be a good partner and friend of Luffy and his friends. Facing the sea breeze, Gaimon was a handsome and cool person, but Luffy broke his defense with a word. Ha ha ha, Uncle is also a rare animal. I will kill you. Gaimon suddenly became furry and shouted with fangs exposed. What a pity, Uncle, you are so humorous. Yes, it's a pity, the sea journey is not suitable for pets. Bayun replied, why did Gaimon feel a little strange? Gaimon. I mean these animals, I wanted to keep them, but it seems that nature is more suitable for them than on the ship. Bayun immediately explained. Although he did think that Gaimon was a rare animal like Luffy, how could he say it so bluntly? Ha ha ha. Okay, go out to sea quickly, it will be dark if you delay any longer. You will definitely find a good partner. You have to find One Piece and buy the whole world, Straw Hat Boy. I will. Goodbye. After saying goodbye to Gaimon, Luffy and Bayun set off on their journey again. The two boats slowly sailed away, and Gaimon and a group of animals saw them off on the shore. The animals behind Gaimon suddenly bowed in the direction of Bayun and his group. This bow came suddenly, and I don't know who it was for. Goo. I'm so hungry. These days, Luffy said the most that he was so hungry. There's nothing we can do even if there are fish. We can't grill them on this small boat. Didn't Uncle Gaimon give us a lot of fruits? You can eat some fruits first. Bayun was already fishing in such a narrow boat, there was nothing else to do except fishing. Well, I think Bayun is right. Is it really possible to enter the Grand Line like this? That's where the pirate cemetery is. We rely on these two small broken ships. It's a bit risky. Well, go south from here, there is a small town. Let's go there first and see if we can get a big ship. Nami took out the sea chart and suggested. I have no objection. Bayun replied, of course he had no objection, the Mary could not be missed. Zoro was still doing push ups and didn't answer. Okay, meet. Luffy's focus is on the meat in the town, not the ship. Chapter 49 Invincible Lucky Star. Just do it, no plan is needed, this is a pirate. Decided to get a ship and eat meat. Luffy and Nami immediately turned the boat and headed for the town in the south. But fate said, surprises always come suddenly. And there will be no peace in life. After turning, the boat sailed out for a while, and a pirate ship that was more than 10 times larger than Luffy's boat appeared. The pirate flag is a skull in the shape of a cat's head. The skull has pupils, which are also vertical yellow pupils like cats. The whole body of the ship is black, and the bow is shaped like a black cat. It is the 100 Keeper Brocco of the Black Cat Pirates. Bayun was puzzled. No, we should have met the Black Cat Pirates here as expected. Some things became different because of him. What a big ship! It would be nice if we could get a ship like this. Luffy sighed. But the guy on the other side is not a good person. These two small broken ships dare to move side by side with us, hee. Besides, our whereabouts must be secret. It would be bad if we make the captain unhappy. Fire! The vice-captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Zongjao, immediately gave the order, aiming the muzzle at Bayun, Luffy, and the others, and with a bang, sparks flew. And 2 shells hit them. Luffy and Bayun were not afraid of shells. He took a step and jumped up, and his body swelled like a balloon and bounced the shells back directly. It should have been like this. Luffy bounced back successfully, but Bayun. Hey! Fuck, you're on time right now. The shell hit Bayun, and he should have bounced back, but Bayun suddenly felt a force release from his body, and his rubber body returned to its original state. There is a time limit for replicating the replica fruit once, and it's not a miracle to have this ability forever. As luck would have it, Bayun's ability expired at the moment he was hit by the shell. Unlucky, that's pretty unlucky. But the little bit of luck in the bad luck is that the shell didn't explode, it was a dud, but the huge impact force took Bayun away. It wasn't until a small figure was left in Luffy's sight that he fell into the sea with a thud. Bayun. This situation made Luffy, Zoro and Nami a little overwhelmed. After they realized what was happening, the three of them immediately turned into shouting figures, and Luffy immediately grabbed the oars and rushed to Bayun's discovery. The people on the Black Cat pirates laughed so hard that they lay on the deck, laughing at Bayun for catching the shells with his body. They forgot that Luffy bounced the shells back into the air and exploded. Bayun fell into the sea with a thud. But it was also very close to the coast of Usopp's hometown. The feeling of powerlessness caused by the erosion of the sea water made Bayun slowly lose his struggle. When he was about to sink into the sea, the little white snake on his wrist crawled down. It was so small, but it could bite Bayun's hair and swim towards the shore. And Bayun gradually lost consciousness under the cover of the sea water. Bayun. The scene returned to Luffy and his side. Luffy rowed hard, driving Nami's boat forward at a high speed. But he didn't see Bayun until he reached the shore. Could it be that Bayun has? Luffy's eyes were filled with tears, thinking that Bayun had sunk to the bottom of the sea. He turned around and was about to jump into the sea, but Zoro immediately pulled him back. You are going to die. But Bayun. That is Bayun's headband. Just as Luffy's tears were about to fall, Nami found a blue headband not far from them on the shore. That was what Bayun used to tie his ponytail. Luffy teleported over and picked up the headband. Yes, this is Bayun's. Ace gave it to him. It seems that he has already arrived in the town, ha ha ha. Seeing the headband, Luffy laughed again. Bayun should have drifted to the shore and been rescued by someone. Or maybe he went to the town first. Let's go into the town and ask. Nami and Zoro also came over, looking at the headband. Nami made a reasonable guess. Luffy nodded in agreement and put the headband in his pants. Ask someone. There's a ready-made one over there. Zoro turned his eyes immediately. On the cliff over there were the members of the Usopp pirates. Captain Usopp and crew, 3 little kids, green pepper, carrot, onion. Ah, we've been discovered. Usopp panicked instantly after being discovered by Zoro. He wanted to turn and run, but the 3 kids ran faster than him. Seeing Luffy and the others coming, Usopp could only bite the bullet and go up to them. And where is our invincible lucky star Bayun? Although he was blown away by the shells, he is now lying on a soft big bed. Although he is still in a coma. Bayun, who was in a coma, came to a white place with his consciousness. The system voice appeared again after 10 years. Chapter 50 Luck. Bayun's first feeling now is, my bad luck is also amazing. 3 times out to sea. The first time I encountered a whirlpool at sea. The second time, he was taken away by a big bird. The third time, he was directly hit by a cannonball and fell into the sea. Damn it! Beep beep beep. This luck made Bayun couldn't help but turn into a telegraph operator. After he vented his breath, he looked up and continued to look around. All he saw was a vast expanse of white. The sky and the ground were the same, without any other impurities. There was no end in sight, and it seemed that there was no end. Is this heaven? Or hell? It shouldn't be, I won't die so fragilely. Bayun muttered to himself, raised his hand, and the little white snake on his wrist disappeared. Just when he was confused, a mechanical voice suddenly came out. Bayun was very familiar with the voice. After all, this was the guy who sent him to the pirate world and gave him such a weak and sickly anti-sky skill. This is it, smarter. Indeed, although you are a little useless, you are not going to die. Here is the depth of your consciousness. You are now in a coma. The system voice appeared after 10 years to explain. System Bayun's tone was full of disbelief. The system replied, the voice was still arrogant. It's really you. Where have you been for the past 10 years? You've come back to life now, right? Tell me quickly, what the hell is the third ability I drew? Is it this bracelet on my hand? The anger from a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder for 10 years. In the past 10 years, Bayun could only treat the bracelet as the third ability he drew, and firmly let himself not think about this problem. But the brain disagreed. Bayun sometimes still struggled with this problem, and he might struggle for a lifetime without getting a positive answer from the system. It's really not. The system replied with a big breath. Bayun's heart was raised to his throat. Stop. Okay, if it's not, then it's not now. Tell me what the third ability is right now. I'm afraid you'll get the virus again and suddenly disappear, although I'm still young. Who can wait 10 years? After 10 years, Bayun asked directly. If the system gets down to business and disappears again and reappears 10 years later, he will probably go crazy. You are so rude. What do you mean by disappearing? What virus are you? Polite, I just had something. Suddenly the system defended stubbornly. He. What do you mean? Bayun chuckled twice, and the system was immediately furious, but then comforted itself. Forget it anyway, after I tell you the third ability, I won't have to come again. Then tell me quickly. Bayun shouted quickly. Okay, the third ability is beep beep. Are you scared? Ha ha ha. Bayun, are you sick? Bayun couldn't help but wonder, are you really a system? If so, you should do something serious. Tisk, it's not funny at all. Okay, just say it. The third ability you drew 10 years ago was called luck. The system finally said the third ability Bayun drew. Luck. Bayun couldn't believe his ears. You call it an ability? Of course it's not pure luck. Luck is something you can't see or touch. Your third ability, to be precise, is luck changes. The system explained again, but Bayun was even more confused. Can you explain it more clearly? How stupid. Luck changes, in simple terms, means that your luck changes every day. It's possible to be lucky. It's also possible to be unlucky. Isn't this the same for ordinary people? Bayun couldn't help but swear and interrupted. Listen to me, please. Okay, now the system will swear too. Although ordinary people are like this, you are different. Your luck will increase every day. Let's put it this way in terms of points, a person's luck is up to 100 points. And your luck will increase a little every day. In just 100 days, your luck will be full. Every day your luck changes. If you have bad luck, or even negative luck, then the extra 100 points of luck will offset the bad luck and raise the negative luck to a positive number. If you have good luck today and it is a positive number, then your luck will be doubled and your luck will go off the charts. The system explained in full detail that this ability was incredible. As long as 100 days had passed and there was 100 points of luck, it was impossible to be unlucky, unless it was extremely unlucky and the luck was minus 100. But, it wasn't right. It wasn't right. If this ability is so good, how unlucky have I been these days when I went out to sea? Bayun asked in doubt. If this ability was really like this, then why was he still so unlucky? Could it be that his luck was minus 100 every day?